C-SPAN and our other platforms. But what you won't find are crowds assembled on the National Mall as in years past, due to the inauguration ceremonies being moved inside the U.S. Capitol due to weather. Stay with us as we present the events of this Inauguration Day, and you can also share your thoughts on the following lines. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and 202-748-8002 for Independents. If you want to make your comments about this Inauguration Day via text, you can do that at 202-748-8003. As always, you can post on our social media sites. That's Facebook at facebook.com/CSPAN and on X at CSPANWJ. A lot of events being planned, a lot of pomp and circumstance to take place, and here to walk us through the events of the day and how things have changed today is John McCardle.
Morning, Pedro. Everything's being dictated by the weather today. It was President Trump on Friday making that announcement that because of the cold weather, this inauguration is being moved inside the Capitol Rotunda. So let's start on the weather. The National Weather Service forecast for today, as of 6 a.m., it is expected to be bitterly cold here in Washington, with wind chills expected in the single digits to teens and temperatures well below freezing, and that's well below the traditional weather on January 20th here in Washington. Here's the historic data. It's usually somewhere between 30 and 45 degrees, but there have been many inaugurations that have been much colder, including the last time that this inauguration was moved inside back in 1985. Ronald Reagan's inauguration, his second inaugural, it was just 7 degrees at noon. In 1961, for JFK's inauguration, 22 degrees. It had also snowed about 8 inches the night before. Back in 2009, Barack Obama's first inauguration, it was 28 degrees at noon. And in 1977, for Jimmy Carter, it was also 28 degrees at noon. Congressional media arriving here in Washington, showing the scenes as they've been trying to get to the Capitol. Security really tight this morning. The security barriers start well away from the United States Capitol. This is Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News showing his walk up. That's the Capitol Dome way past there in the distance. This is Ali Vitale, congressional reporter, showing the police have been active throughout the evening here in Washington. Let me walk viewers through what's going to happen this morning on Inauguration Day. The official events start right around 8:30 this morning. You can watch them with us here on C-SPAN. President-elect Trump will attend a church service at St. John's Episcopal Church. It's an open, non-denominational service. That's the church that's just across Lafayette Square from the White House. That ceremony expected to last about an hour, and then at 9:30 Eastern, President Biden and the First Lady will welcome the President-elect and Melania Trump to the White House for the traditional tea, sitting down for tea and coffee before then escorting the President-elect to the United States Capitol. And that's when things move down Pennsylvania Avenue to here on Capitol Hill. It's about 11:30 a.m. Eastern that the Vice President will be sworn in, J.D. Vance, and then between about 11:30 and 12, it'll be the swearing in of President-elect Trump. He will then be President Trump and give his inaugural address, again, from inside the Capitol Rotunda, the first president to be sworn inside the Capitol Rotunda in 40 years. It was yesterday that Speaker Mike Johnson offered his viewers on X, his followers on X, a preview of what it's going to look like inside the Capitol Rotunda. Here's what he had to say.
Right outside the People's House in the People's Rotunda. As you can see, as we pan around, there's a lot of activity being done here in the final moments before the inauguration of the 47th president. We had to kind of call an audible here. The weather outside is pretty fierce. It will be really even worse tomorrow. And so I know there are a lot of people disappointed because they wanted to be out on that National Mall. We would have had hundreds of thousands of people, but we had to do it this way, and I think it's better, as President Trump said, because of the weather for everyone and their best interest. But I just wanted to show you very briefly this stage here in the Rotunda. Many of you, I'm sure, have been here before. This is normally a blank and open floor. They built this entire apparatus in about a 24-hour period. The staff's done an extraordinary job, having called this audible to do this. Hasn't been done like this in 40 years, since 1985 under Ronald Reagan. This one, they tell me, though, will be even more grand. So I'll be walking the president out here tomorrow for a glorious day in the beginning of a new golden age in America. the Capitol building, pan up and just show everybody just the grandeur of the place. The Capitol Dome is the most recognized symbol in all the world. It recognizes, it symbolizes freedom to people everywhere. And tomorrow we will celebrate our great republic here and the inauguration of our 47th President, Donald J. Trump. We're so excited. You can watch along on television, but I know so many of you will be here in spirit. God bless you. Go America.
And you can watch along on C-SPAN as we bring you the inauguration of the president. Again, you can do that. You can follow along on our platforms as well. We'll also give you the ability to comment on the events of this day. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002. Let's hear from Dennis in Wisconsin. Democrats line, you're first up. Go ahead.
Hi, I hear about this meme coin that he's bringing out. He's not only going to bilk all of his followers, but he's also going to allow for some bribery to happen from China, from who knows where, companies. This is the biggest graft of all time. I guess that's all I have to say.
Let's hear from Paul. Paul in Pennsylvania, Republican line on this inauguration day. Paul, go ahead.
Yes, this is an amazing day for pretty much all Americans. It's letting the world know that America is back, and I'm excited for the next 4 years. But I'm excited, and go Trump, MAGA.
This is from Ann. Ann in North Carolina, Democrats line. Hi.
Hi, my name is Ann. I'm calling to let you know I'm so glad that President Biden interrupted, because I think we're going to be in a bad situation, but we're going to be all right. But we're going to be in a bad situation because we have a scammer in the White House, and he's going to scam all Americans, and he's going to scam those billionaires too. Bye.
The current president and the vice president expected to attend inauguration ceremonies. Part of that will feature a goodbye to them. Again, these are going to be things you see throughout the course of our day from inside the U.S. Capitol. Different perspective, as John McCardle was telling you. You can comment on those things, the incoming president, what you expect over the next 4 years on this inauguration day. Maryland up next, Republican line. This is Gary.
Hello, hi, am I on okay?
You are on okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm very happy about this day with Trump coming in. I believe it's not just a good day for America, but the globe, for worldwide. I think that he's uncovering something that's deeper than just what we have going on in the United States. And he's going to peel back this layer that we've been bamboozled for generations. I think as we go forward, this is going to be shown more and more. We are not race-based. I happen to be a white man. I love black people, white people, all kinds of people. That's not the problem. So I just say he's going to unite everybody. And everybody that's a Democrat, please let's join hands, because we've got one America. America's going to be strong, so we don't have globalism.
Okay, caller, apologies. I'll put you on pause for a second. I just want to tell folks that this is what's the view of what's outside the Capital One Arena in downtown Washington, D.C. The president expected to arrive there later on today after taking the oath of office to greet his supporters. That's just some of the scenes that you'll see, including vendors selling their wares outside the Capital One Arena. Caller, go ahead, finish your thought.
Thank you. And regarding outside the arena, let's go. Let's make sure we have no attacks on anybody, because we're all Americans. And again, I love Democrats. Let's unite everybody.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Mason's in Pennsylvania, independent line on this inauguration day. Go ahead.
Good morning, Pedro. Happy snowy President's Day from up here in Philadelphia. I just have a question I would like to put out to the Trump supporters, because I watch C-SPAN every once in a while, and I hear that we need Donald Trump. We need him because he's a good businessman. He's good with the numbers. But the only numbers I've noticed Donald Trump be quite impressive at is his ability to cover 90% of his head with 30% of his hair. That's the only impressive numbers I've seen come from the man. So if you guys could tell me some different numbers that I need to be looking at, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy President's Day.
Part of the lead up to the events of today was the president-elect at a rally at the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. This took place on Sunday afternoon. You could still find the whole event on C-SPAN. But here is President-elect Trump addressing his supporters, giving a preview of what he expects to take place in the next 4 years.
I'm thrilled to be back with so many friends, supporters, and true American patriots on the eve of taking back our country. That's what we're going to do, take back our country. Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride. Bringing it all back. Once and for all, we're going to end the reign of a failed and corrupt political establishment in Washington, a failed administration. We're not going to take it anymore. We're going to stop the invasion of our borders. We're going to reclaim our wealth. We're going to unlock the liquid gold that's right under our feet, liquid gold. We're going to bring back law and order to our cities. We're going to restore patriotism to our schools, get radical left, woke ideologies the hell out of our military and out of our government. And we are going to make America great again.
Events from Sunday. Again, the president will head back to the Capital One Arena later on today for that follow-up rally with his supporters. Let's go to Daniel in Rhode Island, Democrats line.
Hello. Good morning to you. I'm just calling because I think we should all unite, basically, and stop the infighting, because we're all Americans. We all want to see the president succeed, because when the president succeeds, we all succeed. Did I vote for Trump personally? No, but I think it's something holy. I think his rise to power is something that is something that's it's something that's godly in a sense. Not that he is godly, but it's something that we can't control, really. And it's one of those moments in history. And I think that for me, I'm just sitting back and I'm just hoping for the best at this point, and keeping God's word close to me. So, yeah.
Abby's next in Idaho, Republican line.
Hi, yeah. So I'm a young woman. I just got into college, and something that I've been really concerned about is the economy. Like, what is it going to look like to buy a house and to support myself when I graduate college, or even in college, and finding healthy foods. And so I think the Make America Healthy Again program is going to really change the way that we eat, and we're going to eventually become healthier and happier Americans. And so I'm really excited to see what Trump does with, economy and food.
In a normal circumstance, what you're seeing there, the Capitol Mall will be full of people on this inauguration day. From last week, those ceremonies being moved indoors, as you heard John McCardle tell you earlier about the weather, the wind factor, all those other things moving the shot, or at least the event inside the Capitol Center. You'll see that. That's Union Station. Train station here in Washington, D.C. also has stores in it, but also will be gathering crowds of people, the president's supporters, the president-elect's supporters, as the day goes on. From that to the U.S. Capitol, expected to be full of people welcoming the 47th President of the United States, since they can't go to the mall to do that. We'll show you these things throughout the course of the morning as our cameras pick it up. Later on, you'll be able to see inside the Capitol Rotunda where the ceremony will take place. That's the outside, obviously, there, as we show you that during the course of the day. Let's hear from Percy. Percy in Minnesota, Independent Line.
Hey, C-SPAN, thanks for taking my call. I just want to say to the American public that I'm somewhat excited and I'm also worried about the Trump presidency and what it will bring for the next 4 years. But one of the things I'm worried about, and I think millions of Americans can be worried about, is presidential power. President Trump will be the, I guess, second president who will live under this Supreme Court ruling that says that president can, if I'm correct, commit criminal actions so long as it's an official act. I'm not sure what the Supreme Court even means when they say official act versus unofficial act, but we do know the Supreme Court has greenlit and approved that the president can engage in criminal activity and not be charged during his post-presidency. So that's something that I'm worried about, is the extent of presidential power, what's going to happen under the Trump presidency. The other thing that I'm worried about is conservative backlash. A lot of people on the internet, on social media, and in real life talked about wokeism. I'm not sure what they mean by wokeism. I don't really grasp the term. But you have a lot of conservatives who are coming to power who want, it seems like they have a spirit of vengeance, and they want to get a type of payback against the left. I'm worried about that as well. I'm also worried about the extent of these ICE raids, if people are going to perish in the attempt of eluding ICE, how violent there will be. There's a lot of things I'm worried about, but I'm also excited that the economy might pick up. I think the last thing I'll say, thank you, C-SPAN, for taking my call.
Okay, Percy in Minnesota there, he referenced the Supreme Court. It was the current president up until noon today, President Biden. It was on Wednesday, The Hill reporting that he said it should be clear that an amendment to the Constitution that makes clear presidents are not immune from crimes committed in office, using his farewell address in part to swipe at a recent Supreme Court ruling. Quote, he said, we need to amend the Constitution to make clear that no president is immune from crimes he or she commits while in office. The president's power is not unlimited. It is not absolute, and it shouldn't be, he said in those primetime remarks from the Oval Office. The current president, looking up until about noon today, when the 47th president gets sworn in, that's where he will head later on today, the White House, for a coffee and a tea with J.D. Vance, his vice president, and others. Before those ceremonies take place. Again, we'll follow along and show you what happens as we go throughout the day. And here with more information on the day and its events is John McCardle.
Pedro, let me just take viewers about 5 hours into the future at about noon Eastern time. What's going to happen? It's the swearing in first of the 47th President of the United States. Those words in Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution. President-elect Trump will say, I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States and will do to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. With that, he becomes the 47th president, and then he'll give an inaugural address. We don't know the exact length of that address, though here's some recent inaugural addresses for comparison. In 2021, President Joe Biden's inaugural address, about 2,500 words. Donald Trump's first inaugural was much shorter than that, about 1,400 words. Barack Obama giving a 2,000-word inaugural address in 2013 and about a 2,400-word inaugural address back in 2009. After that inaugural address, let me walk viewers through what's going to happen the rest of the afternoon here in Washington. About 12:30 will be the official farewell ceremony and departure of then former President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. They will leave the Capitol. Typically, they leave via helicopter. We'll see how it plays out this afternoon. Around 1 p.m. Eastern, it's the president heads to the signing room in the Capitol. It's the president's room. It's right off the Senate chamber, traditionally signing nominations, memorandums, proclamations, but especially executive orders. We're hearing lots of executive orders, scores of executive orders on tap today, and we'll walk you through a little bit later on this morning what they involve. At about 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, the traditional inaugural luncheon attended by the president and the vice president and their guests, that'll take place in the Capitol. Statuary Hall is where that will be. Around 3 p.m., the presidential parade begins, and it'll be very different this year, as you said, Pedro, taking place at the Capital One Arena. That procession moved inside, and the president will be there with his supporters. That's 7th Street in Washington, D.C., about 7 blocks away from the United States Capitol. And around 5 p.m. today, the president will then return to the White House for more official signings. More executive orders are expected then. At around 8 p.m. today, President Trump will attend and deliver remarks at the various inaugural balls. It's the Commander-in-Chief Ball, the Liberty Inauguration Ball, and the Starlight Ball, all happening today in a very, very busy day here in Washington.
You heard John talk about that 7 blocks away where the Capital One arena is, where the president is going to address his supporters. Out amongst his supporters is C-SPAN's Tammy Thuringer.
Good morning, Pedro. You can see right now the shot. It's going down the block. I don't know exactly how far it's going down because we haven't made it that far. We stopped to talk with people in the crowd who are waiting. They're still a few blocks away from the arena, but right now I have somebody waiting on the inside of this fence. The people who are on the other side are those who are going to be getting into the arena later today. And I have John here from Tennessee. Hi, John.
Hi.
John, tell us, how long have you been standing out here?
We got out here about 4:30 in the morning.
And where in Tennessee you're from?
Columbia, about 45 minutes south of Nashville.
So are you used to these kind of temperatures?
Well, I was born and raised in Denver, so yeah. I mean, it's not quite swimming weather, but it's not bad. It's not bad.
And you said that you have actually done this before. You've been to D.C. for an inauguration before.
Yeah, 2016.
And how is this year different?
Well, of course, then it was on the mall, you know, and so it had a very different feel to it with that. But actually, the security here is a little better. It's calmer. It's just enjoyable in its own way. You know, it's different, but it's nice.
You're from Tennessee. The people behind you, you've made friends with. Where are they from, and what have you all been talking about for the past few hours?
Ohio, California, Colorado, different places. Yesterday, we actually had a legit prince from Cameroon behind us that we were talking with him, and then he got interviewed by people. He's the nicest guy. And so you just never know who you're going to meet, you know, over the course, because there we got in line at 10:30 and we got here about 5 in the afternoon. We didn't make it in. So just being a part of it is a good time.
And were you already in D.C. when you found out it was going to be moved indoors?
I think we were on our way, maybe, or perhaps. I think we got here Saturday. I forget what the timing of it was, but we kind of assumed there might be a lot of short notice changes, and so we were just happy. Whatever happened. We're just going to be here and put ourselves in a place to have fun.
And what are you hoping to see today?
Looking forward to seeing the ceremony itself, that continuity, just being a part of that and having the people around you. It was the same thing in 2016, just being a part of it and kind of the community that you have with that. It's a good time. And then whatever happens after that will be fun. Plus it'll be warm.
Well, John, thank you so much for your time.
Hey, thank you so much. You guys take care.
We'll be hearing from various people throughout the course of the morning who are gathered in and around Washington, D.C. Normally, offices would be open on this Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Day. However, federal offices being closed in Washington, D.C. and across the United States. Let's hear from Christian in Spokane, Washington. Democrats line. Go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
You're on. Go ahead. Yes.
Brilliant. I just want to comment on what I believe Percy from Minnesota said on the independent line a little bit ago. I myself haven't voted for Donald Trump in any of the previous elections, mainly because I'm scared of his authoritarian, seemingly leaning style of government. But I think similar to his first inauguration, we should take a deep breath and kind of try to embrace him nationally, Democrats, independents, and, of course, Republicans, rhinos, as he would label him in his first administration. But my main thought on Democrats embracing him is if we help him on things such as the economy and trade and all these other issues, we might actually be able to stabilize our economy post-COVID. Of course, nobody really knows what's going on economically, but maybe we'll be able to work with him. Hopefully, what I've been seeing on the news this morning of his second inaugural here being less of a calamity speech like he gave in 2017 and more of a unifying speech. I'm actually genuinely excited to see what he has to offer the country.
Can I ask, because you reflected that sentiment, the previous caller reflected that sentiment, what do you think is the change behind the change in sentiment?
For the Democratic Party, you mean?
Yes.
I think it might have something to do with the fact that we got absolutely clobbered in this last election. We lost all 7 swing states. And I believe, if I've been seeing the reporting correctly, all of the states but here in Washington leaned further Republican than they have, at least in my lifetime. I'm only 28 years old. So I think he might be right in the sense he got somewhat of a mandate. I haven't looked at the hard numbers of the election since early December, late November, but I think that might be the reason.
Okay, Christian there in Spokane. Let's hear from Mike in Ohio, independent line.
Hi, how you doing today? I just want to say congratulations to President Trump and Joe Biden for both doing a wonderful job on getting the hostages back. I think that they both played a great part in it. Joe Biden did a great negotiation, and Donald Trump basically put him on Front Street. Have a nice day.
The current president, Joe Biden, in the last series of weeks issuing pardons on a variety of fronts. CNN reporting that as of today, the president plans to issue pardons for General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and members of Congress who served on the committee investigating the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol. The pardons, which come in the final hours of his presidency, come after President-elect Donald Trump vowed retribution for those he viewed as opposing his first presidency. Quote, "Our nation relies on dedicated, selfless public servants every day. They are the lifeblood of our democracy," going on to say, yet alarmingly, public servants have been subjected to ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties. And it goes on from there. You can find more online about these new pardons being issued by President Biden. Sam is next. Sam in Texas, Republican line on this Inauguration Day. Go ahead. Sam in Bay City, Texas. Hello.
Hello.
You're on. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle from Matagorda, Texas area. I live on the coast. I am so proud of President Trump and J.D. Vance. I just hope that they can keep men out of the women's sports, help our homeless veterans.
Okay.
And I am so excited to have this world change to keep us from going into World War III.
Normally, our viewers who watch this program through a variety of platforms call within the United States, sometimes outside the United States. Gus is there, and Doha Qatar, Democrats line.
Hey, hello, everybody.
How are you watching us, by the way? How are you watching us, if I may ask?
YouTube.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, so I give Donald Trump credit. You know, I'm a longtime Democrat, and I saw a handful of my friends and family vote for Trump this time around, and which had never happened. You know, the first time around, we didn't give Trump that much credit. You know, when it was time to vote, we voted for Biden, but when it came down to voting for Harris, no one was voting for Harris. Because she was saying that if you vote for me in office, I'll do X, Y, Z. And it's like, you're already in office. You're not doing anything. So we kind of knew what Trump had to offer. So I'm really, I give him credit, and I'm really surprised that our party, a majority of people voted for Republican, and you'll never see that. So I give him credit.
What kind of work do you do there in Qatar?
I don't do work out here. I'm visiting my wife.
Gotcha.
But I do IT work in California.
Gotcha. Gus there in Doha, Qatar. We'll go to Laurel. Laurel is in Oklahoma. Independent line. Hello, Laurel.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Go ahead.
I just want to say that I am so grateful, and I thank God every single day for President Trump and the tenacity that he has and the strength that he's shown for this country and the people that he loves. And I'm a little overwhelmed right now. I'm sorry. I'm somebody. Well, sorry. I am taking care of my autistic brother. We just lost both of our parents last year, and I feel like President Trump is going to help people like me and my brother who don't have anybody else, because he understands like real life struggles. Sorry, I'm trying not to cry. I'm so grateful that he won, and I'm so thankful to God every single day in Jesus' name.
Okay, Laurel there in Oklahoma giving us a call. Our show will continue on throughout the morning and give you the front seat, so to speak, to today's inauguration ceremony held inside Blair House, as it's commonly known, which is close to the White House, is where the president and his team is staying as they prepare for the transition to take place later on today. We'll see him come out and the First Lady, the incoming First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, and others to start their day. That starting with a church service at St. John's, as you heard John McCardle tell you about earlier, and then we will follow you along. And speaking of which, John, to give us an update.
Pedro, on one of your callers earlier was talking about the theme of this inaugural address that President Trump will be giving, and it will be President Trump. He'll take the oath and then give the inaugural address. Plenty of speculation about what that theme will be, reporting already, as there always is on these inauguration days. Let me take you through some of the headlines. First, from the Los Angeles Times. They write Trump's first inaugural speech was American Carnage, and he says this time it'll be different. This is the headline from NPR. Trump says the theme of this inaugural address will be unity, and it was the Wall Street Journal that got some of the excerpts of the inaugural address, calling for a revolution of common sense is what he'll say in his speech, excerpts of which the Wall Street Journal received. The incoming president will proclaim, quote, a new era of national success. We'll see how long that inaugural address goes, though it will be under the Capitol dome, so people won't be waiting outside in the cold as they usually do when it's on the west front of the United States Capitol. So we'll see if that means the warmth of the Capitol dome will mean the president will go on a little bit longer. We'll find out, but we do know that afterwards he's set to sign a slew of executive orders, and plenty of reporting of that just in the past 24 hours. This is the Hill newspaper headline. Trump plans a barrage of day one executive orders on border, energy, and the federal workforce. Fox News reporting it could be more than 200 executive actions on day one, and Punchbowl News with a wrap-up of what some of those will be. On government reform, Donald Trump wants to issue an executive order that provides a process for removing insubordinate employees, rewriting the federal hiring rules, issuing an executive order on the Department of Government Efficiency, and so on. On energy, he wants to halt spending on the Green New Deal and other climate-related priorities from the Biden administration, speed up the construction on pipelines, orders dealing with energy permitting and coal and natural gas. And then on immigration and the border, the president will classify drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. He wants to deploy military forces to the border if needed, stiffen interior enforcement, reestablish the Remain in Mexico policy, and so on. So there's going to be a lot happening today when it comes to these executive actions, and we'll keep track of them for you. And then, of course, it's the president's cabinet that he's looking to have confirmed as soon as possible. We're expecting a vote today on Marco Rubio for the State Department for Secretary of State. The Senate comes in at 4:30, and there's several Senate committee votes planned, but it takes a floor vote to be officially confirmed. And right now we're only expecting that Marco Rubio will be the one with the floor vote. That could change, though, when the Senate does come in at 4:30, and we know the schedule for the rest of the evening. So a long day here in Washington. We hope you stay with C-SPAN throughout the day.
Variety of platforms. We'll show you pictures like the one you're seeing now of Blair House. We can hear what you're saying on social media as well. This is Vicki Mayfield from our Facebook posting saying we have finally a president that will put country over power. Thanks be to God. Others saying this is Moses from Facebook saying it's not too long before we know the damage that Trump has inflicted on the U.S. economy and alliance. Kareem Utley from Facebook, joyful day for some, a sad day for others. I think it marks the beginning of the end, but let's hope I'm wrong. And then others commenting on our Facebook page. You want to do so? You can do so. Facebook.com/C-SPAN is how you do that. On X, it's at C-SPAN WJ. Brandon in Kentucky, Republican line. Go ahead.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. It's great honor and excitement to be on the air. I just tuned in about 20 minutes ago. I want to say that as a Republican, a more traditional Republican, I have mixed feelings right now. Some excitement, some nervous, obviously. The big thing I want to say is I have major concern that the Senate won't confirm President Trump's Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And if you watched his speech this summer, he wants to get to the bottom of what's caused so many infectious diseases in America and make America healthy again. And I'm concerned not only will he try to be stopped, but that there will be others who try to stop President Trump from doing what's best for the country. I mean, those are my big concerns right now, even though they are not unaccompanied by concerns about the president's temperament and behavior.
Max up next in Miami, Democrats line.
Yes. Good morning. I just want to say that Donald Trump will be the last president of the United States. Thank you.
Okay. Karen in Georgia. Karen in Kentucky, independent line. Hi.
Hi. So I'm curious why none of the main media stations are talking about the fact that on stage last night during his rally, he said that Elon Musk messed around with the tabulation voting machines and then they won Pennsylvania. So basically, those of us in the know have known that it was a stolen election and that the tabulation machines were met with. Jackie Singh, other computer security experts have sent messages to Vice President and the President about this. But the proof is in the pudding. He admitted it on stage last night. And I'm so surprised. Fox News did air a minute of it, and ABC News on their TikTok showed a clip of it. But basically, he admitted that Elon Musk, and with all the other countries that have accused Elon Musk of messing with their elections, and even like Romania is having to redo their elections because of Elon, why not more is not being reported about.
Okay, you and our other viewers can see that whole event from yesterday featuring the incoming president of the United States. If you go to our website, if you go to our app, watch that whole thing for yourself and everything that took place during that event. Pennsylvania Avenue is what we were just showing you just a little while ago down the street from the U.S. Capitol. The U.S. Capitol, the focus, typically on an inauguration day, but that would be outside. Not so much this time around. That's the National Mall. where people would normally be, watching from video screens if they were further back, up close and personal if they were able to do so. But everything moves indoors today. Frigid temperatures expected, very cold wind to blow through, dropping those temperatures, forcing the inside event of today's inauguration. Regardless, you can still watch it on C-SPAN on our variety of platforms as we go throughout the day. We're going to keep going, taking your calls and watching as we see the incoming president of the United States go through a series of events before taking the oath of office. Currently now there at Blair House, expected to leave in a little while for that service at St. John's Church, expected a little later on to go to the White House for coffee and tea, and then making his way to the U.S. Capitol. Here's Annette in Georgia, Republican line. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to say I'm excited as a Republican, and I appreciate you taking my call. I just want to say God bless USA and our incoming president, and prayers for a successful 4 years ahead. Thank you very much.
Shirley joins us next in Connecticut, Democrats line.
Good morning, Pedro. Good morning, America. I am so surprised at some of the people who think that Trump will ever work with anybody. The man has never listened to anyone, even Dr. Fauci, when he was telling him how serious COVID was. And so I am a little bit skeptical on how he will mass deport people who are working in this country, probably going to school in this country, their children, and everyone else who contributes to America's economy. And I am annoyed with the fact that civics is not offered in schools anymore for the young people, like the 20-year-old man who called and said that he thinks that he's going to work with someone. And for those who thought that Kamala Harris could do presidential work when she was just the vice president. And so I'm just, hopeful and prayerful that America will survive this presidency. And so I'm looking forward to moving forward, whether or not it's good or bad. So my prayer is for America and for us to sustain our progress in this country and for us to love one another and not look down on people coming from other countries. And with that, Pedro, I hope that this inauguration will put a new perspective in President Trump's mind, and that he will begin to work with Democrats and others and not dispel the hatred of people who are different and from different countries that come here to work with America, because I believe Elon Musk is from a different country, his family, and even Donald Trump's family is from a different country.
Okay.
So
okay. That's Shirley there in Connecticut. We're back to John McCardle.
Pedro, a caller just a second ago mentioned Anthony Fauci. It did want to note some news this morning concerning Anthony Fauci and others out of the White House, and I'm talking about the Joe Biden White House. The Associated Press reporting that President Biden has pardoned Fauci and Mark Milley in an effort to guard against potential revenge by Donald Trump. This is the lead saying that President Biden issued those pardons as well to members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, using the extraordinary powers of his office in the final hours to guard against potential revenge. And that was a quote, revenge. Here's more from the statement from the Biden administration. The issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as admission of guilt of any offense. Our nation owes these public servants a debt of gratitude for their tireless commitment to our country. The statement out of the White House this morning. More news on a newsy day here in Washington. President Biden will sit down for coffee and tea with President-elect Trump before the inauguration ceremonies. It was yesterday that President Biden was in South Carolina, a place where his path to the White House began in the primaries before the 2020 election. President Biden with this tweet yesterday saying that they wanted to be in South Carolina. They started their morning in church to reflect on the power of faith, and then went to the International African American Museum there with Jim Clyburn, Democrat from South Carolina. And Jim Clyburn tweeting out this picture of himself and President Biden saying he couldn't be more grateful for the president for spending his final day in South Carolina. And Jim Clyburn, one of the early backers of Joe Biden that helped him win South Carolina, propelling him to the presidency in 2020. And there's one of the final shots of Joe Biden's presidency.
Again, we will continue on throughout the morning and also give you a ground level view of what's going on in and around Washington, D.C. Here's Tammy Thuringer.
Hi, Pedro. We made it a block down from where we were earlier. We found more people. They're literally, again, behind these gates waiting to get in line. Right now, we have some folks from North Carolina. I have Zach and Keith and Gloria. Welcome, you guys. What time did you get in line this morning?
6 a.m.
And why did you want to be out here today?
Because it's a historical moment for the United States, and we're here to watch history happen.
Gloria, is this the first time you guys have been to an inauguration?
No, we went to the inauguration in 2016 as well. Keith and I did.
And what's different this year?
I don't know. It's colder. It's very crowded, just like the last time. Last time we got in front of Trump Hotel, so that was very nice. But yeah, it's very crowded. We've been here very early. We got up at 3 this morning. We're very excited. Can't wait.
There's a lot less protesting this time than there was last time. I think there people just seem a lot more unified than there were last time. No, groups of women grabbing by the what. Just it seems a lot more unified.
There was another event last night at the same location. Were you guys able to go to that?
No, we weren't.
Unfortunately not.
And Zach, you weren't here, it sounds like, last time. What do you want to see today?
I just want to see my future president tell us what he's going to do good, and hopefully he can succeed in doing all of that.
Zach, how old are you?
15.
You're 15, so you couldn't vote. What do you want to see President-elect Trump, or soon-to-be President Trump again, what do you want to see him focus on? What's an issue that's important to you?
Well, one issue that is pretty important to me, there are some weird stuff that goes on in my school nowadays, like the bathroom situations, like men going into women's bathrooms and stuff. I think all that's messed up. It needs to be fixed immediately. And with women's sports, I think him keeping men out of women's sports and women out of men's sports is super important. And those are the things I want to see him do.
Keith and Gloria, what about you? What do you want to see your future president focus on?
Safety of Americans, prosperity, Americanism, everything, economy. Everything that Zachary said is great too. I agree with all of that. Pro-life, Christianity, religion, personal rights. I mean, all of those things. Everything Trump says. I mean.
Energy independent, drill, baby, drill. So, yeah, we do have to go with the two big.
We're going to let you go. The line is moving again. So thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
In Washington, D.C., downtown D.C., that's where people are gathered, some with hopes to enter and see the events of later today when then the 47th president, Donald Trump, comes visit them. Some will be outside. Some are already lined up on Pennsylvania Avenue, which we've been showing you throughout the course of the morning, including security in those preparations for the president-elect, the current president, and others to head to the U.S. Capitol to go inside to participate in those inaugural activities. And C-SPAN will be showing you that all day long. Mary in Minnesota, Independent Line, hi.
Hello.
You're on. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm just so disappointed in those people that want to, go high and not low, and that they can't bring themselves to come to this event when everybody else showed up for their event, that being Michelle Obama. I think it's disgusting, and I hope she has a very sad day today, and that's all I have to say. Thank you. Bye.
Alicia, Republican line in Florida. You're next up.
Hi.
Go ahead, you're on.
Hi, my name's Alicia, and I'm here in Washington, D.C. this morning with people in our party, the chairman from Okeechobie's wife, a couple of my Republican club members. We came up here in this freezing cold weather to support Donald J. Trump. We worked diligently for him in 2020. We didn't win then, but boy, we had a grand slam this time. Our county had the most highest numbers we've ever had in voting with the younger people, the early vote, and we did it. We worked 24/7 for Donald J. Trump. We are so blessed and honored to have him as our coming president today. I cannot stand out in that line. We stood out yesterday for like 5 hours trying to get in to the rally, and we couldn't make it in. It was too packed. So we came home and watched it, and we were so blessed. We came to our hotel. Today we will be at an inaugural ball. I'm not going to say which one, but I want to tell America, you have got a man that truly cares for this country. He's going to stop this illegal border crossing. He's going to get America back on track. The young people have got a future in this country. We have fought so hard for this younger generation to have a future of being a free country. We ask all the young people in this country to please stand up and become active in your future. Republicans are for God and country. We stand for grassroots values. We stand for love of our flag.
Okay.
Love of our
Okay.
And we are honored, and God bless America.
All right, that's Alicia there. That's Alicia there in Florida. Let's hear from Jay in Louisiana, Democrats line. Go ahead.
Hey, it's been great to hear from all the previous callers, especially the first few Democrats talking about unity and coming together. And the last Florida callers who talked about, young people getting involved. It's really going to be a testament to this race. I'm with the Young Democrats of Louisiana. I'm the president of that chapter. And, we're working and we're always, extending that olive branch, reaching across the aisle and trying to work with Republicans. But what we've seen thus far and what I'm kind of scared for this Trump presidency, and we have the Republican majority in Congress, is them, Democrats still trying to do the best for their constituents, extending that hand out, trying to reach across the aisle. But some people, some of the Republicans feel like working with a Democrat is betraying their party. So we're really trying to, still get our best work done, but we're going to be counting on Republicans to, stand above and put country over party. And we're the young people, we're getting more involved and we're staying engaged. So if you're a young voter listening, make sure you stay engaged and get it active.
Jay there in Louisiana. During the course of the morning, we will tell you about the White House itself, how it changes over when a presidency changes. In this case, the current resident, President Biden, his wife, the First Lady Jill Biden, that transition right after the oath of office around noon today will now then become the White House of the 47th president, Donald Trump, and his wife, the First Lady, Melania Trump. A big transition process in there, but we'll learn about that during the course of the morning as well. So stay close to C-SPAN for that. Kendra in Alberta, Canada, independent line, you're next up.
Hi, I just want to say that the tariffs that Donald Trump's imposing on Canada, or that he plans to, I think is ridiculous. I mean, during World War I and World War II, a whole lot of Canadians died beside Americans, during D-Day and many other operations. When 9/11 happened, all the flights, when airspace was shut down in the U.S., Google Gander, Newfoundland, because we hosted about 10,000 American people. We fed them, we housed them, and everything else until they got back on their planes to go home and it was safe. We did that, and all of a sudden we're being treated like any other third world country. That's ridiculous. It's like you're about to be run by an autocrat. It's like Julius Caesar is about to take power, except it's Julius Caesar with Caligula overtones. And I'm just going to say batten down the hatches, because if the American people think that this guy is for them, you're kidding yourself. All you are is fodder for this guy, and he just wants you so he can sell his overpriced tchotchkes.
He's with.
Okay, that's a caller from Alberta, Canada. You're seeing the Washington Monument. You may have noticed that those flags at half staff. This was from President Biden ordering flags around Washington, D.C. at half staff to commemorate the passing of Jimmy Carter. It's the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, ordering today, and just today, for flags to be flown at full staff for the inauguration participants ceremonies. So expect that. Again, we were going to see more activities outside, and now they've moved inside. But regardless, Inauguration Day still taking place, and C-SPAN brings you that coverage, showing you things throughout the morning, various cameras giving you perspectives in and around Washington, D.C. Charles is in Alabama, Republican line. Charles, go ahead. Charles in Alabama. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead.
All right, brother. I just want to give a positive message this morning, not just for Republicans or Democrats, independents. I want to hope everybody is great. Everybody eats. Everybody's got good gas. Everybody's got good benefits and health. And I just want everything to be positive. I'm a construction worker from South Alabama, and it's cold down here today. And my guys are huddled around here in the office, and we listening to you. And we just want to make everything positive and hope there's a peaceful transaction and everybody, gets along well. That's all I had to say, brother.
Johnny in Los Angeles, Democrats line.
Good morning. I'm just really, really sad today, thinking about what the next 48 months are going to look like. Yeah, I'm counting the months instead of the years. This man has no agenda for people of color, even downtrodden white people who have decided to cut their own throat rather than vote for a qualified African-American woman. I'm just really, really sad. I'm really sad that this inauguration spectacle is taking place on the day that was designated to celebrate Dr. King's life.
Los Angeles, the president-elect, once becoming president, he's reportedly expected to travel there later on this week to see the impact of wildfires there. So stay tuned for news on that in the starting days of the second Trump administration. Carolyn in New Hampshire, independent line. Hi.
Hi, sir. I just wanted to say I'm excited for today. I think this is actually going to be a very good step for the country, and I'm looking forward to what President Trump has said in regards to getting out of the United Nations, getting out of NATO, and freeing the J6ers. And I do hope the best for this country and to be unified. And Psalm 133, God rejoices when his children come together in unity. So I'm just hoping for the best. I think it's going to be a good step for this country. And I don't believe that we are enemies with Canada. I don't think that Trump thinks that at all. I just think that he's trying to make the most for this country, and that he is the master of what he calls the art of the deal, and that it will work out for both countries. He wants to rebuild a lot of things that have been damaged with what we feel is the last 4 years of difficulties. So I just hope for the best. And God bless you, sir, and God bless Martin Luther King Day.
Both those events taking place on this day. And to tell us a little more about what to expect as the day goes on, back to John McCardle.
Pedro, the caller earlier talked about those who aren't attending the inauguration today, and plenty of reporting about those who are and aren't. Here's the Asbury Park Press out of New Jersey, along with former First Lady Michelle Obama. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi won't be in attendance today for Donald Trump's second inauguration. Published reports indicate that Chinese President Xi Jinping will send an envoy in his place today. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban plans on skipping the second inauguration, they write. Reportedly, several living presidents will attend Trump's inauguration, including Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, but each will be skipping the customary inaugural lunch that takes place afterwards inside the United States Capitol. Here's one more bit of news from thehill.com. Mike Pence expected to attend the Trump inauguration. It was Mike Pence who was sworn in as vice president, of course, in Donald Trump's first inauguration. and it is J.D. Vance who'll be sworn in today. J.D. Vance will be sworn in by Brett Kavanaugh. That'll be about 11:30 when Justice Kavanaugh will do the honors when it comes to the Vice President. Donald Trump will be sworn in closer to 11:45 a.m. Eastern is what we're expecting. And Donald Trump, when he is sworn in, will be sworn in with his hand placed on two Bibles, one given to him by his mother, and the other one, the Lincoln Bible. That was the Bible used by President Abraham Lincoln in his 1861 inauguration. The Lincoln Bible also used by Barack Obama in both of his inaugurations. And Donald Trump also used the Lincoln Bible and his family Bible in his first inauguration. A picture there, the Lincoln Bible in the box, the red box that Melania Trump is holding in that picture. Here's another angle on the photo and of the Bibles. Tom Homan, Donald Trump's pick for his border czar, showing the swearing-in ceremony there. Again, that's expected around noon Eastern. One other picture for you, if you want to see it up close, you can go to the Library of Congress website and see the image and the background on the Lincoln Bible. This will be once again used today to swear in a president of the United States.
Laura in Indiana, Republican line. Laura in Indiana, Republican line. Hello.
Hello. This is Laura, and I'm just calling because I just am so excited that Donald Trump won the election. I was waiting for this for the last 4 years. I wanted him to win the last election, and he got screwed out of that. So I'm just very happy that he's going to be in and everything, because he should have been in 4 years ago. And I know he's going to make America great again. I have all the confidence in the world in him. I know that if anybody can fix our country, Trump can, and I'm just very, very happy about it.
Several blocks away from our studios on that you're seeing. This is a different section of Washington, and as you're watching that, let's hear from Stanley in North Carolina, Democrats line.
Good morning. I just want to say I hope everybody bows their head in prayer for the coming loss of a great nation. Thank you.
Stanley in North Carolina joining us on the phone. You can continue to join us on the phone all morning long. We will continue to bring you coverage up until the inauguration ceremonies, and then you can continue watching those on our many platforms. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and 202-748-8002 for independents. You can always text us your thoughts on Inauguration Day at 202-748-8003. During the course of our coverage today, featuring guests, presidential historians and the like, to give some perspective on what to watch for today. The first guest of the morning, Tevi Troy, a presidential historian, also a senior fellow at the Ronald Reagan Institute, joining us on Zoom. Mr. Troy, good morning.
Thanks so much for having me. I love Inauguration Day. I love the peaceful transfer of power, and I love America.
Talk about the idea of the transfer. We see a lot of events today, but under it all, this idea of transfer, why is it important?
Well, the most important election, I know every politician says every election is the most important election, but the most important election in history, I believe, was the third American election, where John Adams gives up the presidency after losing to Thomas Jefferson. And I guess it's the fourth, because Jefferson was the third president. And he was not happy about losing the election, Adams was. He didn't even go to the inauguration, but he leaves peacefully. And that he didn't take the army. He didn't say, I'm going to fight. He didn't say, I'm going to prevent this from happening. He said, I am going to move on to let the next person take over. And I think that was the most important election in our history. It established this enormously important tradition, and it showed that this is the way that we in civilized democratic nations transfer power from one side to the other. The people rule, the people speak, and then one president peacefully leaves and the next president peacefully comes in. And I think it's the greatest thing ever. I've been to 5 inaugurations in person. Today was, I guess, a little cold. I'm also doing some of these type shows, but I think inaugurations are great. I'm happy to go to them, and I think all Americans should celebrate when we have a peaceful transfer of power.
Mr. Troy, as a historian, you talked about this process of transition. How has it changed over history?
Well, the biggest, most important change, certainly in the last 100 years or so, is that the inauguration is much closer to the election than it used to be. It used to be in March would be the transfer of power, which left 5 months, almost half a year before the new president would come in. This was a particular problem in the Great Depression when the country was in a really bad spot. Franklin Roosevelt wins the election, and Herbert Hoover is resoundingly defeated and kind of rejected by the American people because of the way he ran things. But there's still 5 more months when we know we have a new president coming, and the new president not only can't do anything, but is refusing to do anything because he doesn't want to be part of whatever Hoover is up to. He wants to completely reject Hoover. And so we're kind of sitting there frozen for 5 months. And after that, Congress in its wisdom said, we better change this. And now we have a transition that comes much closer, January 20th. It's a bit of a scramble for people who've been involved in the transition process, as I have. But at the end of the day, we are much closer to the election and the will of the people being spoken on.
And I suppose that scramble that you mentioned also, in this case, we move things indoors.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's two kinds of scramble. One is, yes, we have backup plans. I know Senator Klobuchar is one of the people who is in charge of having backup plans. And so we have this warmer inauguration, which I think is important because if it were really 9 degrees today, then people are at risk of potentially hypothermia or losing limbs, extremities, that kind of thing. So we want to be safe. We want people to enjoy the peaceful transfer of power in an appropriate way. But the other scramble is the time to get ready to take over a 2 million plus person federal government. And so the transition process where you've got to appoint 6,000 people to various jobs and to get your cabinet ready, to have your executive orders, your agenda ready, that happens in a very quick period from November when the election takes place till
And Mr.
January
Troy,
20th.
I apologize. I just want to tell people that people are starting to enter St. John's Church there. Eric and Laura Trump and other members starting to gather at that church for that ceremony that takes place a little while from now. Mr. Troy, some perspective on a church service being part of this process.
Well, look, we are a Judeo-Christian nation. I've actually done an analysis of the use of the Bible in the inauguration events. Most presidents do mention the Bible in their inauguration. It's actually more common in the last 100 years than it was in the first 100 years. So the Bible is part of it. We do thank God for our blessings. And even the person who was on the call right before I joined, who said we should all bow our heads in prayer, and then he was obviously a little pessimistic about things. But prayer is an important part of it. And many of our presidents have been religious people. There is that church service that takes place, as you saw people going into the church right now, that takes place before the process every year and or every 4 years. And I think that's just an important part of the American tradition.
Tevi Troy joining us for a bit of our coverage today. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, Independents, 202-748-8002. Mr. Troy, this is the second time around for the president-elect to participate in a transition process. What do you think he's learned about this time around that he didn't know the first time around?
Well, I think he's learned a lot. I don't think he knew much about the mechanisms of government the first time, and I think now he may be one of the better versed people in how the federal government works, or certainly how the White House works. It's rare to have someone come in with 4 years of executive experience in the Oval Office. So I think he's learned a lot. I also think there was some sorting out within the Republican Party. The last time there was a lot of unhappiness within the Republican Party, and so some of the people he brought in weren't on board. Seems like now the people he's bringing on board are happy with the new direction of the Republican Party and with him, and the other people who aren't have migrated out or less involved. So I think he's learned a lot about how to run things from the White House.
Let's hear from callers. For Tevi Troy, presidential historian, senior fellow at the Ronald Reagan Institute. Before we go to calls, Mr. Troy, some perspective, you being at the Ronald Reagan Institute, former President Reagan enduring having to come indoors for this type of ceremony.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ironies there that Reagan was the last person not to be able to do it outdoors. It was a bitterly cold day in Washington in January of 1985, and for safety reasons, for concern about the people who'd be coming to watch the inauguration, they decided to have it indoors. And from us now, with 40 years perspective, it's actually a good thing because now we know how it works if you make that switch. So we had the plans and we were ready to go, and we made this important change.
This is Blair House you're seeing. That's where the president, his family, and others are currently housed before they head to St. John's for that service that we talked about. We'll show you that when that happens. But let's hear from callers. This is Elijah in California, Democrats line. You're on with presidential historian Tevi Troy. Go ahead.
Oh, hello there. Good morning from California. It's pretty early here, but I just wanted to keep watching the inauguration. This year I voted Democrat down the ticket. But I'm disappointed that they lost, but I am cautiously optimistic about Trump's economic policies. I don't support his social policies, his trans issues, his opinion on that kind of stuff. I find that pretty disgusting, to be honest, but I'm cautiously optimistic about the economy. Hope it does well this year around. And the inauguration indoors is very interesting. Never seen that before in my life, but I'm excited to see where this goes. I hope Trump does okay, and maybe Democrats will get 2028. We'll see. And I hope you're having a great morning. It's nice out. Looks great. Thanks for having me on today.
Elijah there in California. Mr. Troy, this perspective that the president has to be a president of all people, and particularly how Democrats might view the incoming of a second administration of Donald Trump.
Yeah, I love Elijah's call because he said he's disappointed in the results, but he's rooting for the best. He's hoping that the president does well. And that's how we should all feel. You vote for one person or another, and then the people decide, and then you root for that person to be successful because we want America to be successful. I also like what he said about the kind of mixed message, some things he likes from Trump, some things he doesn't. And it reminds me of one of my favorite politicians, Ed Koch. He was a Democratic mayor of New York during my early formative years. And he used to say, if you agree with me on 8 out of 12 issues, you should vote for me. If you agree with me on 12 out of 12 issues, you should see a psychiatrist. So, everyone's a complex person. You can't agree with every person on everything, but you make the best decision you can going into the ballot box. And then, like Elijah said, you hope for the best.
To what degree do you get a sense that Democrats are willing to give a chance this time around to a second administration of Mr. Trump?
Well, look, Democrats obviously are not big fans of Trump, and I don't expect them to give him a lot of leeway. But there are some issues like immigration, the border, for example, where a number of Democrats have signed on to, let's say, the Laken-Riley Act, which it seems common sense to me that if someone is an illegal immigrant and has committed crimes, that person should be acted on. So I think there are going to be some issues where they can work together. There's some issues where they're going to disagree. Trump has majorities in both the House and the Senate. He's got some momentum behind him because of the election victory. And that's the American way. We'll see how it goes.
We'll hear from Ethan. Ethan's in Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh, independent line.
Hi, one, thank you for taking my call. And I just want to get Troy's perspective on, the history of presidential collusion, especially with other international countries. Like, if all of you have been watching Trump over the past weekend with this Trump coin and how he had a call with Xi Jinping on Friday, Trump servers are buying so much of the Trump coin. It seems pretty obvious to me that there's something big going on with Trump and the CCP. So I guess I just wanted Troy's thoughts on, possible collusion between this president, what that can imply for the presidency as a whole, and how that reflects on the history of past presidents and their collusion with other countries.
That's Ethan from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, look, I think collusion is an interesting word. I mean, it could be also alliances, right? Sometimes presidents work together. We've worked very closely with England over the years. I don't think that's necessarily collusion, although let's say, our opponents in the Cold War might have seen it as collusion. There's, I guess, a continuum between alliance, and then at the end of the side of the collusion, there's treason, where you're acting on behalf of another country. I don't see any evidence of that with President Trump or with any of our presidents, frankly. Fortunately, we've not had anyone who's committed treason in the White House, and I hope that we don't. And the president is there to act for the American people. And if you do it by acting in alliance with other countries, that's a good thing. And then obviously there are some countries that we're not allied with. I mean, obviously we had wars and disagreements with other countries. But I think the American way is to show that we extend the hand of friendship to other countries. And if they reciprocate, then we can have a good relationship. And if they don't reciprocate, then we also are a powerful nation with tools at our disposal. And that's how I would see it.
Mr. Troy, there's reporting that a senior Chinese official is planning to attend today's inauguration events. How typical is it for foreign dignitaries to attend these kind of things?
Well, again, the word dignitaries has different meanings. If you're talking about ambassadors, it's very common. You often have ambassadors from other countries. In fact, always an ambassador in the ambassadorial class is a group of people that comes to the inauguration. That's a standard thing, and the State Department helps handle the tickets and credentials for them. But to have foreign leaders or high-level people in other countries come is a little less usual. And look, I am not a fan of the Chinese Communist Party. I think they're repressive. I think they've got some nefarious designs on different parts of the world, but I also don't want war. And if we can come to an accommodation with the Chinese, hopefully where they recognize that democracy and freedom is the better way to go, and that was the bet we made in the late 1990s when we let them into the Society of Nations and gave most favored nation status to them. And so we want to continue. We want them to move on the path towards more freedom and democracy. What they've done is they had more liberalization of the economy without their political system, and I think that has been more of a challenge than we anticipated. But the road is long, and we still don't have all the answers yet. So let's see how it plays out.
From Jeff, Democrats line in Virginia.
Hi, good morning. Just want to congratulate our new president, Donald Trump. We're Virginia Democrats. We're multi-generation, was lifelong, members. But we always, as parents, taught our kids, you got your feelings, and then there's the actual of what's going on and happened. And we just could not stand behind what we feel like a bunch of criminals up there in Congress on the Democrat side. So we want to see Trump win to help purge out the career criminals and some of the backward-minded people. And we're hoping for a wonderful 4 years and want to congratulate him. Thank you for letting us say.
On our Democrats line, that was Jeff from Virginia. Mr. Troy.
Well, it's an interesting call. Obviously, a Virginia Democrat, but he sounds pretty supportive of President Trump and what President Trump's trying to do. I think people are complicated. You could say you're a lifelong Democrat and support Trump, or a lifelong Republican and oppose Trump. And, we have all kinds of things in this country. And so in terms of purging, the new president gets to bring in something like 4,000 to 6,000 political appointees. There are 2 million people in the career service, plus literally an unknown number of contractors out there. And the president gets to put his stamp on things to the degree that he or she can. And the politicals are definitely within their purview, and the careers are, there to serve the government, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican. And President Trump has talked about things like Schedule F, or ways to make more of the careers subject to political control. But the fact of the matter is, even with Schedule F or Trump's plans on that, the vast majority of those 2 million civil servants are going to remain civil servants who served regardless of whether it's a Democrat or Republican president.
We're showing you, viewers, what's known as Blair House, where the president and his family currently staying before the start of today's activities, that church service that we mentioned, and other events. As the president leaves and his entourage, we will show you that as we talk to Tevi Troy. You talked about all those things that take place on a single day, Tevi Troy. What's the planning process for a transition?
Well, it's a very strange thing. I mean, there's a lot of buildup, and that period from when the election happens until January 20th, there's a lot of preparation in terms of personnel and getting ready and making sure that you can move the old president out and the new president in. But there's that moment, boom, at noon on January 20th, when one president is no longer and the new president is now the president, and that switch has to happen really quick. And they remake the Oval Office, and they bring everyone's stuff out and bring everyone in. It's a very kind of a finely tuned machine to make it all happen. I just want to say something quick about Blair House, which is really one of the most beautiful government buildings, and it's a it houses foreign dignitaries, also the new president as the new president comes in. It's right across the street from the White House. And if you ever have the privilege to have a tour of it, it's not necessarily open to the public, but sometimes there are ways of getting tours. It has the most beautiful architecture and the most beautiful floors and everything, but it's most modern. I mean, all of the fixtures and the lighting is all very 21st century, even in this ornate 19th century building. So it's really a lovely place to
see. If I may ask, how did Blair House get its name?
The Blair family was a very powerful Maryland family. I believe Montgomery Blair was a postmaster general under Lincoln, and so that's where it comes from. The other thing is it has a storied history. Harry Truman was in Blair House when Puerto Rican terrorists tried to take out the president, and he was watching from a window as the Secret Service guards had a shootout with these terrorists right on West Executive Avenue, and they yelled at him to get away from the window, which was probably a smart move, and he eventually did.
Here's Jeannie in Spokane, Washington, with our guest Tevi Troy, presidential historian, a senior fellow at the Ronald Reagan Institute. Independent line. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Well, I wrote a poem, and my husband loved it so much he had me send it to President Trump through Truth Social. It goes, "Dear Lord in heaven, we thank thee so much for the angel wings you sent to protect President Trump. He stood there in the open. He knew he was taking a chance. Something made him turn his head at a graph he had to glance. Angels' hands upon him helped him turn his head, for if it wasn't for his angel, President Trump would be dead. Thank you, Almighty God, for the angel wings from above. For this we have to thank thee with gratitude and love."
Sean in South Carolina, Republican line. You're next up. Hi.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to convey to my fellow citizens out there that are watching, and I am former military, but regardless of whatever walk of life that we come from and our work ethic from childhood to adulthood, we have to concentrate on leadership. We may or may not like the person that's in that leadership role, but we have to concentrate on the substance of the work that's being done. And I just hope people can get a grasp of that, and we can look forward in the future, the next 4 years and beyond.
Tevi Troy, to the caller's point of leadership, the president-elect reportedly going to sign numerous executive orders today. What's the role with the signing of those orders as at the beginning of a presidency, and how do you compare to what the president-elect plans to do?
Yeah, executive orders is now a part of the tradition. The president puts these things in place once they come in. They have the force of the law while the president is in office, while the executive order still stands. But the next president could always undo it. That's why if you want to have permanent impact on the federal government, on our society, you've got to do it through legislation. And so executive orders are an important tool, but they are not the best way of permanently ensuring the change that the president feels is required. So there are also certain things that some presidents do when they're Republicans and Democrats undo, or vice versa. And so those things are kind of expected. But it seems like with 100 planned executive orders, this president's going to be fairly aggressive on the use of executive orders. One thing he wants to do is to use them to control the border. The Biden administration bragged about undoing 94 actions that President Trump had done to make the border more secure. I don't know why they bragged about it, because then there was a surge at the border. And then when they said it wasn't happening, Republicans put out all this video of Secretary Mayorkas saying, we've gotten rid of these 94 actions to make the border more secure. So I think that that did not play out well for the Biden administration. But there's also some back and forth with Congress, because Congress wants to say that they've had some ability to change what's going on at the border. And so if President Trump makes all the changes, then it's hard for Congress to take credit for making changes. So there's going to be a bit of a negotiation on those types of issues.
You're in New York. This is Josh, Democrats line, for Tevi Troy.
Hi. So my biggest concerns for this election are Donald is unfit to serve, and that's why I'm really concerned about what he has planned for the next 4 years. So I'd like to know what like, the border is good, but I'm concerned about the TikTok thing because of the security issues, and that's why I'm concerned.
A lot of these issues, Tevi Troy, now coming in the last couple of days before this transfer of power.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about the TikTok thing because President Trump has been on both sides of it, so it's not really clear. Obviously, Congress passed a law, bipartisan way, of saying that we can't have Chinese Communist Party ownership of this app that so many American kids are using, and that can send propaganda. I mean, it's the line of it is it's digital fentanyl, so kids are addicted to it, but it's also digital propaganda and sending very bad messages. The Chinese version of TikTok is very limited in application. It basically sends out math lessons, but in America, it sends out the most horrific messages about how terrible America is, how terrible Israel is, how terrible the West is. So I think there's some real problems with TikTok. It's not yet clear where President Trump stands on it. He said he's going to do some more reviews. So let's see where that goes.
The president expected to leave Blair House, as we've been showing you in the next few minutes, to travel to St. John's Church. Tevi Troy joining us for that time. Tevi Troy, is federal money involved in a transition process when it comes to the White House itself?
Yeah, so there's different elements of the transition. So a lot of the planning that's done by the party takes place, or the incoming party takes place without federal funding. Not all of it, but some of it, they raise money for it. The inaugural balls and the inaugural festivities are raised by the party, and that's why you see some CEOs and some big companies have been giving a lot of money to it. But there are certain things that are done specifically by the government, the Secret Service, for example, the changing over of the White House, the sprucing up of the Oval Office for the new inhabitant. So a lot of those things are done by the government. So yeah, the government's spending money, but there's also private money being expended as well.
Catherine joins us from Maine on our independent line. Catherine, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just wanted to voice my concerns because there's a lot that I'm worried about when it comes to the future of our country. We've already seen Roe v. Wade overturned, and I'm really concerned about other freedoms being removed during his presidency. Because not only do we have a Republican president, but our Supreme Court is at a 6-3 majority Republican-appointed court. So I'm just really scared about what's going to be protected, like our reproductive rights, and who's going to make sure that there are true checks and balances to ensure that this doesn't become like a dictatorship of some kind, where our foundational freedoms will begin to disappear to fit the Republican agenda. I know that sounds kind of crazy to say, but I mean, we just heard on here someone say that Donald Trump will be the last president, and obviously I don't believe that, but with Trump saying already that he wants to make Canada the 51st state, I'm just concerned for our future. And luckily, I do live in a Democratic state, so my rights should be unaffected, but I just have a lot of empathy for the red states who can't access safe reproductive care, among other things. So there's nothing that we can do at this point because Donald Trump will be our president, and I can say that with confidence. I don't beat around the bush, but I just think that we just have to stay vigilant, and I just hope that his policies don't further polarize or divide us. That's just my concern, but I wanted to hear your thoughts about what I just said.
Mr. Troy.
Yeah, thank you for that. And look, obviously, a lot of people have concerns, especially if you voted for the other candidate. There's people worried about how things are going to play out. But I would just say that this country, we have the rule of law. It's not easy to get things done. Think about President Obama when he comes in 2009 with bigger majorities in both houses of Congress. He got some things done, but he didn't get everything done. And that's just the way it is. You have a chance to get some things passed and some things not. In terms of the Supreme Court, it is 6 people have been appointed by Republicans, but those 6 people have very different views. Also, if you look at the Supreme Court, the vast majority of cases they are decided overwhelmingly, or as many even 9-0. So it's not like the Supreme Court is a one-party stamp on one party's approach to things. So the founders set up a complex system where it's not easy to pass laws. We don't have dictators. We still have elections every 2 years for Congress, every 4 years for president. And I'm optimistic that the republic will continue I do have concerns. One of my biggest concerns is about the national debt, which is 35 trillion or so, and we don't really seem to have been taking steps to address it. I think that is the biggest fear we should have about the long-term stability and health of the Republic. And I'm hoping that in the years ahead, Republicans and Democrats will take steps to address it, because it can't be done by one party. The amount is too great, and that's my number one concern about
and
the
Mr. Troy,
future viability.
That concern, how is it complicated by the fact that the president will have to face with his Congress right off the bat this idea of future spending for the federal government?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the things that all presidents have to address is not just spending levels, tax levels, also the debt ceiling. The Democrats are they've got their own desires and goals, and so it's not easy to do. But the fact is, the way we've been handling these issues for the last few years, the last few presidencies, in fact, is to just increase spending and kick the can down the road. And I think at some point we have to stop kicking that can and pick it up and figure out how we're going to address these very difficult, very concerning issues.
Jonathan in Virginia, Republican line. Good morning. You're next up.
Morning. So my big question is, do you think Donald Trump is going to be trying to, how do I put this, take revenge on Dr. Fauci, Nancy Pelosi, and people who tried to lock him up, shoot him? I just want to see, what is your opinion on that?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be a revenge tour. I don't think if you stated your opposition to President Trump, you're going to have to worry about going to jail or being investigated. But I do think that if people violate the law, then there are potential problems, and that you're going to have to face the music if you violate the law. But the people you mentioned, I don't think they violated the law. I think they just have legitimate political disagreements with him. So I'm not expecting a revenge tour, and I really hope we don't see it, because I don't think that's the way to go about these things.
Democrats line from Connecticut. This is Monica.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just thinking, like, disrespectful. I feel that Trump should be having a presidential inauguration on Martin Luther King Day. I feel that this day should be about freedom, justice, and peace. And there's no recollection to this day being, about right, justice for all and peace and stuff. And I feel like this is like disrespectful. It's all about Trump today. And
got your point. And Mr. Troy, this idea of the inauguration taking place on this holiday of Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting thing, and obviously it doesn't happen every inauguration. January 20th can happen any day of the week. Martin Luther King Day always happens on a Monday, so you figure there's a 14% chance that this is going to happen one out of 7 days a week. But the inauguration was moved to January 20th before we had the holiday, which I support, for Dr. King, and it's just kind of a coincidence of the calendar that this time they happen to be on the same day. I wonder, would the caller have the same concerns if the election had gone a different way and Vice President Harris were being inaugurated today? So is it a Donald Trump thing, or is it just a Dr. King's birthday should never or Dr. King's holiday should never coincide with an inauguration, and then we'd have to either move the inauguration or Dr. King's holiday, because they both take place in January, and that's the way the system's set up.
Mr. Troy, the president-elect will be sworn in today. He has 4 years in office, but how much time does he realistically have to have an impact when it comes to his agenda?
Well, I think we're seeing in recent years that every president has those they say the first 100 days dates back to Franklin Roosevelt's administration, but it's really a first 200 days, first half a year is when you have your biggest legislative window. And after that, you end the first session of the new Congress, and then the second session of the new Congress is more concerned about re-election, and so it's harder to get stuff done. And then after the midterms, often the sitting president is rebuked, so they lose seats in Congress. President Trump can't afford to lose many seats in the House, to be sure, because he's got a very narrow majority. And so then if the second half of the term has the other party in power, then you obviously have less ability to get things done. So really, this window, the first 4 or 5 months of the new administration, is the best legislative window for a new president. They have momentum. They can point to the election results, and that's the best time to get stuff done.
How do you expect then a Republican-controlled House and Senate to respond to that agenda and to help the president get that agenda moved?
Well, because of Senate filibuster, you can't pass things without 60 votes, and they don't have 60 Republican votes in the Senate. So they use the reconciliation process, and that reconciliation process is a budgetary maneuver, and presidents have been using it more frequently in the last few years because it's so hard to get bipartisan compromise. And so they're looking at what reconciliation bites they have at the apple. Reconciliation, again, is a budget maneuver that lets you get things done with a bare majority in the Senate so that you can pass budgetary matters. And they're looking at taxes and border control using reconciliation. Taxes have to be addressed because if not, then the Trump tax cuts of 2017 are going to lapse, and then we're going to have a big tax increase on the American people. And obviously, the border is perhaps the #1 thing that Trump ran on. So I think that is going to be what they're looking at. Other things, whether it's cybersecurity or how to deal with China, all those things are going to have to take place in a bipartisan manner. That'll take longer. It probably won't be through the reconciliation process, and President Trump will put his stamp on it, but we'll have less overall unilateral control over what happens.
C-SPAN's inauguration coverage continues with Tevi Troy of the Ronald Reagan Institute. He serves as their senior fellow, also a presidential historian. In Florida, Independent Line, Shepard, hello.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. Well, first off, I want to say I grew up as a welfare kid in the Bronx, in a family in Bronx neighborhood who people voted Democrat no matter what. I mean, they didn't even pay attention. They just voted Democrat. In 1980, my mother even told me, and I quote, "If you vote for Reagan, don't bother coming home." But that said, all of the vitriol to Donald being directed towards Donald Trump, you know, it amazes me. That people want to say I'm in a cult. I supported Donald Trump for the same reasons I supported Ross Perot back in the 90s. And I can honestly tell you, even conservative commentators, when Barack Obama was elected, they said they wanted to see him fail miserably. I didn't want to see Barack Obama fail. I wanted him to do so well that by 2012, the people would have been dancing in the streets. Now, the next thing I want to get on is I've never been a fan of tariffs. However, it breaks my heart when just about every small appliance on the shelf says made in China. Furthermore, as a retired auto mechanic who still loves to do my own work, whenever I go to buy replacement auto parts, including dealership parts, mind you, so-called original equipment parts, they are labeled made in China. We need to get China under control. The United States was once the manufacturing superpower juggernaut of the world. During World War II, we supplied many of the Allied nations with war equipment. Our industry has been decimated to the point that we can't do that anymore.
Okay, Shepard. That's Shepard in Florida. To the first part of his comments, Mr. Troy, what does the president face, or the president-elect face, as far as building a sense of unity amongst those, even amongst those who didn't vote for him?
Well, it's been interesting. President Trump has gotten some of his highest approval ratings since the election. People seem to be favorably disposed towards the way he's handled the transition. And so he's getting, to the extent anybody can these days, getting a bit of a honeymoon. There have even been some positive articles about some incoming Trump aides, which didn't really happen last time. So that's, I guess, an opportunity to enter with some wind at your back, and that's a good thing.
Michael in Texas, Democrats line. Go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Troy. There's been a lot of talk about unity and kind of a lack of unity here over the past 30 minutes or so. I was curious if you could speak on the political polarization levels in the U.S., specifically in a historical context, and kind of say where we're really at in terms of like what's being exaggerated, what's not being exaggerated.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think we see via social media all the negativity and the disagreements are highlighted. But the vast majority of the American people just want to live.
Mr. Troy, let me put you on hold for a bit, only because we're seeing some activity coming out of Blair House when it comes to the president starting the process of leaving St. John's Church. Let's watch this for a bit. We're still watching Blair House to see the activity when it comes to there. Mr. Troy, sorry to have interrupted you. Go ahead.
So in terms of political polarization, the vast majority of American people just want to live their lives and be productive, have children, etc. And there are polls that show there's about 8% are kind of radical liberals in this country, and 6% are radical conservatives, and they don't like anything the other side does.
And I apologize again. Here's the Senator J.D. Vance, the Vice President-elect, entering St. John's Church. Mr. Troy, I apologize only for the back and forth nature of what we're seeing. We're just trying to show people what's going on. Please finish your thought. I apologize.
No, it's an exciting day in Washington. I get it. But 86% of the American people are not in the radical camps on either side. And again, they want to live lives. They root the presidents to do well. They want the country to do well. And like Shepard was saying before, they also want the American economy to do well and have jobs here. And I think that's the hope for any president when they come in, that they're going to focus on that. We don't want to have wars. We don't want to have conflict. We just want to be able to live our lives and be able to express ourselves, use our freedom to live our lives the best way we can. And I think that's the hope in every presidential election. It's not saying, oh, we want someone to come in and destroy their opponents or to create war. We want somebody to come in who's going to create peace and prosperity so the American people can self-actualize and live their dreams.
Here is the shot of Blair House. Several SUVs leaving, including the President-elect of the United States and his family. From there, they will travel that short distance to St. John's Church for that ceremony that will take place that we talked about earlier. This is part of C-SPAN's continuing coverage of the inauguration of the President-elect Donald Trump. That's the overhead view of Blair House, which our guest had talked about before. As they make way to St. John's Church, we will show you the president arriving at the church. As we do that, we'll continue to take your calls, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002.
Can I just say that I've walked from Blair House to St. Andrews many a time, and it probably takes less time to walk it than to take that whole motorcade of vehicles.
When it comes to the service, are there any standout features? Does the service change for each president? How is that determined?
Yeah, look, I mean, it is a standard service. They do certain readings to reflect the fact of the transition of power and the new president. But you know, it's a fairly standard church service, and they're trying to express their hope and their gratitude to God and the greatest hopes of the American people that we have a good and successful 4 years coming up.
Is there a reason why it's always St. John's?
It just became the church of the presidents. Presidents have been worshiping there since the early 19th century, and that becomes known as the place where presidents go to worship. And so it has that tradition.
And speaking of which, here are the SUVs. Let's watch some of these arrivals at St. John's Church. President-elect entering St. John's Church alongside his wife, Melania Trump, part of our coverage of on C-SPAN on this Inauguration Day. We'll continue watching that. Let's hear from Shay, Republican line in Washington, D.C.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Shay, Northwest Washington, zip code 20016, for those of you that know. I am a longtime Democrat, now proudly a Republican. I became a Republican back in August. Enough was just enough. And I just want to say, I'm going to make this short and sweet. I'm thrilled to see the Trumps back in town and the party that they bring with them. In the luxury transportation business, this past weekend alone, my father and I, we made $12,000 just off, shuttling people around Washington. They're excellent for the economy. They spend good. They look good. They tip good. They're fantastic people. Love to have them in town. Thank you.
Okay, and then let's hear from Kai. Kai in South Carolina, Democrats line.
Hi, this question is for Dr. Troy. First, it's a pleasure to be on the line with you guys. As a historian, our ideas are to be objective and impartial. So what do you say, and what are your thoughts on President Trump's or President-elect Trump's cabinet picks? Because it feels as though it's a call back to the Ohio gang a little bit, and how Warren G. Harding and his presidency was going to be conducted.
That's Kai in South Carolina.
Yeah, thanks, Kai, for that, and I appreciate the question. Look, the cabinet, there are definitely some non-traditional picks in there, but also some people who have, I think President Trump picks people based on their ability to communicate ideas that he agrees with, and they were specifically looking for people who were good on TV, who could present well. They're not necessarily looking for people with the same traditional Washington experience, and as we've been saying throughout, this is Inauguration Day. This is a day to hope for the best. We certainly don't want a reprise of the Ohio gang under Warren G. Harding, and we hope it's a successful presidency and a successful cabinet, successful administration.
Just because people may not follow us closely, what was the significance of what the caller brought up concerning President Harding?
Well, there were a lot of corruption allegations under Harding. He actually died in office, and there were kind of questions about perhaps how he died. And there was the Teapot Dome scandal. And so there was a sense that they were kind of businessmen in there out for themselves, as opposed to people who were looking for the good of the country.
This is Tevi Troy. He's with the Ronald Reagan Institute. You can find the work at reaganfoundation.org/Reagan-Institute. Tevi Troy, also a presidential historian, author of many books on the topic. Mr. Troy, thanks for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me. Happy Inauguration Day.
We will continue on. And again, if you want to make your comments about this Inauguration Day, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002. You can text us at 202-748-8003. We go back to John McCardle.
Pedro, plenty of news this Inauguration Day, and some of it coming not from the incoming 47th president, but from the 46th president, Joe Biden. As C-SPAN viewers learned this morning, a series of pardons out of the White House, last-minute pardons from Joe Biden, including, as Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News notes, Mark Milley, the former Joint Chiefs of Staff chair, the Dr. Anthony Fauci, members of Congress and staff of the January 6th committee, and Capitol and D.C. police who testified before the January 6th Select Committee. It's a long statement out of the White House this morning. That statement from Joe Biden, reading in part, "I believe in the rule of law, and I'm optimistic that the strength of our legal institutions will ultimately prevail over politics. But these are exceptional circumstances, and I cannot, in good conscience, do nothing. Baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives, safety, and financial security of targeted individuals and their families, even when individuals have done nothing wrong and, in fact, have done the right thing and will ultimately be exonerated. The mere fact of being investigated or prosecuted can irreparably damage reputations and finances." That the statement from Joe Biden on those pardons that were issued today. Some response to those pardons, including from General Milley himself. He was on CNN. This is what he had to say on his CNN interview, Natasha Bertrand, with the tweet. My family and I are deeply grateful for the president's actions today after 43 years of faithful service in uniform to our nation, protecting and defending the Constitution. I do not wish to spend whatever remaining time the Lord grants me fighting those who unjustly might seek retribution or perceived slights. I do not want to put my family, my friends, and those with whom I serve through the resulting distraction, expense, and anxiety. From Capitol Hill, one member of Congress with a tweet out this morning on those pardons, Ron Johnson, the Republican senator from Wisconsin, saying, I wonder what criminal activity Biden is concerned that they need a pardon from. That's the news of the outgoing president. The incoming president will have his swearing in the 11 a.m. Eastern hour, expected closer to 11:45. After the swearing in, we'll give remarks from the United States Capitol. This tweet from Caitlin Collins of CNN. There's roughly 1,800 seats in Emancipation Hall. That's in the Capitol Visitor Center underneath the Capitol, where many of Trump's guests will watch as he's sworn in inside the rotunda before coming there to make his remarks. And then some excerpts of those remarks. Rachel Scott of ABC News with a few of those excerpts. The incoming president will say, I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. He'll also say, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. We'll hear those remarks and more from the incoming president. The outgoing president, Joe Biden, will depart from Capitol Hill via Marine One. The helicopter is already parked on the Capitol's east front, between the Capitol and the Library of Congress there. There's a picture from Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News showing that. And speaking of Joe Biden, one more tweet from the outgoing president. It's a 3-minute video of the various people that Joe Biden has welcomed to the White House. Viewers can watch that on X. As we said, there's a lot going on Capitol Hill today, Pedro. We're trying to keep you on top of all of it on this busy Inauguration Day.
On the streets of Washington itself, as people who came to town to take part in inauguration activities are doing various amounts of things, and amongst them is Tammy Thuringer.
Hi, Pedro. You can see people walking both ways. I think those folks are walking down to get in this line, which has been moving. They started letting people in at about 8 o'clock, along with all the people who are out here waiting to get into the arena. There are also a lot of these merchandise carts and vendors who are selling memorabilia for today's event. This is Joe. He has some customers right here, but he is going to be telling us about what the most popular items are and how long he's been out here. Joe, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Joe is one of the many vendors who's out here today. Joe, what time did you get out here this morning?
We got here at 4 o'clock in the morning.
And you were also out here yesterday. How long were you outside yesterday?
We got here at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we didn't get out here till around 7. We probably would have been out here a lot more late if the weather would hold off, you know, from the rain and the snow.
You have a lot of competition out here for selling. How have sales been?
Sales are just started. We just got here, so usually they start picking up as the day goes on.
And show us some of the items that have been most popular.
One of the most popular ones is the lanterns we got here. Says I was there. It's a good souvenir that they could take home to their families that they were actually at the event. And then we also have the warm stockings and stocking hats for everybody. The best slogan is make your head warm again.
And Joe, you said that you come out here for some of the other events at Capital One, some of the other events. Is this event any different? What makes it different?
There's really no difference. The people, every time Trump shows up, the people show up just like this. So there's not really a big difference. Always the crowds are big, so we're all used to this.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Some of the many people that you will see out and about today of Washington, D.C., some participating directly in the inauguration ceremonies, which takes place inside the Capitol building, some being able to watch at certain locations across town, some watching on television in other locations. Again, we'll be showing you that during the course of the morning. St. John's Church now starting to actively fill up with people as the ceremony or the services are set to start just at 9 o'clock, where the president-elect is, the vice president-elect, and others in St. John's Church there. We'll show you when they leave after that, a drive to the White House to participate in coffee and tea, and then it's on to the Capitol later on today. So plenty to keep aware of. The best way to do it, stay on this network. We have other platforms you can watch along as well. Our C-SPAN Now app available to you. Also our website at cspan.org if you want to keep track there of today's inauguration ceremonies and activities. Sue is in Ohio, Democrats line. Hi, Sue. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to say right now, my heart is absolutely broken for this country, and I don't think it's a day of celebration at all. And my biggest fear is the millions of people, not only in our own country, but around the world, Trump can hurt by being president. We all say we hope this time's going to be different. And I had Donald Trump pegged the first time he came down the escalator, and he's turned out to be everything that I knew he would be. He doesn't care about people, and the programs he puts in place, the executive orders he's going to sign, he's going to do that without any thought of who it's really going to hurt. And I'm just brokenhearted. All this talk with even our allies, getting ready for Trump to be president, and the biggest thing also is now he has the military that he can order to do horrible things just to get done what Trump wants done today. And he comes across, I'm sorry, as a badass, and he will show you what he's going to do. One of the things is...
Okay, that's Sue there in Ohio. Let's hear from David in Georgia, Republican line. Go ahead.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Fine, sir. Go ahead.
So I am 23 years old. So I started working at the end of the Donald Trump administration in 2016. And I work through the Biden administration now. And going back into the Trump administration today, I have noticed a vast difference in how far my money goes. I'm really looking forward to what he's going to do this presidency, and hopefully this country can get back to the way it was financially, and hopefully we can get back to peace and we can end all the troubles that we are having around the world. Hopefully this IRS thing will work out for us in the good. I just want us to be able to be independent and this country to be strong. And that's really it. That's all I really wanted to say.
Pennsylvania Avenue here in Washington, D.C., lined with officers as part of the process of when the president leaves St. John's, leaves the White House, heads to the Capitol. Part of the protective services that are out and about in Washington, D.C. today. Natalie in Lynchburg, Virginia, independent line. Natalie in Virginia, hello.
Manley.
You're on, sir. Go ahead.
Manley. Yes, just want to comment on veterans care. Nobody has mentioned about anything about veterans care and health care for the United States citizens. I'm a disabled veteran, and I just wonder what Mr. Trump might be on his agenda for better veterans care.
Doug Collins, the former Republican representative from Georgia, set to become the next head of the Veterans Affairs Administration after his confirmation process. Kirsten in Ohio, Democrats line. Good morning. You're next up.
Good morning. I was just calling in. I haven't heard anybody
thank President Trump and Vice President Kamala for their service. They are true public servants. They kept our government quiet so we could live our lives. And I wish the Supreme Court that they would look at things through a nonpartisan lens. And Eileen Cannon, you're a terrible, terrible judge.
Kirsten in Ohio thanks a portion of today's inauguration ceremony dedicated to highlighting President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris as part of the process. Craig, well, let me tell you the phone line. So we've been going on. Normally this show ends at 10 o'clock. We are continuing on in our inauguration coverage, clear up until the time the ceremony starts, and you can still watch it on C-SPAN and our platforms. But up until then, and the start of that program, your calls, getting information about the day, hearing from people in and about Washington, D.C. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002. You can also, if you want, you can send us a text at 202-748-8003. Typically, we show you newspapers from across the United States, giving the headlines of the day. Sometimes in the Washington, D.C. area, there are several newspapers across the United States today focusing on Inauguration Day. Arizona Republic. This is their front page. This is the headline, highlighting the fact of today's holiday, celebrating Martin Luther King Jr., but their main section of the paper, this is day one. This is from the Arizona Republic. Moving on to the News Journal. This is a paper based out of Delaware, the current president's home state. Their front page, again, highlighting Martin Luther King Jr., a shift in perspective is how they're covering that. If you go across the United States and keep on going there, the Miami Herald, the president's home state of Florida, this is the Miami Herald. Their lead towards the right of your screen, defiance yields to deference as Trump returns to a changed capital city, is how they're going with the headline this morning. This is the Columbus Dispatch, the home of the Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, a story featuring the Vice President-elect. He knows why he's here. J.D. Vance prepares to take the job as VP. And then also internationally, not the front page, but this is the website from the Telegraph. And the United Kingdom, Inauguration Day 2025, Trump to announce, quote, revolution of common sense, an optimistic speech. This is from the picture you're looking at is from last night, the Village People performing as part of those events at Capital One. So that's how the world and the United States taking various looks at today's Inauguration Day. We're giving you looks as well with information. And with that, here's John McCardle.
Pedro, we've been monitoring the social media feeds of members of Congress. Always interesting to watch what they're focusing on big days like this on Capitol Hill, and many of them still focusing on those pardons, that last-minute pardons that Joe Biden handed out this morning to Anthony Fauci, Mark Milley, the January 6th committee, and others. This is Senator John Barrasso, the Republican senator, saying Joe Biden spent his last night in the White House handing out get-out-of-jail-free cards to those who did his political bidding. If they didn't do anything wrong, they shouldn't need a pardon. Here's a few other tweets that members of Congress have sent out this morning, including from Jim McGovern, the Democrat from Massachusetts, focusing on MLK Day today, saying he'll be thinking of him a lot today. He dedicated his life to freedom, justice, and peace, and so must we all. That MLK bust there, that picture of Jim McGovern in the Capitol Rotunda, and that's where Donald Trump will be taking the oath of office today. Other tweets to show you this morning, including from Senator Mike Collins, occasionally known for his quirky social media feed. He shows the picture of Bernie Sanders, that viral picture from back in January of 2021 there on that cold Inauguration Day in Washington 4 years ago. And then one more tweet for you. This was just sent out from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, on Inauguration Day.
The number of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico is nearing an all-time high.
Many are noticing a bigger impact on their pocketbooks.
Prices overall are 22% higher than they were 4 years ago.
It was Iran who struck tonight in the ever-spiraling cycle of violence in the Middle East.
St. John's Church, where the president-elect, the vice president-elect, and others participating in that service will continue to show that. We'll show when they leave to move on to other events. Craig in Ohio, Republican line, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm glad Trump is putting the power back into the states for education. And abortion isn't back in the states. So the states make abortion. The federal government has nothing to do with abortion at all. And I'm just happy that finally the states are going to have power like the way our forefathers set it up.
This is Alex. Alex in Alabama. Go ahead.
Hey there. Thanks for having me. I just want to wish everybody a happy MLK Day. This is a great day for patriots. We've been witnessing the worst 4 years in American history. I had to vote Republican and vote for Trump this year because we just can't let what's been happening continue on. Open borders, poison in our food, a false media. I was not too long ago in the PSYOP where I thought we need vaccines. We need all this stuff that makes us unhealthy. And I'm just so happy that we got Trump coming back, and I'll always be a patriot. Thank you so much for having me.
Our next guest of the morning is Martha Kumar. She is the director of the White House Transition Project, also the author of Before the Oath, How George W. Bush and Barack Obama Managed a Transfer of Power. Martha Kumar, welcome back to C-SPAN.
Thank you very much, Pedro.
Tell us a little bit about the project. What's its role?
The project is a group of scholars, presidency scholars, who study White Houses, and we put together information about transitions past and about appointments, but also we have information on various White House offices, how they've worked over the years, the functions of the office, the responsibilities of the directors, and we have organization charts. How did Reagan organize the press operation, for example? And those can be very helpful when somebody is coming in and doesn't know what has happened in the past. Sometimes, for example, there was a person who had the job of staff secretary, and they weren't sure what that job involved. And by reading the essay, they got a sense of what people who had been there in the past thought were important about the office and what they had wished they had known coming in. So it's talking to people who have been there and in an effort to try to not reinvent the wheel. So they know what the responsibilities are, because whether it's a Democratic or a Republican White House, the functions of those offices remain pretty much the same. Even if they have different people in the roles, they still have the same office structure in a White House.
Martha Kumar, then, in your opinion, what elements make for a successful transition?
The transitions are made up of law that goes back to 1963, and the law has really been very bipartisan. That in both houses of Congress, you have people looking at how did a transition work, were there problems, and how do we fix it? So it's one of those areas and there are very few of them left that really is bipartisan. But in addition to law, that usually it's based on actions are based on precedent. And what did somebody do in the past? In the Trump transition out of office to Biden, the person who was running the day-to-day operation, Chris Liddell, worked on the basis of precedent and talking with people in the government who were familiar with what happened in the past. But I think another element is the tacit understanding by both the incoming and outgoing presidents and their teams that what is happening is going to be more important than they are. There's a tacit understanding that that they should do the best job possible, even if they lost. George H.W. Bush brought together his senior staff the next day, and he was certainly despondent over losing, but he said, I want a good transition, and I don't want any time bombs left.
Our guest joining us, and I just want to mention to folks, if you want to ask her questions about this transition process, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, Republicans 202-748-8001, Independents 202-748-8002. Text us at 202-748-8003. Martha Kumar, you talked about the importance of letting that the events are more important, or the job is more important than the person in the sense. Everybody's in church right now. How does that add to the element of today's events?
It starts out with a sense of unity, and that there's something more important than each individual. In St. John's Church has been there since 1815, and all the presidents from Madison forward have at some point gone to St. John's Church for one event or another. And George W. Bush went there almost weekly. But it's a reminder at the beginning of a day of a transition that there's something more important than the individual. It is the country as a whole.
A photograph of the president-elect in church alongside his wife Melania Trump, others. That's the photograph from Getty Images, I believe, showing the president-elect there as part of the events of St. John's Church. Martha Kumar, then talk a little bit about what you're watching for, and especially, and I also want to ask you, you kind of highlighted the fact you wrote a book on how George W. Bush and President Obama made this transition. I wonder if there are parallels that can be learned from that can be applied this time around.
Well, that was the most effective transition in modern times, where both sides worked together. George Bush, in December of 2007, talked to his chief of staff, Josh Bolton, and told him that he wanted the best transition ever because we were in a time of war. And Bolton set out to do that, and he brought together even before the nominating conventions, when we had presumptive candidates of McCain and Obama, brought them together into the White House, their representatives, and talked about getting early security clearances for their people so that they would be as seamless as possible, make sure that they could start early, work together on memoranda of understanding about the use of government resources. So there was a sense very early on that the transition shouldn't be starting on the day after the election, but the transition should be starting much earlier. And now that actually the work that Bolton and Bush did really made its way into law. And now the committees that are appointed, the White House Coordinating Council, which has the president's representatives from White House offices on it, and some of the cabinet members are appointed early, 6 months beforehand, as the Agency Transition Directors Council is a group of the largest agency, the departments, the 15 departments, and then the largest agencies, that they will meet on a regular basis and talk about what information the departments and agencies will provide for the incoming teams. And so the effort was by the Bush people is let's get an early start for our successor, no matter who it is, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican. That you want to make sure that above that is the proper functioning of government. Particularly, there's a sense that it's a time of risk between administrations, and so you don't want the government faltering in any way. So you want the people coming in to have information. You don't want to hold it back from them. And the area I think that has been very successful has been the national security area. That is an area that both sides understand where the stakes are very high, and the earlier you can start, the better. In the Bush case, Steve Hadley, the national security advisor, had his staff, and Bush was involved in this process and read the 40 memoranda that they provided on countries and on issues, so that they could tell the story of what were the status coming in of the issue or the country, and what happened, what were the events that happened during their presidency, what were their responses, and what was the situation now.
Okay, I just want to pause. Some activity at the White House, some vehicles pulling up, the president and the first lady. Let's watch this for a little bit.
You could be able to get that open. This is a little tight.
The president and the first lady, alongside the vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris, her husband, the first gentleman. Martha Kumar, this day is also about them, and talk about their role in this transition process.
Yes, it's very important to have those events, those unifying events, and at the tea that traditionally takes place, they both sides will be talking, and the vice presidential incoming and the sitting vice presidents as well sit and talk together. And so it's another one of those signs of unity. Before this meeting takes place, though, the president and the first lady have an event where they meet with the White House resident staff who have who have helped them through their 4 years, and they thank them for the work that they have done for them. And usually they will go around to each of the individual staff members and talk to them. In the case of Bush, when he left, the staff gave him boxes that were made by the carpenter shop that contained the flag that flew when he came in, and then the flag as he left, which are important memoranda, memories rather for him and for the First Lady. And I think they have those in their house in Dallas as important reminders. And he gave a short talk to the staff and told them that there were a lot of things about Washington that he wasn't going to miss, but he was going to miss them greatly.
This is, we're showing you St. John's Church. Let's hear from Sarah in Virginia, Republican line for our guest Martha Kumar. Sarah, thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
Hi, yes. I would just like to publicly thank President Trump and his family and J.D. Vance and their family for taking on this role. And as a small business owner, really hope that we can get the economy back on track and make America great again.
Yes. Well, it is, you're right, thanking them for taking on this role, because it is a big change. I remember with the Bushes when they were coming in, and one of the daughters in college had been seen drinking, and that became an issue that got a lot of attention. And children aren't used to that, and it is an amount of attention that is unsettling to a lot of family members. So they really are taking on something that's very different from what they have known. And as far as the small business, Trump has talked about that, of trying to help small businesses, as did Biden with several programs.
And Ms. Kumar, let me interrupt. I apologize. Here's the president leaving St. John's Church. President leaving St. John's Church. Martha Kumar, you talked about this coffee tea, I guess you called it, where everybody's heading to right now. Is it pleasantries that get exchanged? What's the tone of everybody in the same room, do you think?
Well, I don't know, but I'm assuming it's pleasantries. It's not going to be a discussion of executive orders that each are interested in. I mean, we've had a dueling executive orders where President Biden has issued orders, say, for example, the one on gas and oil drilling off of the two coasts. that he's limiting that. And when Trump comes in a few hours, then he's going to reverse that order. And so that's a subject I don't think that they will discuss, nor as they ride up to the Capitol. Sometimes those rides up to the Capitol have been pretty frosty when there is a change of parties. But I think they have been trying to give a public face of little animosity, but their policy views are very different, and they've made that clear. And the campaign had a lot of bitterness to it. But what both of them I think are trying to do is set a different tone. Today is a time of a tone of unity.
Again, we're watching both St. George Church on your left as the president and his wife set to leave the White House on your right. That's their next stop in the activities of the morning. As we look at that, Cheryl in West Virginia, Independent Line. Hi, go ahead.
Good morning. I hope everyone stays warm today, and thank you for taking my call. I would like to say that today marks a pivotal moment in history. While many people feel uncertain about Donald Trump taking office instead of Harris, I see this as a part of a bigger divine plan. Sometimes we must go through destruction to rebuild something better, not just for the United States, but for the entire world. And Trump's presidency, while it may seem chaotic, could be a catalyst we need to dismantle outdated systems and pave the way for real progress.
Okay, Cheryl in West Virginia. Ms. Kumar.
Yes, I think he certainly has a plan for how he's going to try to deal with government to make it more efficient with his the group he's put together that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have to look for inefficiencies, which there have been a lot of commissions before it. But he wants to cut down on the number of employees and focus on ones that will support his program. So he has ideas of how he's going to try to make government more in a model of presidential direction, and how that works we'll see.
Ms. Kumar, what do you think Donald Trump has learned this time around that he's applying to his transition that he didn't know before the first time he had to go through it?
I think he learned a great deal. One of the things he learned is that the White House comes first, that you have to set up your decision-making system, and that's going to be at the White House. You have to carefully pick your chief of staff. And so this time he picked a chief of staff who, Susie Wiles, who ran his campaign and who was made very good use of his presence, of how often he appeared, and then also who got to be around him. The president's time is the most important resource that you have in a White House, and you can't just have everybody coming in that the president knows in a chaotic meeting situation. So I think he learned that he needed to do that. And
pardon me, the motorcade leaving there, St. John's, again, expected to arrive in the White House in just a few minutes from now. We'll show you that arrival when it takes place. Ms. Kumar, go ahead.
Yes, and I think he learned also that to get a fast start, your appointees, department secretaries who require Senate confirmation, they're going to take a while to come through. So therefore, you want to fill the positions in the departments and agencies that don't require Senate confirmation and that are in a policy-making position so that you can get a fast start. But you also want to have people in the White House who are going to be involved in policy and the policy direction and in setting the direction with the departments, but also following the implementation. And I think also he learned the importance of congressional relationships and that you can't do everything by yourself as president. When you're campaigning, you can talk about all the things you're going to do as president, but when you come in, you find, well, you can make a budget, but Congress is the institution that appropriates money. So those relationships on the committees, and of course with your leadership in the House and the Senate. So he has spent time with Mike Johnson in the House and with John Thune in the Senate to make sure they understand what his priorities are, and he's going to listen to them, but he's also going to tell them what he wants and ask how he can get things done. So I think he learned how to listen as well, that you can't just say that you want to do something and get it done. And I think he also learned from the first administration the importance of communications. That was something he's been very effective in doing, getting a sense of what the public thinks and being responsive to it and developing a narrative. During the time that he was president, in the morning, he would set the tone of what the issues were, and he certainly had everybody listening. And that's been an important strength of his, and I think that his staff has realized it, as have his opponents.
Motorcade back at Blair House. That's what you're seeing on your left, and lead up to the next event on the president-elect's schedule, that tea at the White House with President Biden, the Vice President, and others. Again, we're showing you that. Others leaving St. John's Church still. That's what you're seeing right now as we're talking with Martha Kumar. That's Ivanka Trump, yeah, leaving there. And so, again, a host of people coming out, people you're going to see in and out throughout the day. Suzanne in California, Democrats line. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good morning. First, I want to say I think we are the greatest country already, and Trump is inheriting a country with the lowest unemployment rate. There is probably nothing he can do about the food prices because that's worldwide. What he can do is something about the pharmaceutical companies and the big businesses taking over small businesses. I only have hope for our country. I still think it's the greatest. I worry about our social services and the cuts that he has for the so-called the educational problems that we have, that I think we need to put more money into education and to pay more money for people that work, the firefighters, the policemen, the nurses, the teachers, and I only wish the best for our country. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, Suzanne. That's Suzanne in California. Ms. Kumar, a lot of people have expressed this before we show you pictures from the White House, as we show you pictures from the White House. But what the current or the next president inherits from the past president, and how much that impacts, I guess, a presidential record of the incoming president.
Well, you certainly, Biden leaves behind if you look at it worldwide, we have the best economy in the world. I think there were a lot of things that he did that, like his Inflation Reduction Act and his chips and science, that he didn't get much credit for. He spent his time doing the negotiations for the legislation, and he didn't spend time trying to sell his programs to the general public and listening to, to what they knew or didn't know. I remember.
If you could hold it a second, let's watch this interaction between the Vice President-elect Vance and the current Vice President Kamala Harris. The Vice President, her husband Doug Emhoff, the first gentleman, the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Usha Vance, his wife, all entering the White House in preparation for that tea. Again, the President-elect expect to arrive at the White House in just a little bit. Let's show you a little bit about what's inside going on in the Capitol as the events are starting to gear up a little bit there in lieu of today's inside inauguration. That's the outside of the Capitol. There's the inside. Again, these are the preparatory events. Martha Kumar, this inside event of an inauguration, it changes things. Give some perspective.
It does. One of the things that was important to Trump from his first inauguration was the picture of a crowd. That the inauguration, when it's outside, is on the west face of the Capitol, and you can see from where he stands out across the mall to the Washington Monument and to the Lincoln Memorial. But he has always been interested in crowd size and had pictures. In fact, there was a picture that they hung in the White House and on a corridor that leads up to the inner part of the West Wing that showed the crowd, a picture that showed a lot of people there. But that's what he likes, is crowd size, a large crowd, and he would have had a very large crowd today. And so for him, it shows the very strong support that he has. And so you miss that that part of the inauguration that is what we think of as the heart of it. This is a much more intimate operation. For the public, I don't know that the pictures make that much of a difference, but usually to a president it does. But the main thing is that that they become president, and then they can start to work on that very day.
Yeah. Rare that we give a guest a soundtrack, Martha Kumar, so you're lucky. Let's listen to this choir a little bit.
One people.
The University of Nebraska Lincoln Glenn's Koroff School of Music featured as part of inauguration ceremonies today, giving you a little flavor of what to expect later on as this inauguration ceremony takes place inside the U.S. Capitol. We've been talking with Martha Kumar about what to expect. Martha Kumar, what are you particularly watching for today in the events today?
Well, I'm particularly interested in policy and seeing the president get a fast start and look at what he's going to be doing in terms of his executive orders on the border security, on energy. I think they will give us a good sense of where he's headed. And then also looking at what Biden has been doing as well on this day. Um, so I particularly like the sense of unity of both sides working together personally, even if their policy differences are great. And the more that we can have people step back from the partisanship and try to work things through on a basis of the facts and what is necessary as far as what the public is thinking is I look for that.
From Jasmine in Pennsylvania, Independent Line, you're on with our guest. Go ahead.
Hi, I just had a question about what you think young independent voters should look forward to with inauguration. I think I speak for a lot of young voters of the American people when I say that between Republican and Democrat, it's way too divided. However, I think if we simply focus on the votes and opinions and freedoms of the American people and how this country began off of and why her amendments are in place, then I think we will know we're doing something right. I think any leader, including President Trump, can say that they're for the American people, but we need to see it go forward, or I don't think that we will ever see satisfaction in young independent voters.
Yeah. That's Jasmine there in Pennsylvania.
Yes, well, President Trump was very tuned in to young people and where they were getting their information. In fact, he talked to his son Barron about what young people his age and older were listening to, and that's how he came to his interview with Joe Rogan. It was his son Barron who recommended that. So I think he's tried to tap into young people, and in fact has talked about TikTok, that he was opposed to TikTok in his earlier administration, but then he said young people had supported him, and he knows how important it is to the 170 million people here who use TikTok. But I think that you're right. The more that young people can get involved in following what it is that government is doing, the better off we are. Because then, as you become homeowners and have jobs that you're interested in, that the more committed you are to taking part in government. And government in a representative government, a democracy, it depends on the people, and the people having knowledge, and then the people participating. You can't sit back. You're right in that.
Deborah in Alabama, Republican Line, hi. As we watch people heading into the Capitol as part of the lead up to the inauguration ceremony later. Deborah, go ahead.
Thank you for taking my call. My question primarily is this. Well, let me just segue in with a statement. I am a person who has had my home destroyed in a disaster. A tornado came through, my house was destroyed, and I had to jump through the necessary hoops to be able to get the loan from the SBA to be able to rebuild our home. And I was one who had insurance. But as most people, your houses are never really insured for.
And caller, apologies, just to tell the folks, Ivanka Trump heading into the U.S. Capitol along with her family. Caller, go ahead.
Okay, but my question is this. I saw where the outgoing president has promised the people in California with the fires that they are not to worry, that they will get what they need. And if I am not mistaken, I thought I heard 100%, but I could be mistaken. But the point I have is this. Some of the things the president-elect is wanting to do is going to require a lot of money. And I'm proud that he's gotten our Doge group together to help maybe get the extra funds that he needs. But with this disaster looming, I'm very curious as to how that promise that the outgoing president has made, coupled with the new president coming in, how that's going to be handled.
Okay, that's Deborah in Alabama. And Martha Kumar, go ahead.
Yes, I think that you've put your finger on a big question there, because I think it's going to be very difficult to cut the money that Ramaswamy and Musk had said they would cut, which was $2 trillion, and they've backed off that to say $1 trillion. But we have so many programs that are mandated their spending: Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and you have defense spending, that I think there's a lot less fat in the budget than they think that there is. So that is going to be a big question of where is the money going to come from, and something we will all be watching.
The White House Transitionproject.org, the website for the project. Martha Kumar serving as the director, part of our inauguration coverage for today. Ms. Kumar, thank you so much for your time today.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure. And thank you for the callers.
We will continue on with our coverage of the inauguration of the 47th president, the incoming president of the United States, Donald Trump. Just to give you some awareness of things to watch out for, still waiting for the president-elect to arrive at the White House for that tea. The House of Representatives coming in for a short pro forma session at 10 o'clock. And we will take you also to that as part of our coverage today. But you can continue on with your calls. 202-748-8000 for Democrats. 202-748-8001 for Republicans. Independents, 202-748-8002. Text us at 202-748-8003. And as always, you can post on our various sites at Facebook and on X. Ben in Minneapolis, independent line. Go ahead.
Perhaps we can all agree on three things and go from there. History is written by the Ohesa winner. The tinsel and glare are no strangers to cadets. I'd like to wish everyone a wonderful Martin Luther King Day, peaceful transition of power, and ask how may one help. Good luck, Ben.
That's Ben there in Minnesota. We go to John McCardle.
Pedro, as we await for the president-elect to arrive at the White House for that greeting, that tea and coffee with President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, just to keep you updated on what we've been watching on social media, including some of the attendees at that church service that Donald Trump just left. It's Josh Wingrove of Bloomberg noting that also there were Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Apple's Tim Cook, the head of TikTok, the president of Argentina, former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson also in attendance there. Also, just a few minutes ago, this being posted by outgoing President Joe Biden, one final selfie from the Rose Garden with Jill Biden there. And of note, in and around Capitol Hill, this from Olivia Beavers, the congressional reporter, noting that Speaker Johnson had previously said that the House would raise U.S. flags for Inauguration Day to full staff but operations are encountering an issue with it. Some of the cords are frozen, so some of the flags have not been able to be raised just yet. So if you see some of them still at half staff, that's the reason why. Let me run through the schedule. We're, again, expecting the arrival of President-elect Biden at the White House this morning in just a few minutes here. There'll be that tea, that coffee. At about 10:25, 10:35 Eastern, they will then depart from the White House to go to the U.S. Capitol. They'll travel together, the Bidens and the Trumps, and they will arrive at the White House, or at the United States Capitol. It's the rotunda where that ceremony is taking place. Let me show you one of the pictures of the rotunda this morning. The scene there, this is from Andrew Desiderio of Punchbowl News. There's about 800 seats in the rotunda today for those who will be watching the inauguration. It will be an invocation that'll take place first with Cardinal Timothy Dolan and the Reverend Franklin Graham. Then there'll be a call to order by Senator Amy Klobuchar. She's the chair of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. There'll be a musical performance by Carrie Underwood singing America the Beautiful. She'll be joined by the Armed Forces Chorus and the U.S. Navy Academy Glee Club for that. And then a multi-faith benediction, Rabbi Ari Berman, Imam Hushan al-Husseini, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mann all joining for that effort. And then the festivities get underway in the Capitol Dome. Justice Brett Kavanaugh will be administering the oath of office around 11:30 to J.D. Vance to be the vice president, and then Chief Justice John Roberts will deliver the oath of office for the president himself. He will then go to Emancipation Hall and give his remarks. Emancipation Hall with some 1,300 seats, so quite a bit more than what can fit in the Capitol Dome. And of course, you can watch all of those remarks in their entirety. Also this afternoon, there's that traditional inaugural lunch. Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News with a picture of the scene. This is Statuary Hall. This is on the House side of the Capitol where that inaugural lunch will take place. And we also got an update from the Joint Inaugural Committee on what the menu will be for that lunch. The first course, a course of Chesapeake crab cake paired with a Veritas Vineyards wine, that vineyard out of Virginia, Chardonnay. The second course, an Omaha Angus ribeye steak paired with Cabernet Sauvignon from Napa Valley. And then the third course dessert, a Minnesota apple icebox terrine with sour cream, ice cream, and salted caramel, also paired with a wine. That's the menu for that inaugural luncheon that'll take place today. All of that set to take place here in Washington, and we're watching it all this morning. Hope you stay with us all morning long on C-SPAN.
Watching a lot of things happen. The arrival of the president at the White House, that's Blair House right there. The House of Representatives set to come in for a pro forma session just a few minutes from now. We'll take calls up to then. Vero Beach, Florida, Independent Line. John, hello.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Thank you for your coverage this morning. Happy Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. What a glorious day, hopeful day to be an American. Dr. King said, everyone is great because everyone can serve. I hope that everyone, all Americans, can continue to respect the office of the presidency. I have certainly always done that, and it has been difficult and challenging over the last 4 years, but I'm hoping that all of us can come together, respect the office of the presidency, and celebrate this glorious, hopeful day for America. God bless. Have a great day.
You're seeing the motorcade entering the confines of the White House right now. Again, the president-elect, his wife Melania, others expected for that coffee and tea that John McCardle talked about. This is from Michigan. Mike, again, we'll go to this arrival when it happens. Mike, Democrats line, go ahead.
Good morning. I was wondering if anybody remembers 4 years ago that President Trump had the Bidens locked out of the White House. Thought it was kind of interesting.
Jake in Connecticut, Republican line. In fact, hold on, Jake, just for a second. Let's watch some of this arrival. Joe Biden, the current president of the United States, and First Lady Jill Biden welcoming the president-elect Donald Trump, his wife Melania, to the White House for that coffee and tea expected to take place right now, and then not too long from now, heading to the Capitol for the inauguration ceremony. C-SPAN's coverage continues on, and again, our main channels are available to you, our various platforms as well. Stay close to C-SPAN for today's events. Again, the House of Representatives coming in just a short while. This is Jake in Connecticut, Republican line. Thanks for holding. Go ahead. Jake in Connecticut, hello. Okay, let's try Aurora in Ohio, independent line.
Hi, good morning. How anybody is celebrating an inauguration of a convicted felon supported the fiscal incompetency of the leaving administration and has the conscience to sit idly by goes to show how powerless we the people really are. My name is Aurora Dawson, and I am running for Columbus City Council District 7, and it's time to stand up, have the courage to change wrong, and meet in the middle so that left and right can coexist, and that's why I'm an independent candidate. Thank you.
David in Massachusetts, Democrats line. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. My name is David. I'm from Andover, Massachusetts. Yeah, I mean, I'm anxious. I'm concerned about this new administration coming in. You know, I'm concerned for my father. You know, he's worked his entire life, and you know, I'm not sure with this current administration that Social Security is still going to be there. And then, of course, I'm concerned for my wife, Emmanuel, who's transitioning, and I'm concerned whether or not they're going to be able to get the gender-affirming care that they need. In addition, you know, I don't know what's going to happen if they get deported. You know, I don't know what's going to happen if they get deported to the Dominican Republic. I don't know what I'm going to do.
From, this is Bonnie in Pennsylvania, Republican line.
Hi, good morning. And I'd like to say thank you for taking my call. And I want to say God bless America, and may God get all the glory for whatever happens today. And I wanted to address a previous caller's concerns about the cutting of the budget that the DOGE is going to be doing. They're going to address some of those issues by having the External Revenue Service and the fair and balanced trade agreements and getting that balanced more fairly. And they're going to get other countries to give more of the share of the funds to NATO so that America isn't fully funding. So that will address some of those issues. And the other thing I'd like to address is the previous caller's questions about what Social Security. Not once did Donald Trump ever say he was going to do anything to cut Social Security. And matter of fact, they're trying to secure Social Security and to make sure that it is safe and clear.
Okay, Bonnie, and calling us again. Continue on with your calls. Our coverage of inauguration events does not end with 10 o'clock coming on. In fact, we will continue on taking your calls, listening to you before the start of the event. The House of Representatives set to come in what's known as a pro forma session, even on this inauguration day. The theme of the session, most likely to be inauguration related, but they'll come in, and once they gavel out of that pro forma session, we will come back and continue on with your calls and showing you the events leading up to today's inauguration events. Again, the House of Representatives set to come in for a pro forma session. We will take you to them now.
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 20th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Virginia Fox to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? You, O Lord, reign forever, judging from your throne with justice. You rule the nations with fairness. On this day, when our nation's power is transferred from President Joseph Biden to President Donald Trump, we pray your reign of peace in this moment, on this nation, and in the hearts of the American people. Grant President Biden the blessing of your reward for his faithfulness to you and to this country. And as you lay the mantle of responsibility on the shoulders of our new president, Donald Trump, grant him, as you did Solomon, a discerning heart to govern your people, to distinguish between right and wrong. Grant him the faithfulness of Abraham, who heard your voice and obeyed. And may he have the heart of David, that you would bestow on him your grace and mercy as he carries out his solemn duties. Then bestow on us, divided though we may be, the unity of your Spirit through the bond of peace, that we would each commit to live into the gifts of that same Spirit and to serve one another as faithful stewards of your grace. We humble ourselves this day, and we call upon your name. Hear us from your heaven. Forgive us our sin, and heal our land. God bless America. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, as I prepare to assume my duties as National Security...
The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, as I prepare to assume my duties as National Security Advisor to the President-elect Donald J. Trump, I hereby make my resignation official from the U.S. House of Representatives, effective January 20th, 2025. I intend to serve out my term in the 118th Congress and to be sworn into the 119th Congress. I've also submitted my notice to Governor Ron DeSantis to advise him on my resignation. I have attached that letter to this notice. It has been my honor to be a member of this chamber and to serve the people of the great state of Florida and the constituents of the 6th District of Florida. I will forever be grateful for my opportunity. I look forward to continuing to work with you and your colleagues in the House, serving the nation in my new position. Signed sincerely, Michael Waltz, Member of Congress.
Under Clause 5, Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that, in light of the resignation of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, the whole number of the House is 433. Members are advised that there are no extra seats available in the rotunda for the inauguration. Therefore, only sitting members will be seated in the rotunda. Under no circumstances will former members, former House officers, spouses, or children be able to join the procession or be seated in the rotunda. The Sergeant-at-Arms will precede the procession bearing the mace. Members will be escorted to the rotunda in order of seniority. At this time, members, the resident commissioner, and delegates should congregate by class. Pursuant to House Resolution 43, upon completion of the ceremony, the House will stand adjourned until noon tomorrow for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business. Pursuant to House Resolution 43, and without objection, members will now proceed to the rotunda to attend the inaugural ceremonies for the President and Vice President of the United States.
That was on the floor of the House of Representatives. As you heard the person at the podium, they're preparing for legislators, members to come in to take their places to part of inauguration ceremonies. That's just what's expected. Some of the pictures in the lead up to the events of today, the events being moved indoors because of the cold weather outside. And we'll show you that as we go on. One person not escaping the cold weather outside is our own Tammy Thuringer, who's outside meeting and talking with people.
Hi, Pedro. The line to get in is moving, but still pretty long. It's just a few feet away, but we saw some people that we couldn't not talk with. This is Jake and Tanner and Zach. Thank you guys for talking with us. They may look familiar to you. Tell us who you are.
John Hancock.
George Washington.
Ben Franklin.
Very dedicated to the costumes. Jake made his wig. Otherwise, I believe the costumes were ordered online, but they are very dedicated. Tell us how you got here.
We drove from Jersey this morning, left around 1:30, and arrived around 5 a.m.
And why did you want to come down today?
Just to celebrate America, celebrate Trump, have a good time, spread positivity, visit our own home grounds,
And what all are you going to be doing while you're down here today, seeing the sights?
We're just here to see some things, see what's going on, just celebrate with our brothers here and sisters for America. That's all. That's it.
And you are Trump supporters. You were excited. What do you want to see him focus on as a fellow president?
Just improve the country and just get everybody getting along together and just live in this great country that we have, America.
Yeah, just ending the wars overseas, getting that Bitcoin reserve, baby, and freeing Ross.
Fiscal responsibility and just helping the birds make it to the bowl. That's what we help. That's what we care about.
Are you guys warm enough right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Just warm enough, yes.
Yeah. Hand warmers. Hand warmers.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Tammy's out there talking to people as people are gathering in Washington, D.C. If they can't directly participate in events of today, they can watch it on other means and go in and about the city to do so. This is from the Capitol perspective. Dignitaries coming in to become part of the ceremonies as they start to file into the rotunda where the inauguration ceremonies will take place. As you're watching that, let's hear from Kem in West Virginia. Independent line, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to say that in a country so desperately racked by debt, we're trillions of dollars in debt, that it's shameful that we spend any money at all on these kinds of ceremonies, on this kind of pomp. It's shameful. That and the fact that we have prayer in Congress, that we have chaplains or priests here at all. This isn't a Christian country. Thomas Jefferson is rolling in his grave. The separation of church and state must be maintained. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Roland up next in New York, Democrats line.
Yeah, I mean, today is a day of a peaceful transition of power. I think that is a beautiful thing for this country. I don't personally support Trump. I don't think he agrees with much of my policy, but I want to see today be a day of unity. I want to see him offer his vision forward for Americans. What is he doing for us? What is he doing going forward for this country? And what is his vision? How is he going to get us out of debt? How is he going to end these wars abroad? Well, I don't personally support him. I think he can make this a day of unity, and I'm excited for that. Thank you.
Eric is next. Eric is in Illinois, Republican line.
Hello, Pedro.
You're on. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks for taking my call. I'm actually born Republican, raised good Christian values. I'm actually very, very hopeful for the country with Trump taking office back, and very, very positive to see prayer in Congress, and hoping that if nothing else, Trump brings a religious revival to this country, because that's needed more than anything else, is to get God back in this country.
Okay. Eric there, part of our calls that we're taking for this inauguration ceremony. You may have noticed on the left side of your screen, just briefly, pictures of former heads of the House of Representatives, former that Speaker Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former Speaker John Boehner in that mix, and former Speaker Kevin McCarthy also will be part of today's ceremony, in attendance in today's ceremony. Jared in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Independent Line.
Hi, this is Jared. I want to wish everybody a happy MLK Day and a happy Inauguration Day. I just wanted to talk about what I'll be looking for in the midterms, which is primarily, a couple more moderate, independent changes to the government, mainly, coinage reform. I want to get rid of the penny and the nickel. I think they cost more to produce than they're worth. And I'm also looking for copyright changes, putting the power back in the hands of people. I should be able to change the format of my DVD collection if I'd like to. But happy Inauguration Day to everybody, and happy MLK Day as well.
Janine in Ohio, Democrats line.
Did you even hear what he said, Mike?
Hi.
Hi, Janine. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me on here. I do believe that the shift of power, I'm glad they're both acting like adults and that everything is going to go smoothly. I do believe that everything went the way it was supposed to in the election, and I'm glad to see everybody, again, acting like adults.
Lots of folks heading into the Capitol and the lead up to the events of today. As we watch that, we'll go to John McCardle.
Pedro, in that brief House session that we showed viewers there, you saw the announcement that Michael Waltz was resigning from Congress today. He was nominated by Donald Trump to be Donald Trump's national security advisor. So his resignation coming today ahead of that. He sent out this tweet earlier this morning from St. John's Church, a picture of the then congressman there with Elon Musk. That tweet coming out at about 8:30 this morning before the ceremony began at the church. And then, as John Bresnahan notes on Punchbowl News, with Michael Waltz's resignation today, the House ratio is razor thin between Republicans and Democrats. It's now 218 Republicans to 215 Democrats. There's 2 vacancies currently in the House. We've been showing you those pictures all morning long of people arriving on Capitol Hill. Mitch McConnell there arriving in the rotunda. The ceremony's getting set to begin. We'll continue to show you those pictures all morning long.
Anthony in New York State, Republican line. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. I'm calling from the Republican line, and I just want to wish everybody a happy Inauguration Day and to 4 more years of President Donald John Trump. He's going to do so many great things for this country, because the bottom line is, with President Trump, promises are made and promises are kept. And this time around with the Trump administration 2.0, we're going to accomplish even so much more than before, because the bottom line is that we have disruptors in the system that are going to be placed on numerous cabinet positions, including Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense, Kash Patel for Director of the FBI, Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence, and many other picks as well that are really going to bring about monumental change and comprehensive reform to our systems. So I'm looking forward to that. And, I'm also looking forward to the fact that, now after 4 disastrous years of Joe Biden, we now have somebody who's going to bring about peace through strength.
And Anthony, I apologize. I only want to highlight the fact that these former House speakers, Speakers Gingrich, Boehner, John Boehner, and Kevin McCarthy, now entering the rotunda area as part of the activities of today. The Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, also entering in as well. These are the seats that will start filling up as part of the inauguration ceremonies. We'll continue to show you that. But to talk about how a White House itself transitions is Bradley Blakeman. He served as former Deputy Assistant to President George W. Bush. He served as the Deputy Assistant to Presidential Appointments and other things. and here to talk about how White House's changes on this day. Mr. Blakeman, thanks for giving us your time.
Pleasure.
Talk about your role that you had in the Bush administration about seeing this transition from one White House to another.
Well, I was the gatekeeper for President 43, George W. Bush, which meant I was in charge of his time, his schedule, appointments, and vetting, research, correspondence, and surrogate scheduling. So I had to create a schedule with the president for the first 100 days. And the first 21 days were extremely important because that was the time of taking power, of also establishing yourself as president with your cabinet, with your staff, and then getting ready to roll after the 100 days through your first term. So today, for instance, is a day of true transition because the new White House staff and the president really do not take power until 12:01 today, Eastern time. So you're not even allowed in the White House until the president is sworn in. And once you get to the White House is really in a physical transition because the old papers and furniture of the former president are being moved out, and the new president's furniture and belongings are being moved in, and the staff is getting settled, whether it's in the old executive office building on the 18 acres of the White House or the West Wing of the White House and the East Wing in the case of the First Lady.
How deep is the changeover? Is it just for the main offices? Is it just for the residents? How deep is the changeover throughout the White House?
The entire 18 acres is in change, except for those career employees in the mansion itself. They remain, of course, but the political appointees are gone, and a new crew is moved in, and the Oval Office is completely emptied. It's one of the first times that you'll ever see the complete Oval Office emptied. The new furnishings of President Trump will be moved in.
Let me just pause a second. I'm sorry, Hillary Clinton and her husband, former President Bill Clinton, entering the Capitol now. Mr. Blakeman, go ahead. I apologize.
No, and when the coffee and tea between the president and the president-elect and the first ladies are had in the White House, as soon as they depart the White House, it is really almost a military mission of moving in and moving out. By the time the president retires to the White House this evening, the transformation will be complete. The West Wing will be painted, recarpeted. It is an amazing display of logistics because trucks are literally waiting now outside the White House grounds, ready to come in and establish those procedures as soon as the president and the president-elect head off to the Capitol for the swearing in.
There's a shot of former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Mr. Blakeman, what's the manpower like to make this transition of a White House?
About 500 people who are going to descend on the 18 acres and make this happen. Everybody from the Park Service to the mansion staff to the GSA, the General Services Administration. They are all in coordination in the transition. These plans have been made, and then they're executed literally within 12 hours. The White House is completely transformed.
I've read in some places it's down as far as nuance to the type of toothpaste that sits on a counter and making sure a toothbrush is there as well.
Well, the good news is President Trump was there before, so there's no learning curve. The mansion staff is fully aware of their likes and dislikes and how they comport themselves in their personal lives. So it's really going to be an easier change than most because, of course, the Trumps are returning to the White House.
DOJ co-chair Vivek Ramaswamy, you're seeing on your screen, Steny Hoyer, former representative of Maryland. Mr. Blakeman, then when do they know when it's done? Is there an established time they say, okay, you guys got to be out of here?
It's done when the president and the first lady are back on their way to the White House. And then it continues the following day, but to a lesser degree because it's a work environment. You literally hit the ground running. I remember in the case of President George W. Bush, we had a senior staff meeting at 7 a.m. on the next day, Tuesday, the 21st, and we were hitting the ground running, and we were fully operational. Everything was in place. The GSA, the White House mansion staff, the usher's office, the Park Service, they did a magnificent job. It was almost as if we had been there for 4 years. We felt right at home, right at the start, and we were ready to go to work.
If the Trumps live in Florida, who's responsible for making sure their goods get from Florida to the White House in this preparation?
The Trumps are. They are responsible for getting their belongings to the White House, and once it hits the White House gate, the White House is then, the usher's office is responsible for, and the First Lady, of course, and the family in making sure those items are where they need to go. But it's really up to the family to get those items there. And as far as Mar-a-Lago is concerned, that will be the president's home. So when he visits there, there'll be a certain amount of staff that will join him there, including personal staff. That, again, is no learning curve because that's happened before.
This is Bradley Blakeman. He served as a former deputy assistant to President George W. Bush, part of this process of changing over the White House from one president to another. Mr. Blakeman, thanks for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Again, we're continue watching members of Congress currently come in to take their places for the inauguration. Other people as well, faces that you find familiar there as you keep watching the screen. Let's hear from Rashad. Rashad joins us from Canada, Democrats line. Hi.
Hi, thank you for having me. I just wanted to start by saying happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day, a day that we celebrate someone who advocated for nonviolent activism in the civil rights movement, an inspirational human being that fought for human rights. Currently, I feel a little disheartened at the slander that's used in political campaigns. And for me personally, I see that coming more from the conservative side. The slander used to call people who have opposing thoughts weak. I think it's unjust. It's not right. And the idea that there's a lack of confident people on the other side with liberals is not true. And an example of this, and this person is now my hero after watching this, is Senator Tammy Duckworth, who served Pete Hegseth at his nomination hearing. That is an example of a confident person, and AOC is as well. And we see that so much, and I just really hope that we see more people use their voice
we'll stop you there only to see that Doug Emhoff, the current first gentleman of the United States, Usha Vance, also walking out of the White House. Again, they were participating in coffee and a tea ceremony there, and now making their way to the Capitol. We'll be showing you these exits as they occur. Let's hear from Teresa. Teresa in South Carolina, Independent Line. Hi.
Hello.
You're on. Go ahead.
I just want to thank C-SPAN. I watched all the inaugurations beginning from a long time ago. And I have a question. On FDR, he served 4 terms. He died while serving in the 4th term. When did we start having the term limits? And also, the term limits, and was it because he served so long because of the Depression and World War II? Or was it, maybe it was World War One? Anyway, was it because of that he had such a long term? Thank you.
Okay, that's Teresa there. I think maybe we can find an answer for you. This is Dan in Charlottesville, Virginia, Republican line. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Fine, thanks. Go ahead, please.
Good. Just want to thank C-SPAN and thank you for taking my call. I think this is a great day to be an American. It is exciting to watch C-SPAN's coverage of the inauguration take place in an orderly manner, and I know that our founding fathers would be proud of the way we are conducting business in this country today.
Again, viewers, just in case you're watching the split screen there on your television, the Capitol is what you're seeing on the left side of your screen, the White House on the right side. We're awaiting the president and the president-elect to make their way out. We're watching people being seated and the activities in preparation for later inaugural ceremonies take place on the left-hand side. Let's hear from Finn. Finn in Illinois. Democrats line.
Hi, am I on?
Yes, you go ahead.
I just wanted to share my views on Trump. I wanted to say, I think that his supporters like to act like the stuff he's done is normal, like, quoting Hitler and threatening political opponents with military force and threatening to end DACA and birthright citizenship, and that it's like normal stuff. It's not. It's fascist stuff. And I just wanted to say, like, if the president does this stuff and it makes the price of eggs go down, and that's, worth it to some people, I hope they're happy, but I'm not. And anyway.
Orlando, Florida, independent line. Su Chin, hello.
Hello. Yes, what I wanted to say was I think this inauguration is obviously important for each and every one of our citizens, as it's a very peaceful transition of power. I just hope that with this whole election season that people take an interest in politics and do some of the research actually, and talk more with the people around you on policies and issues, because that's the best way when it comes to creating dialogue that can actually create solutions that benefit the majority of us instead of dragging into the itty bitty. So I hope that that the inauguration goes well, and I hope that people actually take the time to be more civically engaged. Thank you.
From Zachary, who is in Iowa, Republican line. You're next up. Hello.
Good morning. I would like to thank C-SPAN, first of all, for broadcasting this momentous day in America. It's a truly good day to be an American. There's a few things I want to hear from Donald Trump today during his inauguration speech. I would like to hear a little tidbit of what his stance is on the continuation of the ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. I would also like to hear what his stance is going to be on Skibidi Toilet and the war with Howard.
Richard in South Carolina, Democrats line. You're next up on this Inauguration Day coverage. Go ahead.
Hi. I probably want to answer a question that a lady raised about Biden saying 100% of funds for the fires out in California. I don't know what she meant by that, but I would assume it does not include getting a new house for everybody. I think there will be funds for the reconstruction of some of the systems that they have, and there will be loan guarantees. But I don't think you should interpret his statement of 100% as something that's going to happen. My second point, the gentleman just called to say, from the Republican line, a gentleman just called to say that he was proud of today's ceremony, as I am. I, too, am proud. My question would be, was he as proud 4 years ago when that transition took place? I'd have to get an answer from him, because I think he'll probably say, oh, yeah, I was proud of that, too. Thank you for your call. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You can continue on calling on the following lines. Democrats 202-748-8000, Republicans 202-748-8001, Independents 202-748-8002. More exits from the White House. We'll watch the First Lady and the incoming First Lady come out. We'll see more of those exits as the morning progresses, as all head on to the U.S. Capitol. Let's hear from Rayson in Tennessee, Republican line. Hello.
Hey, hello. My name is Rayson Robertson, Pulaski, Tennessee. I just want to say happy Martin Luther King Day. And I wanted to say that it's a great day for, just mostly all of America for, just Donald Trump winning. I'm really happy that he won. And there's a lot of reasons that I could be happy. I don't really think there's enough time to list them all, but I just wanted to be happy for a peaceful transition into power and that everyone's, being civil about this and there isn't a big, fight or issue going wrong. And everyone can, be happy that it was a nice transition of power.
From Joe in Maryland, independent line.
Hey, down here in Chapticot, Maryland. Yes, sir, Pedro. Good morning. Thank you for all your work. 2 questions for you and then a real quick statement too, Pedro. You called Steny Hoyer the former congressman. Is he a former congressman now? I'm not being facetious. Did he lose or is he still in there?
He's a former congressman, yes.
Wow, he's out now? I did not know that. And you called Doug Emhoff the first gentleman. Is he the first gentleman or the second? How does that work?
The second gentleman probably misspoke in the sense that, or the first gentleman, yeah.
Okay. I'm just being a stickler, having fun with you, brother. Real quick, today's MLK Day and Inauguration Day. There's no
well,
one
let me
day
pause
better.
you for a second, Joe, and as we watch the Vice President and the incoming Vice President come out.
Very well, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, sir.
This is part of the process of those leaving the White House to head to the Capitol. We're still on with Joe. Joe, I apologize. I believe I misspoke. Steny Hoyer is still in Congress. I think I misspoke on that part.
Oh, wow. You know what? I apologize for even talking about stuff like the first gentleman and second and third.
No, it's okay. No, it's good to be accurate. Go ahead and finish.
Well, funny, and it doesn't come across as funny, and it probably made you feel a certain way, and I feel so bad even talking about it because you are perfect, brother, and I mean that, and aren't we all? But that said, never mind with Steny Hoyer, one day, right, it will be former congressman, so nevertheless, you would think that by now, actually, but that might have been a Freudian fact. But, yeah, the Trump, today's inauguration, today's MLK Day, and they are both special days for all of us. Don't be picking one over the other. But truth be known, because of our inauguration days, we have MLK Day. And I am supposed to be at the Metropolitan AME Church right now. I have a press pass to be there up on the balcony. But I have to go clean dryer vents instead today, and I understand that. And anyway, Pedro, I love everybody. Peace be with all of us, please. And we can make it that way. And
Okay. Let's go to Democrats line. Eileen in Florida. Good morning.
Good morning. As I'm watching the inauguration, the peaceful transition of power, I'd like to remind all the listeners on all sides of the aisle that 4 years ago, Trump was too coward to attend Joe Biden's inauguration. He didn't go. Melania didn't go because they cried for 4 years that they won, but they didn't show up for Joe's inauguration. And if you remember when Trump won in 2016, even though Obama was criticized and called names and accused of not being a legitimate president, he showed up for Trump's inauguration. So it just shows you how petty Trump is and what a true American and patriot Joe Biden and Jill Biden are. And I just wanted to remind everybody that Trump did not show up 4 years ago. And that's important. It should be important for all Americans because he lost, poor loser, didn't show up. And here's Joe Biden, attending his inauguration like true patriot. That's all I have to say today. And go out and celebrate. I'm on my way to Martin Luther King Parade in downtown St. Petersburg, Florida, even though it's 47 degrees here. And I do want to say one last thing. I'm sorry. I think Trump had his inauguration inside today because he was afraid that the small crowds, because of the cold weather, wouldn't show up.
Okay.
Anyway,
let's hear from Ryan. Ryan in Mississippi, Republican line.
Good morning. Happy Inauguration Day. Happy MLK Day. I just wanted to make a reference to the independent gentleman earlier who was talking about his complaints about pomp and circumstance and Thomas Jefferson rolling over in his grave. For listeners at home, Thomas Jefferson was president of the Senate in 1800 when they approved to use the Capitol building as a church grounds. And when he wrote his letter about separation of church and state, he attended a church service within the next several days in the Capitol building. Other than that, God bless America and God bless the outgoing president.
Caller, I'll put you on pause as we watch the president and the president-elect. So now loaded into the beast, as it's commonly known as, the president and the president-elect heading off to the U.S. Capitol to the start of the inauguration ceremonies in just a little while from now. We'll let you watch the cars roll out, and as we do that, we'll go to Mallory. Mallory, who is in Virginia, Democrats line. Hello.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, C-SPAN, for hosting today's inauguration ceremony. And I'm just hoping for a peaceful transfer of power today, like everyone else is hoping for. And also really hoping that people recognize today as Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and that hopefully President-elect Trump will make a comment about that, and also hopefully speaking about what he plans to do about the ceasefire. But yeah, and happy Inauguration Day, and hoping for a peaceful day.
You probably saw on your left-hand side of your screen, viewers, very quickly Elon Musk within the Capitol building, the rotunda there, as the dignitaries walk in to take their seats. This is Kate in New York, Independent Line.
Oh, hi. This is Kate from New York. Thank you so much for providing a platform for us to have these conversations. I just wanted to say, as a millennial, I am very disappointed and disheartened about the influence of money in politics. Speaking of Elon Musk, these issues affect us. They will continue to affect my generation and generations after me. We have to keep making this world a better place, not a richer place for the 1%. Please, millennials, vote better. Convince Gen Z to vote better. Please, please, we need to reclaim our democracy and ensure that the government reflects the will of the people, not the richest donors. Transparency, accountability, and reform are essential now. Now, not later. Take action now. That's all.
That was Kate, New York. As you watch the drive along the street, you'll notice that not only is the car that contains the president and the president-elect surrounded by security, but security lining the streets as well. Earlier, we showed you the streets of Pennsylvania Avenue being lined up by lawmen and law enforcement. That's all part of the process as the two gentlemen in the car head to the U.S. Capitol. And this is Andrew, California, Republican line. Hi.
Yeah, this is Andrew Garcia from California. I would just like to say thank you to President Biden, and I'm hopeful for the next 4 years with President Trump, and I'm proud to be an American. God bless America.
The newly minted Senator from California, Adam Schiff, on the left-hand side of your screen, taking his seat. The motorcade still riding along on the right. Nathan up next. He's in Watertown, New York. Democrats line. Hi.
First of all, happy Martin Luther King Day, a day that was enshrined because of the history of progress in this country that I believe is coming to a halt. I wanted to address a gentleman on the Republican line that said earlier that the Founding Fathers would be proud, which I don't understand where they get that, because they're fighting a world superpower instead of bowing down and letting billionaires run their administration. I fear the progress of this country, but I hope him the best because of the position. But I guess that's all I have to say. God bless America, and hopefully the next 4 years aren't as scary as everyone thinks they're going to be.
Jacob joins us from Ohio, Independent line.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, earlier I heard someone say that they didn't like that there were priests and religious people. I actually think that's the best part of all this. Catholicism is true. Pope Francis will take over the country. Very based, very epic. I wish I could have voted for Trump, but, sadly he wasn't Catholic enough for me. Maybe the candidate next time will be, although I do appreciate all the Catholic stuff that is present at this inauguration.
That is Jacob joining us from Ohio. Just to show you a headline from the Associated Press from earlier today on this inauguration day, it was Pope Francis making comments about the president-elect, particularly his plans for mass deportation of immigrants, saying that he called it a disgrace as he weighed in on the incoming U.S. president's pledges nearly a decade after calling him, quote, not Christian for wanting to build a wall along the U.S.-Mexican border. Francis made the comments during an appearance at an official telegram, or made an appearance on a podcast, I believe. So that's just a story from the Associated Press. Let's go back to John McCardle.
Pedro, a minute or two before Donald Trump gets up here to Capitol Hill and will arrive at the United States Capitol, I wanted to show viewers what the program looks like on the seats in the rotunda where all the members are gathering. The Twitter image of that program, one of those programs today, laying out the musical prelude from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, combined choruses, the call to order. We'll hear, of course, the swearing in of the Vice President and the President. There'll be more musical accompaniments. The Battle Hymn of the Republic will be played. It's going to be quite a ceremony here in just a few minutes. Of course, the President will end with his inaugural address, and some excerpts of the inaugural address already being released. The President will say, in part, I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Rachel Scott of ABC News tweeting out some of the snippets of that inaugural address. One more tweet for you, this from Mike Pence, noting that he is going to attend the inauguration of the president, saying this is a day when every American does well to celebrate our democracy and the peaceful transfer of power under the Constitution of the United States. And then, Pedro, you showed Vivek Ramaswamy in the rotunda there, the co-leader of DOJ, though not expected to be at the Department of Government Efficiency for too much longer. At least that's the reporting this morning. This is the headline from Politico, noting that Ramaswamy is set to leave DOJ, and it's CBS News noting that he's expected to soon step away from the task force. He intends to announce a campaign for Ohio governor as soon as the end of January, according to multiple sources and multiple outlets reporting that Vivek Ramaswamy, 39 years old, he will be in attendance today at the Capitol Rotunda.
Let's hear from Dakota in New York, Republican line.
Hello, I just wanted to say happy Martin Luther King Day, and I think for a lot of us, this is a very good day. It's a historic day. I want to wish President Trump and everybody else involved a safe day. and that is what I have for now, and thank you for taking my call.
The motorcade rolling on towards the U.S. Capitol. That car you see containing the president and the president-elect as they make their way. Someone who's been out and about today, Tammy Thuringer, talking with people. Tammy, hello.
Here we go. Hi, Pedro. Still cold out here. We're making our way around. The crowd to get into the arena is on the other block from here, but we found another line of people there just trying to get in to part of the city that is sectioned off. You've probably seen those images of the black fencing around the city. There's more of it here. But Josh is a resident of D.C. He's trying to get back into a city. Josh, how did you end up on this side of the fence today?
We tried to walk and go through the inauguration, but that was completely filled, and so we just tried to get back to the apartment, but so many streets were blocked off and fenced off that we found our way into this line to just cross over to get to the street that we need to get to, and so that's how we got here today.
And once you get on the other side, what's your plan?
We're gonna go get a drink, gonna go find a bar, get a drink, and then head back to the crib and just kind of defrost and get a little bit of the warmth back in our bones.
And you said that you had left your house this morning at 6:30, hoping to get into the arena. Why did you want to go to the inauguration?
Because it's the inauguration of a president, and that's a very historic event. It's something that I personally never been able to see. And so now that I live in D.C., I've been in D.C. for a couple of years now. This is the first time they've had an inauguration. So I was like, of course, if I can go and see something like that, I'm going to want to.
President-elect Trump is busy right now. He just left the White House. They're on their way to the Capitol. But if you were watching this and you could give him a message, something you want him to focus on during his next term, what would you say?
I would say, one, stay warm. It's cold out here, so that's my number one advice for him. And two, this might be a little personal, but try to work on bringing down some of the prices that we have going on in our economy right now. Groceries are expensive, rent is expensive, and I don't know what his exact economic plans are, but if he can do something with the policy in order to kind of help bring down the prices of things so that people can go back to being able to afford a full cart of groceries, that would be something I think he needs to focus on and work on.
Josh, thank you so much.
Of course, thank you. Appreciate it.
The Capital One Arena is. That's where people are lining up to become part of that watch party. You saw it last night if you watched the president at that rally, the pre-inauguration rally. That's where a lot of people are hanging out outside, in and around D.C. People entering the Capitol right now, legislators and other guests. You heard Virginia Fox when she was leading the House saying that legislators will get seats and other distinguished getting seats to this event. Others will join as well. This event scheduled to start in a little while. Let's hear from Chris in Maryland, Democrats line. Hi.
Hi. First, I want to say thank you to C-SPAN. And I heard someone earlier call and say this was a historic day. And I want to agree that this is historic because it shows where fraud and white power can get you. And for every Trump supporter that is excited for today, I just want to ask you.
Okay, let me pause you just for a second there. The president and the president-elect entering the Capitol right now. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Thank you.
President Trump, how do you feel? President Biden?
Well,
President and the president-elect entering. You probably saw Minnesota Democrat Amy Klobuchar, too. She was the one leading a team of people in putting today's events together as part of a committee that's in charge of that. Chris, apologies for interrupting. Go ahead and finish your statement.
No problem. What I was saying was my question for every Trump supporter is how is this convicted felon able to rise to the highest government office in the land when other convicted felons cannot even get a job to make ends meet? Thank you.
Peter joins us from New York, Independent Line. Hello.
Yeah, hi. So I felt during this election that we had a false choice. I either had to choose, some geriatric who can't fulfill his promises or a accused rapist. So I didn't feel like I had much of a choice there. Plus, with both of them supporting Israel with no real stop to that, I couldn't vote for either of them. I just wish, in an ideal America, that our politicians would divorce themselves from Israel and recognize the Palestinian state. I think it's about time. I think that we're funding murder. And sure, we have a ceasefire, but, there's going to be another conflict within a year, if even. The West Bank is living under apartheid, and nothing's changing because, they're our greatest ally, but what did they do for us? I honestly ask myself that every day because, when did they become our greatest ally? When they displaced millions of people throughout the Middle East? When they exacted our interests as our attack dog?
Okay.
What have they done for us?
Okay. Chris is next in New York, Syracuse, New York, Republican line.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking my call, and happy Martin Luther King Day. I just want to say it's a great day for a lot of people, but there's a lot of different comments and a lot of vitriol coming from other lines to address a comment about separation of church and state earlier. I want to remind everyone, separation of church and state was put in to protect the church and the people to make them able to freely praise and worship who they choose, to protect them from the government. That's what that's for. Otherwise, I'm very excited to see the Department of Government Efficiency. The money spending we have in this country is out of control. It needs to be fixed. And Donald Trump and the people that he's putting in his cabinet are the only people that are capable of doing that. Take a look outside, everybody. You don't have to watch the news every day. You don't have to let them tell you what to think. Go outside and touch some grass. It'll be okay. Make your own decisions. That's important nowadays.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Members of the president's hopeful cabinet, once they get confirmation, making their way into the ceremony as well. Vivek Ramaswamy and others, including Kash Patel, coming in and getting their seats. Kevin Hassett there on the right of your screen to serve in matters of economics for the president, and Tulsi Gabbard as well. Hoping to become the next director of national intelligence. Graham in Jersey City, New Jersey, Democrats line.
Hi, I want to wish everyone a happy MLK Day. I hope everyone's staying warm. A bit disappointed how the election turned out. I think it would have been great to see a female president inaugurated today. And while I'm disappointed in the American people and their desire to see another 4 years of Trump, I'm a bit more disappointed in the selection committee for not picking Alabama for the college football playoff finals, and instead picking inferior teams like SMU and Indiana. Truly dark times in America.
Okay. Graham there. We've got pictures of more of the president's hopeful cabinet. You heard John McArdle say that Marco Rubio expected a vote on his becoming Secretary of State expected today. Others to follow as well when the president hopefully will get members of his cabinet appointed by the Senate or confirmed by the Senate. Sonia in California, independent line. Hi.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to remind everyone how we spend our time, what we're watching on the television or what we're spending our money on is just as much of a message sender as any screaming can be. If corporations are going to be running us right now, we can choose to buy local, to pay attention to our local artists or our local farmers, buying less from Amazon, paying less attention to Donald Trump on the YouTubes and the views. How we spend our time, period, can send a big message. And I just wanted to remind people that when it feels a little like you don't know what to do, just pay attention to where you're spending your money and spending your time.
Avant from Baltimore, Maryland, Republican line.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you for taking my call. I just want to say it's a lot of Democrats that need to put their hands behind their back. And it was a lot during the elections. Sobriety tests should have been done. There's a lot of hands behind their back action. Hey, I support Trump. I support the trucking industry. I am a trucker, and I would like to see the economy just shoot right back up, man. And shout out to the inauguration today, and hopefully everything goes well. Everything will go well, and let's get this economy back. Let's get that border built, and let's go. Let's go, America. Let's go.
From a viewer in San Diego, California, former Vice President Mike Pence making his way into the Capitol Rotunda. Again, once serving with the former president. Let's see a little bit of this.
catch our eye.
It was a quick shot of Mike Pence making his way into the Capitol building there, others making their way too. This is from San Diego, Democrats line. This is Rain. Hello.
Hello. I just wanted to say I noticed a lot of people are talking about different policies, and especially during the Trump administration and a lot of his advertisements, he was exclusively very anti-trans. And I noticed a lot of people put their 2 cents in on this problem, but haven't actually had experience with transgender people or, for the most, even met one. And as a transgender person, I think it is incredibly upsetting that we are used as an example and used as a device to get people to be scared of us when we're really just other people trying to live. And I'm just hopeful that certain choices don't make our lives a lot harder. And, you know, I'm hopeful that Trump does okay, but again, I cannot support him for how much he hurts others around me and just how he destroys a lot.
Elon Musk in that group that you're seeing right now, Jeff Bezos in that group as well. This is from Daniel. Daniel in Silver Spring, Maryland, Independent Line.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. I have to say Donald Trump is a remarkable person. He incites people to violence and then gets everyone believing that he believes in peace. He promises to unleash hell and gets everyone believing that he believes in peace. He has zero respect for the work of Congress or the presidential office and gets everyone hoping that there will be peace. He makes all of his money off the backs of low-income workers and then gets everyone believing that he put together a working-class coalition. I just have to say, I do hope there'll be a peaceful day, and good luck to you all.
Mark Zuckerberg in that group as well. I believe his back toward us. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the background, hoping to become the next head of Health and Human Services. This is John in Oregon, Republican line on this Inauguration Day. Go ahead.
How you doing? I just want to say Martin Luther King, you know, judge people not on the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And the content of Joe Biden's character, pardoning Fauci and the entire January 6th committee today, that's more than a bit concerning. And I think more should be looked into that. So, former Democrat, now Republican, looking forward to the next 4 years.
Stay with C-SPAN as we'll bring you the full inauguration coverage as it starts later on. Calls up until then, and if you want to give us a call, here are the numbers. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002. Texting is available to you by 202-748-8003.
Present arms.
If you're paying close attention to the screen, for several former presidents walking into the rotunda. There's Barack Obama. entering in now. You previously saw former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, and former President George W. Bush and former First Lady Laura Bush.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated.
The U.S. Capitol, again, various shots that we've been showing you throughout the morning. The president's intended cabinet standing up there as part of the ceremony, legislators taking their seats and other dignitaries. That's at the Capitol as the events are set to start in just a little while from now. After it's all said and done, the president expected to go back into the vehicles, head across Washington to the Capital One Center, which we've been showing you outside of for a good deal of the morning as we've been talking to people there. But that's where the rally takes place, the post-rally, the parade of sorts takes place as well after the president-elect takes the oath of office, becoming president, and heading there to meet his supporters. Again, here comes members of the Supreme Court. As members of the Supreme Court walk in, later on you're going to see the Chief Justice, John Roberts, issue the oath of office for the president-elect for him to take. And then after that, the Vice President taking his oath, being sworn in by Justice Kavanaugh. Vice President sworn in by Justice Kavanaugh. Trump family entering now. Notice in the back, Barron Trump, Eric Trump, and others making their way into the U.S. Capitol.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Tiffany Trump, and Barron Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, performing "Oh America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio. The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here, it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him, Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office.
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again. including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors at Star-Spangled
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
And the second Trump administration is now an hour old, and those were the opening notes. You can see the presidents and former presidents are leaving the Capitol Rotunda, the first time that the inauguration has taken place there since 1985 and Ronald Reagan. So once the dais is cleared, the next thing on the agenda for President Trump and former President Biden is for the Trumps to say goodbye to the Bidens on the East Front. The Bidens will get into Marine One, the helicopter, and they will fly to Andrews Air Force Base, where there will be another ceremony for former President Biden. President Trump has several hours still at the Capitol before he goes off to Capital One Arena, where a truncated parade will take place, and an executive signing ceremony as well. It looks like he'll be returning to the White House at about 5 p.m. this afternoon after he speaks to supporters at Capital One Arena. Before he leaves the Capitol today, he will visit the overflow crowd. About 800 guests were in the rotunda. About 1,300 are in the overflow crowd in Emancipation Hall. That's in the adjacent Capitol Visitor Center. He'll go and make remarks and greet those folks down there. There'll be a congressional lunch. There'll be a congressional signing ceremony. And that's the afternoon. That will take about until 3 p.m. Then he'll go to Capital One for a truncated parade and then return to the White House at about 5. So that's what's coming up this afternoon, all live on C-SPAN. A reminder, all events on C-SPAN 2 are without commentary, and you can watch just the events happening there. You can see the Trump family, and that is President Trump's father-in-law there on your screen, and that is J.D. Vance's mother at the bottom of the screen with the blonde hair and the glasses. And they will be departing soon. The Trumps and the Bidens will be heading out to the east front of the Capitol in just a second, and the Bidens will fly off in Marine One. That's the east front as we speak. But while we're waiting for them to come out, let's check in with John McCardle and see if there's any news.
Peter, it was the longest inaugural address in the modern political era. It was just under 30 minutes long, 29 minutes and 48 seconds, according to the official C-SPAN count kept by C-SPAN's Jeremy Art. Let me show you his chart going back to FDR in 1933. You can see the lengths in minutes and seconds of each inaugural address. Donald Trump's inaugural address this year was almost twice as long as his inaugural address back in 2017 when he became the 45th president. It was about 9 minutes longer than Joe Biden's 2021 inaugural address at 21 minutes. The longest before now was Bill Clinton in 1997, forgive me, at almost 22 minutes. On social media, congratulations pouring in from around the globe for the 47th President of the United States. I want to show you some of the world leaders sending out their congratulations. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. On behalf of the United Kingdom, I send my warmest congratulations to President Donald Trump on his inauguration, saying the special relationship between the UK and the US will continue to flourish for years to come. This is Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. Congratulations, my dear friend, President Donald Trump, on your historic inauguration. I look forward to working closely together once again to benefit both our countries and shape a better future. And this from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying, Sarah and I send our warmest wishes to you, Melania, and the American people on the second inauguration as President of the United States. And then one more from social media to show you. It was right as President Trump was giving the oath of office that the White House website officially changed over. And this is what you will see if you go to whitehouse.gov right now. America is back is the banner headline. Every single day I will be fighting for you with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's the promise right now at whitehouse.gov.
And also, while a few minutes just before noon, then President Biden pardoned his two brothers and his sister Valerie for anything that they might be charged with. He did that pardon while everybody was at the Capitol. This is a live shot of the east front of the Capitol. Marine One ready for the Bidens to take them to Andrews Air Force Base, and then off to California for a vacation following his 4 years in the White House. Well, joining us from Dallas is Jeffrey Engel, who is with Southern Methodist University Center for Presidential History. Professor Engel, what's your immediate reaction to Donald Trump's inaugural address?
You know, it sounded remarkably like one of his campaign speeches, and that's very unusual for presidential addresses. Usually presidential inaugural addresses are when the president tries to, reach to the highest rhetoric and reach to the clouds and give a big meaning to what they're trying to do, and especially when we see somebody in their second inaugural. The second inaugural for George W. Bush, for example, is when he talked about the freedom agenda. Essentially, it's the time when presidents usually try to lay out the themes of what they're going to do, but without all the specifics. I mean, obviously, President Trump told us that he wanted to do everything to make America strong and powerful again, and then gave a laundry list. And it's the laundry list historically that I think we don't usually see from presidents. But then again, President Trump has once again done things unusually.
National emergency declared on the southern border and with energy. That's unusual.
Yes, it's really remarkable, and the number of things in which, one had to turn your eye again and again and again from President Trump to President Biden. Essentially, the number of times that the president twisted the knife of, if you will, of twisting the policies. I'm reminded in some ways by John Kennedy when he took the oath of office and succeeded Dwight Eisenhower. He talked about the torch being passed to a new generation. But he didn't actually go in and say, because the old generation had failed us. It was assumed that the new generation was going to be something that was innovative and vigorous. It didn't have to be said. President Trump certainly took the opportunity to lay out essentially what could have been one of his campaign speeches.
What is your take on the fact that Joe Biden pardoned more family members while everybody was at the Capitol? Not sure that Donald Trump was aware of that going in.
I think the flurry of pardons in the last few hours, in particular in the last day, has done something different to my eyes as a historian. Normally, we see people being pardoned when they've committed a crime or when they've been convicted of a crime. The blanket pardons that President Biden has given, especially given the sense of his opposition that he has made the Justice Department into one of his own political weapons. The blanket pardons, strike me as very, very dangerous and very uncomfortable. And the reason is that, essentially what you're doing is setting a precedent for future presidents to go ahead and say to their staff and say to the people working for them, go ahead and do whatever you want, even if it includes breaking the law, because I will pardon you. And I'll even pardon you for things that hasn't been identified or named yet. They essentially are still secret, perhaps. So it's a very uncomfortable precedent. I mean, one can understand on a human level why President Biden would fear for his family members, but and that too is sad and unusual in American history. But this is an odd precedent to essentially get a get out of jail free card for something that has not yet been identified as a crime.
You can see a live picture on your screen, east front of the Capitol. The Trumps and the Bidens are gathered for the farewell ceremony. Let's watch for a minute. Now, as many of you know, inaugurals were traditionally held on the east front of the Capitol, where you see the president and the helicopter sitting right now. And that was until 1985 and 1981. And Ronald Reagan moved it to the west. Looking west was one of the themes of his first inaugural. And it's been on the west front ever since. And of course, the second Reagan inaugural was held inside the rotunda because of the weather. And today's inaugural was held inside the rotunda, the first time in 40 years because of the weather. It's about 20, 25 degrees here in Washington, but quite windy. And it was predicted to be a little bit colder than it actually is. So there'll be a truncated parade this afternoon at the Capital One Arena. That's where the Washington Capitals hockey team play and the Washington Wizards basketball team. And that will occur this afternoon. Of course, we will be live with that as well. But coming up at the Capitol after the Bidens take off for Andrews Air Force Base and fly to Santa Barbara, there is going to be a presidential visit to the overflow crowd. About 1,300 more people were in Emancipation Hall, which is at the Congressional Visitor Center adjacent to the Capitol. The president will do some signing, and we'll find out what that's about, and then he will attend a congressional luncheon and a review of the troops before he departs the Capitol today, predicted about 3:30 p.m. before he gets out of there. So we will be back with our guest, Jeffrey Engel of Southern Methodist University. We'll talk about some of this afternoon's events, and we'll also be checking the news with John McCardle as we go. But let's watch Marine One take off.
Not bad, huh?
And the Bidens are off to Andrews Air Force Base. There will be a small ceremony there as well with the Bidens, and we will bring that to you at some point this afternoon as well. You can see Air Force One is there. It is not called Air Force One when the president is not riding on it. My guess is it's called Air Mission 46, President Biden being the 46th president. That's just a wild guess, and we'll find out. But you can see that is readied for the Bidens to take them to California. You saw Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff get in their limousine and head to where they're heading as well. So that's Washington, D.C. on inaugural day. And as you can see, that would normally be full of people and crowds, but the mall is empty. The Capitol is empty as well. all sorts of things were set up. There were TV monitors out there. The parade, that's Pennsylvania Avenue on the far left of your screen, not right next to the mall, but on the far left. And that's where the parade is normally held. That will not happen this time because that will be, the president will be motorcading to Capital One Arena, less than a mile from what you see there on your screen, and then Capital One Arena, about a mile or so from the White House. And that's Capital One Arena, full of Donald Trump supporters. They were listening in during his inaugural address, and I think we were showing some shots of them as well, applauding. But there is an overflow crowd at the Capitol Visitor Center, and this is Emancipation Hall. Capitol Visitor Center is about 15 years old. It's built underground. It's built under the parking lot where you saw the helicopter take off, and this is the main entrance for visitors to the Capitol. We can see that they're getting ready to have a speaking portion here as well, and we will listen in. Well, we are learning that President Trump is giving remarks to the overflow crowd in Emancipation Hall. We're going to be waiting for those and bring those to you live. Standing up on the dais, you can see Speaker Mike Johnson and his wife and the Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, Steve Scalise, and his wife or daughter. I cannot see from this angle. That's his wife, of course. Both Mike Johnson and Steve Scalise are from Louisiana. And Deb Fischer is on the far right with her husband. Deb Fischer is there. She's a senator from Nebraska, the Republican senator from Nebraska, was reelected in 2024 by about 6-7 points. Little controversy because in her swearing in for this most recent term, her husband would not shake hands with Kamala Harris, who as vice president is president of the Senate. So there's a little bit of controversy there with Deb Fischer. Here's the Speaker of the House.
Trump's triumphant return to the White House. Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the president just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record, because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. You know where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a signing, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually 2 sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart
that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the #1 issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So you know that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. The day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to #1 and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And
then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
And President Trump speaking at Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center, still in the Capitol complex. About 1,300 invited guests there. 800 were up in the rotunda for the inaugural address. And he's got a third stop, which is Capital One Arena, the sports arena here in Washington, D.C., less than a mile from the Capitol. About 20,000 people were there for the inaugural address, and the president will be heading there this afternoon for a truncated parade and executive order signing ceremony. So that's coming up this afternoon before he returns to the White House and to the inaugural balls. If you get tired of hearing the talking and just want to watch the pictures, go to C-SPAN 2. It's just all the pictures of Washington right now. What's going on, we switch them from time to time. You'll see the motorcade, etc., and no commentary whatsoever. That's all on C-SPAN 2. Want to remind you, this afternoon we will be taking your phone calls. The phone numbers are up on the screen. 202 is the area code, 748-8000 for Democrats, 8001 for Republicans, 8002 for all others, and we do have our text line. 202-748-8003. If you want to send a text, give us your reaction to the now 2-hour-old second Trump administration. And if you do send a text, please include your first name and your city, if you would. Let's catch up with John McCardle and the news.
Peter, that second address, almost a second inaugural address, as it were, that President Trump gave in Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center, it was 33 minutes long. It'll probably make as much news as the inaugural address, which was 29 minutes. In that address in Emancipation Hall, he talked about a lot of different topics. I want to run through a couple of them, including pardons, focusing a lot on the actions of now former President Joe Biden just before leaving office, 11th and a half hour pardons. It started this morning with a slew of pardons. Here's the headline from the Hill newspaper. Anthony Fauci, Mark Milley, the former Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman, the January 6th committee, including former Congresswoman Liz Cheney and police officers who testified before the January 6th committee. Those pardons came earlier this morning. And then right before Donald Trump took the oath of office, it was another set of pardons that came out from the Biden administration. It was for James Biden, Sarah Jones Biden, Valerie Biden Owens, John T. Owens, and Francis W. Biden, the family members, the brothers-in-law, sisters-in-law of President Biden. Those came out literally minutes before Donald Trump took the oath of office and became president of the United States. A statement from the White House with the issuance of those last pardons. Joe Biden saying in that statement, "My family has been subject to unrelenting attacks and threats motivated solely by a desire to hurt me. It's the worst kind of partisan politics. I believe in the rule of law, and I'm optimistic that the strength of our legal institutions will ultimately prevail. But baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on lives, safety, and the financial security of targeted individuals and their families." That statement coming along with the issuance of those last-second pardons by the Biden administration and reaction to those pardons from members of Congress, including James Comer, who led one of the key Republican investigations into the Biden family. His statement coming just after 12:01, after Donald Trump officially then became president, saying former President Biden's preemptive pardons of the Biden crime family served as a confession of their corruption as they sold out the American people to enrich themselves. One of the other topics that Donald Trump talked about in that address in Emancipation Hall, that 33-minute address, was the breakdown of the House of Representatives, speaking to Speaker Mike Johnson about how close the margin is in the House. Right now, the numbers are 433 members of the House. Chad Pergram with the tweet, it's 218 Republicans, 215 Democrats. It's razor thin. The two vacancies are former Congressman Matt Gaetz, who didn't take office, and former Congressman Michael Waltz, who resigned just this morning. Michael Waltz has been nominated by Donald Trump to be Trump's national security advisor, expects to be confirmed to that post. And so that resignation coming this morning. Michael Waltz with a tweet of his own today. He was at St. John's Church this morning there with Elon Musk with the president and the president-elect for that ceremony at the start of the day. One other tweet for you this morning, President Donald Trump's Twitter account just before he started that address in Emancipation Hall with about a 30-second video. It's a video that also appears on the White House website. It is his initial video, his return to the presidency as POTUS on Twitter. At POTUS is the Twitter handle. This is that video.
And we are back live. That's a live picture of the Capitol taken from the top of the Washington Monument. You can see it was all set up for an outdoor festival or an outdoor inaugural, but of course that didn't occur. Inside the Capitol is the Congressional Luncheon. We're about an hour behind schedule right now with Donald Trump doing the second remarks at the Capitol and at Emancipation Hall, but you can see John Cornyn there on the screen. Some of the other folks that are there, Pam Bondi, the AG designate, Bernie Sanders is down there on the far right. So you will see, and that's Pam Bondi in the checkered pink upper left. She is the Attorney General nominee and has held a hearing. Her hearing on her nomination has been held already, and we should see that vote coming this week or next week in the full Senate. Barron Trump was standing right behind her at 6'9". Jeffrey Engel is with the Southern Methodist University Center for Presidential History. Mr. Engel, the Trump administration, take two, is 2 hours old. What do you think so far?
You know, I'm reminded that the National Archives is charged with recording every word that the president says for future use by historians. And some words seem a little bit more chosen with forethought than others. I think it's really impressive that the president has decided to, in his second address now, the one that we just heard, decided to once more run through a litany of essentially campaign promises and campaign grievances. And, you know, the only news I think which we got from that was discussion of the January 6th defendants, though of course we don't have real actual hard news yet that I've seen about what the president has decided to do. All in all, it's a reminder that this president does things differently. You know, previous chief executives, when they come into office, especially on their first day, talk about what the team did, talk about the celebration, talk about the way forward, less of a litany of complaints that we just saw.
And the luncheon, the congressional luncheon, there is a chance that he could make remarks there as well. And he will be making remarks probably at the Capital One Center this afternoon when the truncated parade is held indoors as well. Jeffrey Engel, he's got a signing ceremony as well this afternoon at the Capitol. What happens there?
They're going to essentially make it formal, make it official, all the different executive orders that he has initiated. You know, these are oftentimes done in a ceremonial fashion. This is one of those moments where you might see the president hand out dozens of pens with, you know, perhaps even half a letter for each pen to the different people who might be interested in that particular piece of executive authority. Again, I have to stress, this is not legislation. This is not something that the Congress has voted upon. This is something that the president has taken upon himself, as all presidents do in recent administrations, to essentially rewrite the rule books, if you will, as quickly as possible upon taking office.
Do you know why the presidential oath of office is different than the vice presidential oath of office? You know,
the presidential oath of office is actually in the Constitution. The vice presidential is not. And I think that tells us a lot, that essentially the president was written by committee, but written to be short. We have to remember, whenever we're talking about the Constitution's initial description of the presidency, that it's in Article 2 of the Constitution. Article 1 was the legislature, and that's not by accident. The legislature is where the people who wrote the Constitution thought most power would reside. The chief executive was designed with exactly that word in mind, that he was supposed to execute the laws of the United States. So that's why that we have such a short period for the president. In the Constitution, it's as an oath, it simply says you will faithfully execute the office. Now, the vice presidential oath was written subsequently and by people who had a little bit more ink and paper. And so it became more of a long-winded ritual, whereas the presidential oath is beautiful, I think, in its simplicity. It really gets to the essence that your job as president is to protect and defend the Constitution, period.
Pete Hegseth was just on the screen, DOD Secretary nominee, and of course Clarence Thomas, Justice Thomas, is there on your screen talking with Ivana Trump. And this is at the Congressional Luncheon. Donald Trump Jr. and Roger Wicker. And Roger Wicker is the Armed Services Committee Chair. He is very influential in defense matters and a supporter of Pete Hegseth to be the defense secretary. So this is all happening in Statuary Hall as we speak. Both Democrats and Republicans do not know whether, I know we heard earlier whether the Bushes and the Clintons were attending this lunch and how traditional that is. Jeffrey Engel, do you know who attends this lunch, and do the ex-presidents usually attend this lunch?
You know, it varies dramatically, and I have to stress, when we start talking about ex-presidents, we're dealing with a remarkably small sample size. We're at a really peak period at this moment, unfortunately, because of President Carter passing, and then previously President H.W. Bush right before. We basically were at a high for ex-presidents. Now, of course, we're down to 3. So the president of the same party would oftentimes attend, the former president of the same party would oftentimes attend that inauguration, but not if they're the president who had just left office, because then they have the ceremony for that president to fly off. Ironically, for Ronald Reagan and others, flying off to California seems to be a popular thing to do. And so the takeaway I'm trying to get at is that we have a very, very small sample size. And so I'm very hesitant to say what typically happens, because each one of these inaugural events is really created for its own specific moment.
Lower right corner, Scott Turner, the HUD nominee, obviously Ivanka Trump in the middle, and that is Carrie Underwood down there, and I believe that's her husband, who plays in the NHL. He's a hockey player, and he plays, somebody will tell me what team he plays for, but I know he's a professional hockey player. Let's hear from our viewers as we go this afternoon. What we're waiting on is the luncheon. We don't know if we're going to have a speaking portion for that. We got the signing ceremony coming up. We have the review of the troops, all being done at the Capitol complex before Donald Trump goes to the Capital One Arena Center for the truncated parade, and then finally to the White House. Let's hear from Brad. Brad is in International Falls, Minnesota. Brad, what do you think so far?
Well, I think it was, it's been great so far. And I'm kind of impressed with C-SPAN today in a way, that how you started talking about the things that happened this morning with Biden pardoning these people of no crime that they've ever been, charged with, and so that made me really happy that you started talking about that, because the regular media isn't going to talk about it. But I've always been skeptical with C-SPAN too, and this is, I just want to just point something out that you had said, that when he was giving his second address to the people down below, and you were talking about the lady from Nebraska. and about how her husband wouldn't shake the hand of then Vice President Harris. And I'm thinking to myself, there's got to be a reason why you're doing that. I mean, are you trying to shame the guy, or for whatever reason? But that's like old news. I mean, what you should be talking about is the news of today. And the news of today is that, well, Nancy Pelosi didn't show up. Michelle Obama didn't show up. There's plenty of other things.
Thank you, Brad, for that. And in news also, Karen Pence, Mike Pence's wife, did not show up as well. Patricia is calling in from Minneapolis. Patricia, what do you think so far?
Yeah. Well, I think that C-SPAN is continuing their biased coverage. I agree with the man from International Falls. And plus the guests you have, you know, he's been nothing but fairly critical about the speech. I love the speech. President Trump is informing people, a job that C-SPAN should have done for the last 4 years, of all the corruption and negative and horrible things that the Bidens have done. I pray and I hope that C-SPAN will be halfway fair.
Hey, Patricia, thank you. The president is about to sign some of the official documents in the president's room at the Capitol.
It was a great event. We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders here.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're we might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that. That's important.
That's important, isn't it?
Thank you. We have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send here.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
That was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. So maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. There you go. Take that. See you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir.
Mr. President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you. All right.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir, on day 1. Plenty of time. Just getting started.
A lot of good work to do. So where are we going to stop it? To the council.
Try to look through your documents.
So that's what they get free.
You just saw Democratic leaders Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, along with Senate Majority Leader John Thune, talking with the president as he signed some official congressional documents. And you also heard him say that he really enjoyed having the inaugural in the rotunda of the Capitol. Jeffrey Engel, do you think that's a possibility that they will move the inaugural into the Capitol?
You know, the inauguration's only been at on the National Mall since 1985. Since 1981, when Ronald Reagan from California wanted to essentially put a Western stamp, if you will, on the entire agenda for his administration, looking to the West and also metaphorically, I think, looking to the future. And before that, of course, the presidents were most typically inaugurated on the East steps, where we saw President Biden leave in the Marine One helicopter. And that's, of course, the site where, for example, President Lincoln gave his remarkable first, but more importantly, second inaugural address. That's the site where Franklin Roosevelt said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself," in 1933. So that's also the site where John Kennedy said that we are passing the torch to a new generation. So there's no reason to think that they couldn't decide to keep using the National Mall. Frankly, I think given the length of the ceremony and the fact that President Trump's agenda is already timeline for today is already several hours behind, I think it was perhaps a good thing to get people out of the cold. I myself have been in the cold on the Mall in January watching a president be sworn in, and it's darn cold out there.
Coming up, the congressional luncheon, and we've been showing you pictures from Statuary Hall inside the Capitol of some of the members who are gathering for that. After that, a review of the troops by President Trump. Then he will depart the Capitol, motorcade to Capital One Arena, which is the name of our sporting arena here in Washington, D.C., less than a mile. After that, he'll speak to supporters there. About 20,000 people have been there all day listening and watching the inauguration. And he will do a signing ceremony there as well, some remarks, and then off to the White House. And then tonight, it's the inaugural balls. He is scheduled to attend 2 or 3 of those. And of course, C-SPAN will be live with all of that. Reminder that C-SPAN 2 is just pictures of Washington throughout the day from all the different cameras that are available to us without commentary. Jeffrey Engel, it is a little disconcerting to see outside Washington empty on inaugural day like it is.
It's very unusual. I mean, normally this day would be absolutely packed, but I think as we start thinking about the incoming second now Trump administration, it's also, especially as a historian, I think time to start really thinking about the Biden administration. And one thing that I think we should recall from Biden's campaign in 2020 was his pledge, essentially, that he was going to restore normalcy. Now, remember, that was in the middle of a pandemic. There was lots of crises going on in the country, political division. But his pledge was really to return the country to a normal, almost boring state of affairs, if you will, where things happened as expected. In some ways, I think what we're seeing today is the culmination and accomplishment of the Biden administration, which is that what's going on today with the new administration coming in is something that we used to say before January 6th of last time was remarkable, that we have this normal, peaceful transfer of power. Well, it seems pretty normal today. So in a sense, I think that President Biden, while of course, no doubt disappointed in the outcome of the recent election, and of course, had some difficulties trying to understand his own role in that election. And there's no doubt, I think, that he would look at the events of today being so routine and say that this is part of the accomplishment of my administration.
Jeffrey Engel, in a contemporarily put way, how would you rate the Biden administration at this point? I know it's terribly early.
Well, it's terribly early. I think that actually legislatively, they turned out to be one of the more accomplished administrations. I think in some ways they're an administration that would have to rank with the New Deal and with Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, and in some ways with President Reagan's own first-term agenda as transformative for the nation. However, the real point, I think, of the Biden administration, President Biden's own personal participation in it, was essentially to replace President Trump and then to keep President Trump out of office. So from a legislative, from a bureaucratic, from a policy perspective, I would have to say that they're going to get very, very good marks by historians because they simply accomplished a lot. On the big theme of the administration, which was, as President Biden said, to preserve democracy, not saying that President Trump is or is not preserving democracy, but President Biden made the point that his administration was really in many ways to keep Trump from coming back into power. So there's no way I think that historians will look at his agenda, President Biden, and say that it was in any way fulfilled because the singular purpose of his running failed to materialize.
At the luncheon, Justice Samuel Alito is sitting with Apple CEO Tim Cook, along with Donald Trump Jr. You can see Senator Scott. The prayer is happening right now at the congressional luncheon. We've got a few more minutes with our guest, Jeffrey Engel of Southern Methodist University. We also want to take some calls and hear your voices. Lee in California, what do you want to say?
Well, today's a great day. I just want to do an air clap for our country. We have President Trump back in the presidency. I want to tell everybody in America to unite. I'm here in California. I think we're going to see Biden out here pretty soon. I just want to let everybody know in the media, it's not really good to go after Trump too much because that's kind of why he's back in the office. So, all the clemency that Biden did and all the shenanigans at the end, I think we really need to kind of look at this last administration and let's kind of be a cheerleader for our country and for our president, and let's kind of have some goodwill to come together. I am an independent, but I did vote for Donald Trump because I want to see our country go back to security and securing our borders. So I just hope C-SPAN will stay on the right path, and you guys will report on him legitimately, and you'll report on his legacy moving forward.
That is Lee in California. Thank you for calling in. Robert Kennedy Jr., the HHS Secretary nominee, along with his wife, Cheryl Hines, is sitting with Senators Lisa Murkowski and Chris Coons. Next call is Clayton of Wichita, Kansas, Republican line. Hi, Clayton.
Hi, thank you for taking my call, and happy Martin Luther King Day. Great Inauguration Day, even though it was very cold out there. It's still cold here in the middle of the country, too. What I wanted to say is now that Trump is in office, all of his administration has said a lot of things, and I want to see if they're going to fulfill it or not. For instance, like what Kash Patel has said about the FBI headquarters and what they've came out and said, Donald Trump is signing a lot of executive orders, but let's see where it goes. And insofar as with Biden signing all these pardons, now I want to know, what did they do that they deserve pardons? And keep in mind, they can't plead the fifth now that they've received pardons in the criminal case against somebody who doesn't happen to have a pardon.
And that just a second ago, you saw Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth sitting with Justice Thomas and his wife, Ginny Thomas. It looks like they're standing for the President's entrance into Statuary Hall.
Accompanied by Mrs. Weinshaw Schumer. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. Please remain standing for the honors and the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer and Mr. Fischer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fischer, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Clio, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both like the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
And after the lunch, President Trump will review the troops at the Capitol before heading off to Capital One Arena for the truncated presidential parade. Ursula Perano is a congressional reporter with Politico, and she is joining us. Ms. Perano, 2.5 hours into the Trump administration, what's your take?
Yeah, I think things are moving particularly quickly. We're seeing a ton of announcements already so far on legislative actions. Republicans in Congress very quickly coming out saying they're ready to get to work, digging into their own priorities that they're hoping to see Trump pass quickly. So I think we're seeing an administration and a trifecta of Republicans between the House, Senate, and White House that are really digging in to try and get things done quicker than we might have seen in previous administrations.
Well, let's talk about that trifecta of Trump, Johnson, and Thune. Senate Majority, Speaker of the House, President.
Yeah, I think there are some interesting dynamics between these congressional leaders and President Trump. You know, they have spent a lot of time in recent weeks and months trying to talk and make sure they're on the same page about the legislative agenda. But even as we start going into these first few weeks, there are clear differences we're still seeing between Trump, the House, and the Senate on just certain things about legislative approach, even like one bill on reconciliation or two. I think both of these leaders are going to really have to lean into their personal relationships with Donald Trump, which do differ. Speaker Mike Johnson, obviously, the last time Trump was in office, was not somebody who was on his radar. And so they have worked to develop a relationship within, you know, these past few years as Trump clearly rose again to the presidency. And then John Thune had some bumpy years with Trump. He had some years where he was perhaps seen as one of the more critical Republicans of Trump, particularly after January 6th. But he's been doing a lot to shore up his relationship with the president as well. And so we're going to be seeing those relationships actually be put to the test now that there is no more talk. It's not just talking about, here are the things we want to do, here are the nominees we want to get through. People actually have to be able to prove, being Thune and Johnson, have to be able to prove that they can corral their Republican members around President Trump's priorities.
President Trump talked about a couple of specifics in his speech, including the border and DEI, some of these things. How do you see this moving legislatively?
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of focus on trying to get as much done through reconciliation as possible. Granted, that is limiting. You know, it has to have that budget tie that can get through the Senate parliamentarian. And so some things like border might have some wiggle room there. Other things might be more difficult for Republicans to package in there. I think we are going to see Trump, of course, move on a lot of executive orders where we could see some of his priorities get through perhaps more seamlessly, because inevitably the filibuster does still exist in the Senate. There's no sign that Senate Republicans are eager particularly to overturn it. And there are still enough Democrats to block most legislation aside from reconciliation from moving forward. So I think we are going to see Senate Republicans in particular and House Republicans digging in their heels on using that sort of legislative process to get through as much as they possibly can before Democrats are able to sort of put up their figurative wall that they're hoping to hold on to.
And we should note that the Senate is due to come into session this afternoon, correct?
Yes, they are. They will be back taking a vote this evening. And there's a lot of eyes on whether Senator Rubio will be confirmed as Secretary of State this evening. There are some traditions around letting one nominee, maybe two nominees, get confirmed on day one. But it would require Senate Democrats allowing for a time agreement for that nomination to be sped up. We've heard from a lot of Senate Democrats who said they're open to that, but they're deferring to leadership so far. So we're going to have to see over the next few hours if Senate Democratic leadership would agree to that sort of procedural motion to let Rubio through quickly, who he does have a lot of Democratic support across the aisle.
Ursula Perano, a lot of festivities today, of course, but do you expect a very busy week in the Senate, particularly when it comes to some of the nominations?
I think we are going to see a busy week. We're going to see a lot of hearings continue and votes on nominees within committees. And then I think we're going to see at least a couple of nominees get through the floor. There, again, hopes to have at least one tonight. I think there are other nominees like Ratcliffe that we could see pretty quickly as we move into the week. You know, and there's this desire by Senate Republican leadership to give the presentation and also to prove that they're ready to get to work. That is something that new GOP leader John Thune has really emphasized by beefing up the Senate schedule, by nixing several rounds of recess over the next few months, by saying that Friday votes are going to be a regular thing. That's rather abnormal in the Senate. They tend to leave town on Thursdays. They tend to take a break one recess week-ish each month to go work in their districts. And so there is this idea that Thune is really going to want to put his foot on the gas and get Republicans moving quickly on policy and on legislation, and particularly reconciliation, which folks are hoping to have done by spring.
CEOs from Apple, TikTok, Google, Meta, all present and accounted for up on at the inaugural speech, and of course Elon Musk as well. Do you expect some action on when it comes to tech policy, and if so, what?
I think we are seeing tech and the White House really cozy up in a way where you can tell that there is some intentional relationships being built there. There were a lot of Republican lawmakers, including some governors, that didn't even make it in the rotunda today due to the limited seating situation. So when you do see who made it in, that isn't necessarily on the traditional list for legislators that might attend an inauguration, it does sort of raise some attention to what is the nature of the connections that are being formed there. Democrats have already pointed out this sort of connection and these criticisms, and so there will be pushback from the left. But I do think it's a sign that Trump, or at least Tech, are trying to find some way to work together. And we'll have to see what that looks like in policy.
Yeah, we saw Governor Greg Abbott of Texas in the overflow room down in the Emancipation Hall. President Trump called him out a couple times.
Yeah. And so it's one of those tricky politics that have really been shown by this unique situation of having the rotunda be the space for the inauguration, is that you can't have everybody. And so who got on the invite list to be inside the room versus in that overflow space is definitely something that people are really looking to. And I'll say right now, even with the lunch, there's a lot of questions about the seating arrangements, who sat next to each other, where are nominees placed next to certain senators, and how might that be an effort to court support for confirmation on the floor. You know, there's a lot of internal politics that pop up today of trying to see who's where and why.
Ursula Perano, are you up on the Hill today? Are you in the Capitol? And if so, what's it like?
I am up here. I am in a Senate call booth right now, these glorious little rooms that we get. You know, it is a ton of increased security right now. There's very limited movement throughout the building.
Even for you?
Perimeter, yeah, even for reporters right now, a lot of normal stakeout spots are still somewhat limited access as members and folks with security details, in particular up in the administration, are moving throughout the building. But we're expecting within the next few hours, normal movement will open up and security will go back sort of to the more normal level. But it's definitely, it's tightened up here for sure.
Ursula Perano with Politico, we really appreciate your time. Look forward to talking to you in the near future. The president has one more event after the lunch, and this is a review of the troops. And we, of course, at C-SPAN will be carrying that live. Then he's off to Capital One Arena for the truncated parade and then to the White House. John is calling in from Washington, D.C., a Democrat. John, what's this week been like with all the lockdowns in this city for you?
Oh, it's been a little inconvenient, but it was disappointing not to actually have the inauguration. But first of all, I just want to thank C-SPAN for covering everything. I think we've heard from the Trump supporters that they feel like anything that's not complete favoritism is considered somehow biased against Trump. But boy, today I'll tell you, like, just listening to his list of grievances and blaming others for all kinds of things, I mean, that just seems like a small vision for our country. And, you know, I wish someone would ask him, you know, whether it's him or Musk or any of these people, why they don't help out the people themselves in North Carolina or California. You know, they are billionaires. If they wanted to put some money there, there's nothing stopping them. And finally, just, you know, D.C. actually wants to be a state, not Canada. He might want to consider helping us out here in the city, you know, while he is president for 4 years.
John, as a Democrat in Washington, D.C., which voted 94% for Kamala Harris, are these 4 years, do you anticipate them being tough for you personally or mentally, however you want to look at it?
Well, I guess the way you have to think about it is in terms of the city. I mean, does he care about the people who live here, or is he just trying to make political statements at our expense? And so, you know, when we say we want to be a state here in the city, I mean, he can do basically whatever they want. We are under congressional, you know, control. And so that's always disappointing when they like to exercise that power versus letting the people here run the city just like every other state in the country does.
Is your job impacted by administrations, Republican or Democrat?
No, not directly, but it could be because, you know, the idea that he's going to support initiatives that I care about, which is, you know, helping people in the city get ahead. We'll see if that's what he has an interest in or if it's really just about helping billionaires.
That's John calling in from Washington, D.C. Maya is next. Little Rock, Arkansas, Republican line. Good afternoon, Maya. Maya? Let's move on to Ed. Ed is an independent in Ohio. Ed, good afternoon.
Hello.
What are your thoughts so far on the new Trump administration?
I'm glad for it, but I was just wondering if anybody else noticed that he did not place his hand on the Bible when he made his swore his allegiance to the Constitution. Why? I mean, his wife was standing there with both Bibles in her hand, and he never did place his hand on that. I don't understand.
That's Ed in Ohio. Let's leave it there, Ed, and let's check in again with John McArdle here at C-SPAN. John, what do you have for us?
Peter, it's a day of pomp and circumstance. There's that inaugural luncheon that's going on right now, but a reminder to viewers that it's also a business day on Capitol Hill, and there's a lot of business yet to be done today. You touched a little bit on this on your interview with Ursula Perano, but the Senate comes in at 4:30 p.m. Eastern today, and committees will begin meeting in the late afternoon around that time to prepare some of these confirmation votes. The vote has to take place in the committee before there's a floor vote. So let me run through some of those committee hearings that are happening today. Chad Pergram of Fox News with this wrap up. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee preps Marco Rubio's nomination for Secretary of State. That's at 4:30 p.m. The Senate Intelligence Committee prepares the nomination of John Ratcliffe to be CIA Director. 4:45 p.m. The Homeland Security Committee advancing the nomination of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. The one that we're expecting there to be a final floor vote today on is Marco Rubio, but we'll, of course, find out if any more of those nominees officially get confirmed by the end of Donald Trump's first day in office. Some history on that from Chad Pergram. On Inauguration Day 2021, the Senate confirmed Avril Haines as Director of the National Intelligence for President Biden. And Inauguration Day 2017, the Senate confirmed James Mattis as Defense Secretary and John Kelly as DHS Secretary for President Trump, Trump 45. So we'll see what happens today. We do know that it's a busy week for confirmation hearings and more of those movements happening this week. But we also know that President Trump is not just going to be in D.C. this week. He will go out to the country later this week. This from Jake Traylor of ABC News, noting that President Trump is expected to visit Asheville, North Carolina, which was impacted, of course, by Hurricane Helene in September. In addition, Trump has said he will be visiting California on Friday to survey wildfire damage. So not just a newsy day here in Washington, a newsy week for this country.
Hey, John, a minute ago or a little bit earlier in the program, you pulled up the new White House website. Do you have that available to show to viewers one more time?
I can certainly get it for you, Peter.
And it switched right at noon after the president was sworn in, and it became Trump-centric rather than Biden-centric, correct?
The headline on the front page, it was literally moments after the official swearing in that whitehouse.gov became this version of whitehouse.gov. America is back, with the big picture of Donald Trump there and accompanying video as well on the official White House webpage.
Thank you, John McArdle. Mike, Bessemer City, North Carolina, Republican. Hi, Mike. What are your thoughts about the president's speeches so far?
Oh, I love the speeches, and I appreciably want to say great job for C-SPAN from showing last night to today and hopefully all evening. But, yes, his speeches were what he ran on, closing the border, doing away with this DEI garbage. You know, I mean, it's just it's a great day in America, and it's a happy Inauguration Day and a happy Martin Luther King Day. But we need to focus on what he ran on, what he talked on. The Democrats are going to say it's divisive, but that's what he ran on. That's what he promised to America. And like he said, you had a historic number of blacks, historic number of young people, historic number of Hispanics that voted for him because they went through 4 years of crazy. And it was so good to see the people coming in and out without men wearing dresses in there.
Hey, Mike, how close are you to Asheville, North Carolina?
We're about, let me see, we're about 20 miles from Charlotte. We're probably about an hour and a half from Asheville.
John McArdle just reported that he's going to be down there this week, that President Trump is coming down there. Another change at the White House. Now, eagle-eyed viewers would have noticed earlier on, prior to noon, that the flag at the White House with the POW MIA flag was at half staff. It is now at full staff over the White House. Half staff, of course, in honor of Jimmy Carter. President Biden asked for 30 days for that, but President Trump and Mike Johnson down at the Capitol, the Speaker, ordered that the flags be flown at full staff during the inauguration. Jan, or is that, yeah, Jan in Buffalo, New York. Hi, Jan.
Hey, so my name's actually Ian.
You know what? I almost went with Ian, and I didn't, and I should have. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much for taking my call. I finally have something in common with Cher, which I'm very happy about. I just wanted to start off by saying you guys were asking about Carrie Underwood's husband earlier. That's actually Mike Fisher.
Nashville Predators.
Yep, ironically for the Ottawa Senators, too.
Yeah, I thought he played for a Canadian team, and I didn't want to step too far into that. So.
Yeah, well, anyway, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say, you know, I used to be a Republican. I was a registered Republican up until 2016. I supported John Kasich, and then after Trump won, I started my descent into becoming a Democrat. Just watching all this in the past 8 years, how he just constantly lies about everything. I mean, Christ, he got up there in his second address saying how Biden pardoned all these death row criminals. Well, no, he didn't. He just commuted their sentence. And not even all of them. I mean, the guy who did the Boston bombing, he didn't get his sentence commuted. So, like, I really don't know what there is to be angry about.
So, Ian, can I ask you, because a lot of Democrats have gone the other way and become Republicans because of President Trump, is your evolution, is it a political thing? Is it the issue-based thing, or is it the personal? You just don't like him as a person, or you don't like his policies?
I don't like his politics, and I don't like him as a person anymore. I used to love watching him on The Apprentice, and then he became a politician. And he was just lying about everything. And at first, when he first came down that golden escalator, I'm thinking, well, this is going to be different. And little did I know how much that different actually was.
Jim, what do you do up in Buffalo?
Well, I teach high schoolers theater.
Terrific. Thanks for calling in, Ian. We appreciate it. Next call is Robert in Bloomingdale, Illinois, Independent Line. Please go ahead, Robert.
Yes, I just wanted to say it's a great day for America. Congratulations to President Trump. And as an independent, once a conservative Democrat, he has a lot to do to reverse to get back to we the people, not we the government. And that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. One more event for the president after the lunch at the Capitol, and this is a review of the troops. President Trump will be doing that. We'll be watching that. And then he's off to the Capital One Arena, where 20,000 people are there right now waiting for him. They've been there all day. They watched the inaugural. You can see it there. Elon Musk is speaking to those folks right now. And that will be live this afternoon. There will be a truncated parade as well. And again, all live on C-SPAN. And then at some point, President Trump will make it back to the White House. He's running a good hour and a half late right now. So he'll make it back to the White House at some point, sign some executive orders, and then attend 2 or 3 balls. Well, a little after 1 o'clock, the Trumps walked the Bidens out to the east front of the Capitol to Marine One, to the helicopter, and the Bidens were taken to Andrews Air Force Base for a special air mission flight, Special Air Mission 46, flying them to California. Here's the departure ceremony for the Bidens at Andrews Air Force Base.
Thank you.
Wow. Folks, came to thank you. You know, I don't think we could have done anything. I know we couldn't have done anything we did without you. Kamala and Doug and members of the cabinet, all the staff that's here, from all across all the agencies, and friends, supporters. Jill and I are forever grateful to you. I mean that. We're genuinely grateful. As you heard me say before, no president gets to choose the moment they enter history, but they get to choose the team they enter history with. And we chose the best damn team in the world. You are. You know, it's because of you. I mean this sincere from the bottom of my heart. Because of you, we got so much done for all Americans. I look down there, my Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, exceeded only by his wife, who worked for me first. But look, I only hope to look back on these years. I hope you look back on them with the same pride I have of all you've done. And I'm proud of is that you did it upholding the core values of honesty, decency, and integrity. I mean, no scandal. I mean, it's incredible what you did. And you represent the best of who we are as Americans. That's not a joke. That's real. Now, while I relied on your ideas and resolve and counsel, we also relied on your families. To all your families, thank you, thank you, thank you for the sacrifices you made. I mean it. For being part of this journey. Every day, I'm deeply moved by all we all did for this country. I really mean it. History's going to mark down just what you did. You know, but the point I want to make today is to make clear in my farewell address, as we all do have more to do. We have a lot more to do. We heard the inaugural address today. You know, we got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, there are up and downs, but we have to stay with it. My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say this before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never, never, never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight. You're smart, you're skilled, you're passionate. The country needs you again. So all of you can, stay engaged in all the ways you can, whether it's in public service, the private sector, philanthropy, academia, running for office yourself, or anything else you choose to do. I give you my word, we believe in you. We, Jill and I, our family, believe in you. Just as I've said, how the laws we enacted our seasons are going to grow and bloom for decades to come. I say that to you as well. I have no doubt you'll make this experience and take in the friendships you made to continue to do amazing things in decades to come. That's why I see a future, all of it leading the way by you all. You know, so take some time to decompress, reconnect with your friends, spend more time with your family, but most of all, take care of yourselves and each other. I mean it. Let me close where I began, with my sincere gratitude. And I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I've been doing this for 50 years. You're the best group of people. Hard to say. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. And I tell you what, the greater honor is being able to serve with all of you. You're incredible. You really are. You really are. Mark my words. History's going to judge what you've done as one of the most significant contributions that's been made by all of America. Look, folks, you know, let me close with that poem you heard me quote before. Seamus Heaney wrote, "Once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice will rise up in hope and mystery rhyme. You made it rhyme louder than it's rhymed in a long time." I really mean it. We're on the cusp of real change, so let's make hope and history rhyme. I love you all. I'm keeping you too long, but thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bottom of our heart, thank you. Thank you. Can I go off this way?
And that was former President and Mrs. Biden about an hour and a half ago at Andrews Air Force Base on their way to California. From the Washington Monument, here is a view of the U.S. Capitol. You can see the flags and the stands all set up for the outdoor inaugural. That did not happen. Of course, it took place in the rotunda. Right now, there's a congressional lunch going on that the president and the vice president are attending. After that, there's a review of the troops at the Capitol and then down to Capital One Arena for the truncated presidential parade that will be indoors at the congressional luncheon. The menu includes crab cakes with wine, Angus ribeye steak with wine, and apple icebox terrine with sour cream ice cream and salted caramel, with wine. Those are the 3 courses being served at the congressional lunch. We're going to continue to take your calls as we cover live events of the 60th inaugural here in Washington, D.C. But in the meantime, we want to catch up with John McCardle as well.
Peter, at that luncheon you were talking about, it's taking place in Statuary Hall. I believe it's champagne that's being served with dessert there, but it's an interesting menu for sure. You also were pointing out the interesting pairings at the various tables at that luncheon. A few pictures of that from some of the congressional reporters who are milling around watching the scenes there. This is Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News saying to him perhaps the most interesting conversation, Senator Lindsey Graham, Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg, and Justice Brett Kavanaugh chatting in a huddle there. Here's another one from Jake Sherman as well. This one is Senator Bernie Sanders and Health and Human Services nominee RFK Jr. And some of the other scenes from inside the Capitol. Senator James Lankford noting he enjoyed seeing Carrie Underwood sing America the Beautiful, noting that she was born in Oklahoma from the Sooner State. And then this from Chuck Grassley, tweeting out the picture watching the inauguration alongside Cory Booker, the Republican from Iowa and the Democrat from New Jersey there. Jake Sherman noting when it comes to Chuck Grassley, his first inauguration as a member of Congress, he was in the House at the time, was 1976, Jimmy Carter's inauguration then in 1977.
And Chuck Grassley is the president pro tempore of the Senate, which means he's the longest serving member of the Senate in the majority party. Over in the House side, it's Hal Rogers, who is Dean of the House. Hal Rogers first won election in 1980, the same year that Ronald Reagan became president. Now back to your calls. Kevin in West Milford, New Jersey, Republican line. Kevin, what did you think of President Trump's second inaugural speech?
I thought it was excellent, actually. It really beat his first. I think his first was a little bit scattered, but this time he's really come into the role of president, I would say.
And why did you enjoy? What did you enjoy about it? I mean, there were a lot of policy specifics, usually not delivered in a inaugural address.
I felt, though, they were policy specific. There was a large, wide-ranging scope to the speech. I felt as if he had in his mind's eye, you know, our entire nation, its history, our achievements, and our hopefully bright future.
What's the main issue of concern for you?
Abortion is, actually.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Edgar is in Moscow, Idaho, Democrat. Edgar, good afternoon to you. Edgar, you with us? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. I frankly, I wasn't very impressed. I thought there was a lot of kind of toxic showboating. You know, Barron's, he's just too tall. He was getting distracted the entire time. And, you know, frankly.
We will move on to Patrick in Satellite Beach, Florida, on our independent line. Patrick, what do you got for us?
Hi. Yeah, I hope Trump is able to do a lot of good in these coming years, but I think the thing is, it doesn't really seem to matter who's in power because things pretty much stay the same overall. If we don't address, you know, what some call the deep state or whatever, and release the ZPT free energy technology that's been kept from the world at large since the 1950s, things aren't going to truly transform, not just in the USA, but in the world for the good of all humanity in the decades that follow.
Do you see President Trump as a potential disruptor?
Yes, I think that, but he also is, you know, I mean, a lot of times you can't always take what he says at face value. You know, he says one thing, but he might be thinking or doing something else. You don't always know what he knows, but like he's very focused on, you know, drill, baby, drill, and that's great. You know, we have a lot of oil and stuff, but that still doesn't get to the point of this technology that we are, you know, a lot more people are finding out has been held from us for, you know, close to 100 years now, that would free the entire world and it would heal the planet. And none of this false green energy stuff with windmills that, you know, pollute and damage the oceans and the land and solar panels that don't really work when the sun doesn't shine and whatnot. And, you know, it's like, hey, let's stop that weather manipulation while we're at it and investigate what's under the Getty Museum and put it into dual citizenship and the APAC influence.
Patrick in Satellite Beach, Florida. Our next call comes from a Republican, Oscar, in Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico. Oscar, before you, I want to get your take on the inaugural taking place in the Capitol Rotunda rather than outside. What's your take on that?
Well, my take on that is that when you see when it happened before, it happened when Ronald Reagan's second inauguration. For me, it looks like a revindication of Donald Trump, because when we saw Donald Trump the first time he was sworn in president, he was like learning the ropes because he was an outsider. Now we're seeing him a more experienced, a more politicized Trump, and now like the second coming of Ronald Reagan, theoretically. And now I wish the best for Donald Trump and the best for all of America.
Why are you a supporter of Donald Trump?
I was a Democrat in 2016 and 2020. I switched to Republican because of the common sense and because Donald Trump doesn't like sweet talk anything. If he has to say hurtful truth, he will say it. He's a straightforward guy, and he has a lot of common sense, and that's what changed me from Democrat to Republican.
Oscar, during the campaign this year, the rather tasteless joke was told about Puerto Rico. What was your reaction to that?
Yeah, it was hurtful for all Puerto Ricans. What the jokester said, it was disrespectful, hurtful, and demeaning. But we've seen how President Trump, in his first term, helped Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, giving the largest federal funds for the island. And that's what counts, not what someone says from your campaign, but what you do. And Donald Trump so far has helped Puerto Rico, and we hope it continues helping Puerto Rico.
Where is Cabo Rojo, and what do you do there?
Well, it's in the southwest of the island. I'm a auto parts seller, and I study political science.
So you're what, about an hour from San Juan? Would that be fair?
2 hours, maybe 2 hours and a half, depends on the traffic.
Okay. And final question, I promise, Oscar.
Yeah.
There's been talk about Greenland and D.C. and other territories being made the 51st state of the United States. What do you think about Puerto Rico being a state?
Well, we have a general election in 2024, and there was a referendum on which the citizens of Puerto Rico wanted to become, if they wanted to become an independent state, continue the status quo, or become a state. 58% of Puerto Ricans chose statehood. We believe that Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico must be the first ones before talking about Greenland or Canada. I believe we have been waiting too long. Puerto Rico, I believe, is one of the oldest colonies that the United States have, and we have to show the moral standards that we believe in freedom and the determination of the people, and Puerto Ricans have chose statehood.
Oscar, thank you for your time. Thanks for watching from Puerto Rico. Debbie is on the line. Debbie is in Florence, Alabama. Democrat. Hi, Debbie.
Hi.
So how are you feeling today as a Democrat?
Well, I don't know. Just kind of numb, really. I tuned in because I don't want to be willfully ignorant, even though a lot of my friends say I'm not going to watch the train wreck or whatever. I just said, no, I want to see what's going on. I want to see what he says. I want to know what's going on in my country. And I was really it started off bad because his ego was present in the immediately when the flag was changed, and it didn't honor President Carter's passing, and that is an American tradition. So his ego won out there, and the flag was raised because he couldn't have it at half-mast or half-staff. And also the other reason I was calling was all the speculation on the reason President Biden did the last-minute pardons. They're saying, well, what did they do wrong? It's only, they're starting to speculate, and it doesn't mean that they did anything wrong. It just out of his own Trump's vow to get vengeance on his perceived enemies. That alone would make me want to protect my family. And because Biden was on the list, the media was on his list of those who had wronged him in his eyes. He was going to, wreak vengeance on them. And I think it was a protective move. It's not saying that they did anything wrong. It's saying that in Trump's eyes, you never know what he can possibly do, because he is a little unhinged on things like that.
That's Debbie in Florence, Alabama. President Trump has one more duty at the Capitol this afternoon, and that's a review of the troops. That will happen, then the motorcade to Capitol One, the truncated parade, and at some point he'll get back to the White House. There'll be some executive order signings at Capitol One Arena and at the White House, and then the balls are tonight. And he is scheduled to attend 2 or 3 of those, and C-SPAN will be live as long as the cameras are up and we're able to see the first dance and perhaps any remarks he may make. Again, if you don't like all this blather that we do on TV, turn to C-SPAN 2. Just pictures around the city. You can watch and enjoy just the scenes and no commentary whatsoever. C-SPAN host and producer John McCardle is with us. He's been with us since 7 a.m. this morning. Mr. McCardle, what do you got?
It wasn't too long after 7 a.m. That we learned about those pardons that the caller was just talking about. One of the headlines from the Hill newspaper that will show you Biden pardoning Dr. Fauci, Mark Milley, the January 6th committee ahead of the Trump inauguration. I want to show you also when it comes to Mark Milley, one of the scenes at the Pentagon right now. Tara Kopp is Associated Press Pentagon reporter, and she notes when it comes to Mark Milley, the former Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman's portrait has now been removed from the Pentagon hallway where it was hanging as late as just before 1 p.m. Eastern today, when an earlier photo was taken showing it was there. It's now gone. The portrait was just unveiled back on January the 12th, saying it's not clear where the portrait was removed to, but it's no longer hanging on the wall where it was. Tara Kopp of the Associated Press pointing that out from just across the Potomac River at the Pentagon.
Thank you very much. Well, the president spoke. His inaugural address was 30 minutes long or so, about 3,000 words, twice as long as his previous, the longest in modern history. We want to show you a portion of this. This is from about 3 hours ago.
Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, From Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And that was the final 10 minutes of President Trump's second inaugural address in the rotunda of the Capitol. The entire address was about 30 minutes long, about 3,000 words, the longest in modern American history. That is available to watch on our website. Everything that we've covered for the last 8 hours live is available on our website at cspan.org. We will be on the air for several more hours this evening to get through the inaugural balls, the parade at the Capital One Arena, the motorcade to the parade, and the review of the troops. The luncheon is still going on in the Capitol itself in Statuary Hall, the congressional luncheon with the president and the vice president. And after that, it's a review of the troops, then the motorcade, then the parade, some executive order signing, we believe, and then the inaugural balls tonight. And again, everything we've covered today, available to watch online at cspan.org in its entirety. John McCardle has been with us since 7 a.m. this morning as well, reporting on news of the day. Hi, John.
Peter, you just showed viewers that inaugural address, the first address that President Trump gave today. He gave another second speech to his supporters in Emancipation Hall. But I wanted to show just how news organizations cover the inaugural address and how different organizations can highlight different parts of the address. So here's an example. This is the Washington Times. Their headline online: Trump reclaims presidency with pledge to bring a golden age to America. President Trump using that term golden age. From one of the conservative media sites, this is the Washington Free Beacon. Their headline, "The joy is back in town. Trump greeted as a liberator in triumphant return to the White House. The vibes are great again," they write, "the resistance circling the drain." And then from the left, this is the Huff Post. Their headline, a different interpretation of that speech, "Carnage Part 2. Trump sworn in. Don I's empire claims mandate in a sweeping address." Just a view of the different ways you can interpret the same address.
John, thank you very much. Capital One Arena has about 20,000 Trump supporters there. You can see this. They have been there all day. They watched the inauguration from the rotunda there, and we would show shots from there throughout the day. And now they are awaiting the president. Kash Patel has spoken to them there. He's the FBI nominee. Elon Musk has been there this afternoon as well, speaking. And right now, nothing is going on, but you will hear the president make another address at Capital One and watch the parade as much as can be done inside an arena. It looks like the motorcade from the Capitol, once the president gets in the car again, is going to go down at least partially down Pennsylvania Avenue, possibly up 7th Street here in Washington. It's only about a mile from the Capitol to Capital One Arena, and then about another mile over to the White House. So it's all in a tight area, and this is pretty locked down because we thought this was going to be outside, and the entire city in this area is locked down. Everything around the Capitol there is locked down. You don't see anybody walking or milling about. That shot that you're seeing is taken from the top of the Washington Monument, looking due east at the Capitol, the old RFK Stadium in the back, potentially the site of the new stadium for the Washington Commanders in the near future. But that's the old RFK Stadium. 202 is the area code here, and if you would like to call in and comment on what you've seen today, 748-8000 for Democrats, 748-8001 for Republicans, and 748-8002 for all others. You can also send a text message, 202-748-8003. We'll try to get to some of those as well. Please include your city and your first name on your text message. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Reese in Independence, Ohio. Independent line. Reese, what are your thoughts on today so far?
I go to school at Kent State in Ohio, and I have a lot of transgender friends. And the news that there's going to legally be only two genders is concerning. Transgender people are less than 1% of the population, and I just feel like the opioid crisis is such a bigger thing in Ohio than, like, gender. So it's kind of disheartening to see the lack of emphasis on things I think people need to care about.
Now, Reese, you called in on the independent line. Did you support Joe Biden or Kamala Harris for president?
She is who I voted for, but I don't really support candidates so much as policy and like plans, infrastructure ideas, that kind of thing.
Now, when you say you have a lot of transgender friends, is it a, what, 3, 4, 40? I mean, when you say lots.
It depends on what you mean by friend. I know probably over 30 transgender people personally, but there's also people who haven't discovered themselves yet that are kids, you know? And I just think, like, limiting the definition of what a human can be is very rough.
What do you think the policy should be?
I think that it already is what it needs to be. The medical infrastructure is doing the proper testing. No one under 18 is getting surgeries done, especially if you look at, like, one of the best hospitals in the country that I live really close by, the Cleveland Clinic. They don't do surgeries under 18. They don't do hormones under 18, only reversible hormone blockers. I feel like we need to leave it to the doctor, and the government doesn't need to know what's going on with people in regards to their medical health.
Reese, women are transgendered men after puberty playing in women's sports. What's your take?
I think if they are, such as intramural sports between schools, I don't think that's necessary for us to regulate, seeing as it's such a small population, and those are kids, right? And then a lot of transgender athletes, when you interview them, they don't medically transition, they only socially transition. So they change their name, the way they dress, but they don't go on hormones. And there's also a natural variance in women, and cis women, born as women, identify as women, testosterone that's higher than, say, the average women. Are we going to start demanding everyone be within a certain range of hormones? I just don't think it's necessary due to this small incidence population.
What are you studying at Kent State?
Special education with a concentration in disability services with a minor in American Sign Language.
That's Reese in Independence, Ohio. We really appreciate you calling in and sharing your viewpoint. Bob is in hometown Illinois, Republican line. Hi, Bob.
Hey, Peter. Love C-SPAN. I wasn't going to use my 30-day call on this, but 15 minutes before leaving office, when he pardons his family members, it kind of sent me over the edge, because since he took the oath of office 4 years ago, first thing he did was say he's going to protect American citizens, and he opens the border. 15 million plus come across. And regarding the 37 communicated death sentences, he altered 37 juries' opinions on what they wanted done with these people, these horrific murderers. And yet Judge Merchan...
Bob, I apologize. Steve Scalise, the majority leader in the House, is speaking at the congressional lunch.
But one of the things President Trump said that I thought was the most touching, he said, in America, the impossible is what we do best. And I think that epitomizes the spirit when you think about this room, this statuary hall, and you look at some of the statues. Thomas Edison, he did the impossible. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if Elon's still here. Elon does some of those things himself. But you look at somebody like Rosa Parks, and she did something that many would have said couldn't be done with just a simple gesture of saying, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. And so the impossible is what we do in America. And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America. Like so many men and women before him in our nation's history. Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation, out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Now, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir, actually many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He writes a lot about, speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today, and to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. You're here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you, but I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
In about an hour and a half behind schedule, the congressional luncheon has concluded. One more event coming up at the Capitol, and that is a honor guard review. It's being called the first honors ceremony, and President Trump will review the troops. The troops are made up of Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard personnel. 183 service members are participating in the first honors ceremony. That will take place in Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center below where they're standing now, and that will take place in about 15 minutes or so. After that, the President and Mrs. Trump, J.D. Vance and Mrs. Vance, motorcade to Capital One Arena, the basketball/hockey stadium here in downtown Washington, about a mile away, and they will participate in a rally with their supporters there and a partial parade. After that, off to the White House, and then the inaugural balls this evening, all live on C-SPAN. If you don't want to hear any talking and noise, go to C-SPAN 2. All we're doing is showing you sights and sounds, live pictures from Washington, D.C., from the cameras at the Capitol, the White House, Capital One. We're just kind of switching it up so you can just get a sense of what's going on in Washington today without any commentary. Matthew Costello is a historian with the White House Historical Association. Mr. Costello, where is today going to fall when it comes to inaugurals?
Well, thank you for having me. It's been an interesting day because we've seen a mix of sort of the traditional inaugural ceremonies that we're used to, but then also obviously having to adapt some of those things because of the weather, because of what appears to be delays, a tardiness. And so we've seen quite a bit change. Typically, this would be the point now where the new president of the United States would be at the inaugural review stand just north of the White House, and they would be sitting there with the new vice president, and they would be taking in the review, before heading inside of the White House to get ready for the balls for the evening. But obviously, this is very different, a change in weather, and then a change to a number of different things that we've seen today. And so I do think this is it is going to stand out, compared, I think, to many past inaugurations. And the fact that President Trump essentially gave two speeches today, two 30-minute speeches. Yeah, everybody anticipated an inaugural address. That has become very much customary, that the president-elect, after taking the oath of office, then delivers their inaugural address. But the second speech, I think, was obviously less anticipatory, and you can tell those were very different speeches. One where I think the president was very much on message, delivering the inaugural address. And then another where I think he had probably a little bit more reign to talk about really sort of whatever he felt like speaking on. So you're writing a headline for tomorrow morning. What is your headline about today so far? I think if you were going to summarize it up in a headline, I think it's in some ways Trump's inauguration is emblematic of his return to politics. The fact that we do have this mix of both tradition, but also really sort of whatever the president-elect wanted, whatever he desired, whatever he decided. And so it is sort of a mix of the past, that we have Trump now, who is the second person to hold non-consecutive terms as president of the United States, but also the path ahead. I've never been very good at headlines, so I think I'll leave that to the professionals. Well, as a White House and presidential historian, what are some of the past inaugurations that stand out to you? Well, when we look at inauguration today, and I think, as I've said, this inauguration is a little bit different, but, most modern inaugurations really consist of 5 key parts. What we're talking about, a transition, and also the move-in, moving day at the White House. We're talking about the oath of office, the inaugural address, the parade or procession that accompanies all of the inaugural ceremonies, and then the inaugural balls. And most presidents have had those 5 basic concepts. And I will point out that, the Constitution, at least when Washington participated in the first inauguration, the only thing the Constitution said related to inaugurations was that the president was to take the oath of office. Beyond that, everything else that we see is something that we have created over time. And for some reasons, to make this more of a participatory event, right? By making the oath of office outdoors, more people can witness it, more people can hear it. As you add things like microphones, audio systems, more people can hear the speeches. And so over time, what we've seen Inauguration Day, yes, is a transfer of power from one executive to the other, but it has become much more of a day where American citizens feel like they are part of the ceremonies themselves. And so, I think the one that probably has the quickest comparison is probably Ronald Reagan's inauguration in 1985. Very similar in terms of shift moving indoors. They did it in the rotunda as well. But Reagan had actually canceled the parade. So, a little bit of a difference here, and of course, a different location moving to Capital One Reno.
Now, Mr. Costello, I can't remember back in '85 whether or not that was done at the last minute, but this one changed on Friday prior to Monday. So this entire town kind of made a curve.
Yeah, 1985 was unusual for a few different reasons. The first, that January 20th fell on a Sunday. And per the Constitution, now with a new constitutional amendment, the president's term ends January 20th at noon. Now, Ronald Reagan was already president, so there was no lapse in executive power. And so President Reagan takes the oath of office at the White House on Sunday, January 20th. They reserved the public inaugural ceremonies for Monday, the 21st. And when I was looking back at it, it was a very last minute call. I think that they had anticipated to do the inauguration outdoors, but I think it was sort of at the very last moment they decided to move then President Reagan's second inaugural indoors. So I think it might have actually been even more last minute than this one. But, again, that also wasn't the first time this had happened. William Howard Taft did something similar in 1909. A blizzard had hit Washington, D.C. It was very cold. And Taft decided that they weren't going to do the oath of office outdoors. They would do the oath indoors. But he did still have the parade and procession. So again, it goes to show you that even though we have these traditions, there is a little bit of flexibility, a little bit of autonomy when it comes to the new president and selecting things that make sense for the day.
As we're talking with Matthew Costello of the White House Historical Association, we were watching scenes from the congressional lunch, everybody leaving. You saw Barron Trump walk right past Bernie and Jane Sanders. You saw Donald Trump Jr. saying goodbye to Kristi Noem, the DHS designee. So just kind of an interesting Washington watch on your screen as we talk with Mr. Costello. Speaking of which, where did this luncheon come from? How long has this been a tradition?
I believe the luncheon dates back to Eisenhower, but this is an extension of the work that's done by the Joint Congressional Committee for Inaugural Ceremonies. And that committee began all the way back with William McKinley. And so Congress has played a very active role in the inaugural ceremonies since that point onward. And I think the other thing that's worth noting is we've seen this day become more and more condensed. I mean, there's much more packed into an inauguration day today than, say, if you were to go back into the 19th century. Now we see all the different things that I've listed previously, but we also see a president move out and a president move in to the White House on the same day. That wasn't always the case. You go back to the 19th century. Typically, a move in and move out did not happen that rapidly. Sometimes you might have presidents stay a little bit longer until they had arranged other housing, or they would move out and the new president wouldn't move in until the House had received a deep cleaning. And so even with something like that, moving a new first family and a new president to the White House, that's also something that has been consolidated and made this day much more compact in terms of all the different activities and things that are happening behind the scenes.
Mr. Costello, the White House Historical Association is right across the street from the White House with a brand new exhibit there. Change of administration, do you update that exhibit at all?
Yes. In fact, the place that you're mentioning is called the People's House, a White House experience. I would highly encourage anybody who's watching to come check it out. It can be very difficult to get on the tours for the White House. And so we've created this educational immersive experience at 1700 Pennsylvania Avenue as an alternative. And if you can't get to the White House, it is free. It's open to the public. All you have to do is reserve your passes online. So yes, to answer your question, we do plan to update the content. We are in sort of an unusual circumstance here in that we have a new president who was previously president. And so we're going to be able to use that as a prototype to start with. We do have a replica Oval Office. It had all the furnishings and the decor of the Biden administration. And so we'll start working to change those things out to match. And the goal has always been to match the decor of the current president of the United States.
And the WHHA, are you associated with the government or the White House? Or are you purely private, nonprofit?
We are a private, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. We were founded in 1961 by First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy. And we've been really the educational partner to raise awareness and support for the White House collection, the history of the House, the people who've lived there and worked there. And in addition to all these different things that we do education, we do research, we do teacher training. We have a digital library with more than 30,000 images. And we are the partner organization to the White House. It doesn't matter who is the occupant. We've worked with every administration since 1961.
Mark Zuckerberg and his wife are walking out of the congressional luncheon as we speak. We've seen quite a few members of Congress as well walking out. But is this a lobbying lunch?
Well, it's hard to say. I think, a big part of the inaugural luncheon afterwards is, we have a new Congress and they're welcoming the new president. And it has become an opportunity for not only affluent and wealthy, but also, politically connected people who are supporters of the new president, having an opportunity to be in the same space with members of Congress. And so I would imagine just with all the different activities that are going on that day, I'm not sure how far those conversations go, but, it is a celebration. It really is bringing all these different groups of people together who may not necessarily always be in the same room to celebrate, the inauguration of their candidate of choice, Donald J. Trump.
Matthew Costello, White House Historical Association. As always, we appreciate your time with us on C-SPAN. Well, back live to the Capitol. This is Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center. This is where the review of troops will be happening. Let's listen in.
Ready, front. Officers, ready, front. Ceremonial. At ease. Hold it. Stand at ease. Attack. Ceremonial. At ease. Honor, go! Attention! Ceremonial at east! Hold, stand at east!
So I want to be able to play out the track.
Ceremonial at east!
What you're watching live at the U.S. Capitol is an Armed Services Honor Guard. It's known as the First Honor Ceremony. 183 service members are participating from the Army, the Marines, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard. President Trump will review them, and there will be a fife and drum corps as well. This is what's usually taken place on the east front of the Capitol outside, but since all the ceremony has moved inside, they're doing it in Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center, which is right below the east front. So that's what you're seeing on your screen. President Trump is due to review the troops shortly.
First Honors.
And with the completion of the Military Honor Guard review at the Capitol, President and Mrs. Trump will be leaving the Capitol soon, motorcading to Capital One Arena for a shortened inaugural parade that will be held indoors, and then finally back to their residence at the White House, some special order signings, and then tonight, later on, the inaugural balls, the traditional parade down Pennsylvania Avenue with the reviewing stand right in front of the White House. That has been canceled. They brought everything indoors because of the weather, and you could probably see on the flags that the temperature isn't that bad. It's 20-25, but the wind is pretty biting, and it was predicted to be worse than it turned out to be. But more live coverage, several hours of live coverage coming up on C-SPAN. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. 748-8000 for Democrats, 748-8001 for Republicans, 748-8002 for Independents, and you can also send a text message to 202-748-8003. Please include your first name and your city if you would. Want to get your thoughts on the president's inaugural address, your impressions of today, your hopes for the future or fears for the future. Margaret in California, Democrats line. Thanks for holding, Margaret. Please go ahead.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's been entertaining. So, my family, we got up early to watch this transition of power because I do think it's an honor that the American people get to watch this, whether or not you support the particular administration or not. It is disappointing to see it all endorsed because I do think it, in a large part, does belong to the American people. And so there are a lot of people who supported this president. I personally did not vote for him. I voted for RFK. But still, I do think it's important. I was disappointed with his speech because there were things that he said in his speech, while they were sort of a little bit forward-thinking, they were not forward enough. There was kind of that raw meat feel to it. And, rather than extend an olive branch, moving forward for an American public who really would like to see change from all the divisive, rhetoric going on between the blue and the red constantly. And for the average American person, they're just worried about their table issues. They're just worried about how they're going to put food on the table or whether or not they're going to have a job. Well, looking forward and having a brighter future. But it just seems like it's an extension rather than extend that olive branch. It was more like the flamethrower came out. And, you know, as a president, you have to once you get in, you're not on the campaign trail anymore. You're there. People voted for you. You got in. It's time then to show your better side. If you can find it, it's tempting. While it's tempting to say, you know, make people who are in that room feel uncomfortable, or Americans who are out in the room, it's not your campaign audience anymore. It's a wider American,
That's Margaret in California. We really appreciate your thoughts. As you can see, the president and Mrs. Trump are getting loaded into the Cadillac limousine, and they will motorcade down to Capital One Arena. The transition of power happened at noon. The Bidens departed, and immediately the White House staff transitioned the White House into a Trump White House. Furniture in and out. In 5-6 hours, they managed to do this. The website has been updated at whitehouse.gov to a Trump-centric website. So everything happens within a couple of hours. The president's standing there with the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, and getting ready to depart. And we will be with the motorcade all on its way to Capital One Arena. About 20,000 Trump supporters have been there all day. They watched the inauguration there, and they will be there waiting for the president. And there will be some executive signing orders, we are told, at Capital One Arena. Edward, Keyport, New Jersey, Independent Line. Hi, Edward. What's your take on today?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your guys' long day. Thank you. And, well, one, I just find the whole cult of personality dangerous and distasteful. Like, government shouldn't be allowed, and it shouldn't be disruptive, mainly because it's a country for everybody. You can't make it and you can't take it for any singular vision. I would think the idea that, like, the U.S. is only 4% of the global population, so consumer goods and technological innovation is a global phenomenon. It's like based on actual cooperation, not competition. So I don't think that's really going to go much anywhere. I mean, I didn't hear anything about climate change or any of the actual real threats. I mean, renaming the Gulf of Mexico and jamming up immigrants is a silly idea. I mean, there's a convenience store that's by me that I frequent, and they've gone through 6 people in 5 months just to stand at a register for $17 an hour. So I don't know who they're going to find to be digging these ditches and, you know, doing all the things that currently immigrants are doing, like in helping make America actually good.
That's Edward in New Jersey, and this is Logan in Cabot, Arkansas, Republican Line. Hi, Logan.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
We're listening. Please go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to say that I'm extremely proud to be an American today. I've followed President Trump since, you know, he first announced in 2015, and I really enjoyed everything that he had to say. He didn't, you know, stray away from anything that he's been promising, and I really do think that he's going to be a great president again, and I someday aspire to run for governor of Arkansas and president of the United States, and he's just truly a great inspiration. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you for your time. And
Logan, how old are you?
Coming soon.
How old are you?
I'm 25. I'll be 26 in a few days.
And congratulations on that. Why are you aspiring to be the governor of Arkansas, and what are you doing towards that goal?
It's always been a dream of mine. I haven't ever, you know, been to like law school or anything like that, but that's something that I plan on doing in the future if I'm able to. And, you know, I've met several of our former governors. I've met with them. I've met our current governor, and it's just everybody's really great, and it's always just been something I've aspired to do since I was a child.
That's Logan in Cabot, Arkansas, looking to be governor of Arkansas. Carolyn in Ohio, Democrats Line. Carolyn, have you been watching all day?
I almost have been watching all day, but I'm kind of going to go and get to my point, because I've been on hold for 2 hours and I'm afraid my cordless phone's going to give out.
Oh, no.
I just want to say good luck to who used to be our lieutenant governor, John Husted. He is now taking over J.D. Vance's seat in the Senate. I guess from the Columbus, Ohio channels, they were saying Vivek Ramaswamy also tried to get that position too, but John Husted won out. And let me tell you, you have a gem, not only in J.D. Vance, but you have a gem in John Husted. I remember hearing him like 25 years ago at the Circleville Pumpkin Show, and I was impressed with him then, and he went on to be the Ohio Secretary of State and sent me an honor lapel for my father, who's deceased but was a retired colonel in the Marines. And then he rose up to be the lieutenant governor. I really didn't want him to leave Ohio, to be truthful, but I understand he's so talented, and I think J.D. Vance is too. In the short time that J.D. Vance was in the Senate, his office would send me updates on something that I was involved with, and I appreciated that.
All right, Carolyn, we're going to leave it there. We're going to listen into the motorcade as it makes its way down Pennsylvania Avenue. It looks like it turned right onto 6th Street on its way to the Capital One Arena. I gotta go up more steps. And the Trump motorcade is nearing Capital One basketball and hockey arena. You can see the interior there full of Trump supporters. The wide avenue that you saw is Pennsylvania Avenue that you saw just a minute ago. That is the normal parade route for presidential parades, and unfortunately everything was moved inside because of the weather. There's Pennsylvania Avenue looking down from the Capitol toward the White House. And he made a right at about 6th Street, went straight up to Capital One Arena, and he'll be getting out there shortly and meeting with those supporters that you see in the hall. We will be live on C-SPAN, of course. Eli is calling in from Chicago on our Democrats line. Eli, what's your take on today?
Hello. I just wanted to maybe express some disappointment because, you know, I feel that either way this election could have turned out, I didn't really feel like my voice was represented in either of the candidates, and I know lots of people my generation feel a similar way.
And what is your voice, and what was the message that you wanted to hear?
You know, I'm not sure I can express that concisely for a C-SPAN phone call, but I was hoping to see a platform based more on economic and social justice for people who have been underrepresented in our country.
Thank you, sir.
We're really struggling here.
Thank you for calling in, Eli. Jaden, Lima, Ohio, Republican. Hi, Jaden.
Hi.
You called in. What do you want to talk about?
I would like to comment on Trump's American Academy idea. Just the entire idea of basically the Netflix of colleges for almost free, that's really affordable for everyone in the entire country. I think that's just an amazing idea.
Why?
You know? Well, you know, I like a college education costs about as much as a house nowadays. And you know, if we can keep people from spending as much money on a house, or as much money as one would on a house on education, maybe I can afford a house.
Jaden, what do you do in Lima? What do you do in Lima?
I'm a truck driver. I go all over the place.
All right. Thanks for calling in. Let's hear from Thomas in Adairsville, Georgia, as we watch the sights and sounds inside the Capital One Arena.
Hi, I'm just struggling to maintain optimism. I'm hoping you may be able to offer some reasons to be optimistic. I just, based off his first term, don't have a lot of belief in any of his words. He talks a lot. He makes a lot of bold and outrageous claims. Those alone are harmful enough. Whether or not he follows through with them, that hasn't changed since his first term. So my reason for optimism that I'm trying to hold on to is he says a lot, but he doesn't actually get a whole lot done.
Thomas, what would you like to see get done?
Well, I would like the lower class to have better economic opportunity. His first term, he raised taxes on the lower tax brackets and gave the richest people the highest tax cut they've ever received. There was the largest transfer of wealth in our history from the lower class to the upper 1%. I just don't see why that would be any different his second term. I just think it's going to get that much worse economically.
Thank you, sir, for calling. Let's listen in as the Army Band warms up the crowd for President Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Army's premier national musical outreach organization, the United States Army Field Band from Fort Meade, Maryland.
And that was the U.S. Army Band playing at the Capital One Arena. The Vice President and Mrs. Vance have arrived. The President and Mrs. Trump have arrived. The program will begin shortly. And some of the things you're going to see in this truncated parade include first responders from Butler County, Pennsylvania. There will be a moment of silence. And that's the county where President Trump was shot during the summer 2024 rally. You're going to see the New York Military Academy Band. President Trump graduated from there in 1964. The Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard Unit. the New York Police Department, Emerald Society Pipe and Drums, Middletown, Ohio, High School Marching Band and Cheerleaders, that's J.D. Vance's hometown, Florida Firefighter Pipes and Drums from Boca Raton, Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band from Smyrna, Tennessee, and the Mississippi Valley State University Band. Those are some of the acts or the entertainment that you'll be seeing at this shortened parade. Tyler, Manassas, Virginia, here in the suburbs. Tyler, what do you want to talk about? What have you seen today?
My only problem, I thought he did good. My only problem was he didn't focus on the pardons.
You mean you thought he should have focused on the pardons in his inaugural address?
Yes.
What should he have said?
He should have called them out by name.
And in a critical way or in a positive way?
Depends on who it is.
All right, Tyler, thank you for calling in. Let's listen in to Capital One Arena, waiting for the president to arrive. And you're watching live coverage of the 60th inaugural. This for Donald Trump, his second time. We are live at the Capital One Arena right now. We're waiting on the president to come upstairs and speak to his supporters there. About 20,000 people have been there all day long since the inaugural moved inside. They watched the inauguration there, and they've been there all day. J.D. Vance will also be there during the day. Elon Musk, Kash Patel, two of the speakers that have spoken with this group, and you're hearing some of the entertainment as well, the Army band, etc. The president is also going to be doing an executive signing order ceremony. He's got 9 executive orders that he will be signing here, and then he will be doing more at the White House later this evening. God bless America. God bless America. And this is live coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. This is the event at the Capital One Arena, the annotated parade, about 20,000 people in there. We are told that it will be beginning shortly. The president and vice president will be introduced, and they will each have a speaking segment. President Trump will also be signing 9 executive orders, some dealing with immigration. He will sign more tonight at the White House when he gets there. It's 5 o'clock on the East Coast right now. Donald Trump has been president again for 5 hours. Some of the events that you're going to see this afternoon at Capital One Arena include the New York Police Department, Palm Beach Police, New York Military Academy, Florida firefighters, the marching band from Stewart's Creek High School, the Middletown High School marching band from Ohio, J.D. Vance's hometown, and the Mississippi Valley State University Band. We're expecting introductions to begin shortly. Live coverage on C-SPAN. And you're watching live coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump, the second time he's been inaugurated. This time it was moved indoors. This is the second event of the day that will be indoors. Actually, the third, the inauguration, the parade, and this is a speech and annotated parade that you'll be seeing at Capital One Arena in downtown Washington. It's about a mile from the White House. But we know that the President and Vice President are in Capital One Arena, and we're waiting on the ceremony to start. They will be introduced. You'll hear some bands, and this is the Army band that's playing right now as kind of a warm-up act. And the President and the Vice President are both expected to speak. On top of that, President Trump is due to sign some executive orders. They've moved a desk out there for him with 9 executive orders that he'll be signing. He'll be talking about those, I'm sure, in his talk. And after that, it's off to the White House and then to the inaugural balls tonight. All live coverage on C-SPAN throughout inaugural events, and on C-SPAN 2, just the sights and sounds of Washington. All the different cameras that we have around the city, the Capitol, the White House, the top of the Washington Monument, the motorcades, et cetera, all those cameras were just showing you all the pictures. Without commentary, you can just watch and get a sense of what Washington looks like today. So we'll be back with you throughout the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. My name is Dan Taylor, and I'm very honored to be requested by our president to be your parade announcer. And it's great to be here with you. I have to say it is a bit of a different format for a parade, but of course our president wanted us to keep us safe, wanted to keep us warm. And I can tell you something, the talent that's going to be coming through these doors into this arena, it is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate this historic occasion on behalf of the Trump-Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee. The ceremony's about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if you're with family and friends, been talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road.
As you could hear the announcer at the Capital One Arena announce, the parade is about to begin. That was Jared Kushner, son-in-law of President Trump, who just got seated. There's some seats for the Trumps. The Trump family up in the white and blue that you see at the top of your screen. There you go. And the president and his desk are in front of that. The presidential, there's Tiffany Trump coming in. Ivanka Trump signing something for a fan. Laura Trump, Eric Trump's wife and former co-chair of the National Republican Committee. And there's Donald Trump Jr., Barron Trump, and that is Mrs. Trump's father. She lost her mother in the past year, but that is her father from Slovenia. And there's Barron Trump. It's reported that he is about 6'9", going to college in New York City.
Going to play Americans We or National Spirit. No Americans We or National Spirit. Next up is honors. Next up, the Herald will play honors. Next thing for us is bravura.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome the official fanfare music group of the President of the United States. Under the direction of Major Aaron Morris, the U.S. Army Band Herald Trumpets performing their fanfare that's actually written for the 47th President of the United States. Listen to this, it's amazing. This is Brass and Glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, Vice President J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Usha Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, accompanied by the First Lady, Miss Melania Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Butler County are here. And they are here to pay homage to the life, selfless community service, and sacrifice of Carrie Underwood. Mr. Comparatori, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Carrie Underwood. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump. Pipes and drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for them, folks. here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. And while they cheer here in the arena, let's cheer for them again, folks, from our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band. now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. As the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. And as the beat of the drums continues, established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody. Make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Edabita, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th Presidential Inauguration.
close to 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Inauguration, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up. And now, I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And, you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The 3 young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. They love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew they'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And, you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest, it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Barron, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public, and we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? Is he around here someplace? I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood. They ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. and they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans, and it comes right over your neighborhood, and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but yeah, the dirty air is dropping all over us, so what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that, these creeps? Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people. at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially, nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me in. I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But this third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. Never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One Arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good. Do you have that other one to sign?
Sorry, what's it?
Do you have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, sir. We'll have it for you back in the over. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it out? Do you want to say it? Do you want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.